Chapter 2071. Xiaohua coldly stood in the air. The 4 storage bags flew in front of him, and the magic tool that looked like half a pair of scissors was also covered by his sleeve. He very calmly looked in the direction of where his divine sense had come from. A moment later, a late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator dressed in armor flew over with several Foundation Establishment and aura refining cultivators. This cultivator had clear facial features and looked rather Taoist. It was Haoming City's city guard captain, Yu Chun. Xiaohua actually recognized one of the city guards he led. It was the aura refining cultivator he met outside Haoming City, Lu Cheng. At this time, an aura refining city guard could actually follow behind Yu Chun. Obviously, the auspicious light stone played a big role. When Lu Cheng saw Xiaohua in front of him, his face also showed surprise. Compared to Lu Cheng's surprise, Yu Chen's shock was even more obvious. However, although Yu Chen's heart was overwhelmed with shock, his face was still calm. His figure only stopped when he was 10 feet away from Xiaohua. After a slight hesitation, he looked at the few balls of Samadhi true fire that had already burned out and narrowed his eyes. It was unknown what he was thinking in his heart. When he looked at Xiaohua again, his eyes moved and swept over Yu Chun and the others. He calmly took the storage pouches one by one and tied them to his waist in succession, as if the others weren't in front of him. However, when he pointed at the formation token next to Yen Yu's disappeared corpse and slowly flew up, Yu Chun said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, don't you plan to give this old man an explanation?" Hee. Xiaohua laughed and looked at the formation token. He said, "Although Captain, you came late, you also saw the end. Do you need me to explain?" Yu Chun frowned slightly and said coldly, "This old man saw you kill other cultivators and didn't put the rules of my Haoming City in your eyes. That's why I asked. If it weren't for the fact that you're a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect and have met this old man once, this old man would have already taken you down." As he spoke, the formation plate had already flown into Xiaohua's hand. Xiaohua looked at it, then put it into his storage bag. He then scanned it with his divine will. His gaze once again looked several dozen feet away. The 5 fingers on his right hand slightly curled and grabbed at several spots in the void. Several formation plates flew out from the cliff and the stream and landed in Xiaohua's hand. "Captain Yu, do you know what kind of array this is?" Xiaohua shook the array disc in his hand and asked with a smile. When Yu Chun flew over, he had already sensed the traces of the 4 gate forbidden arrays, so he didn't dare to casually approach Xiaohua. At this moment, when he saw Xiaohua openly take out the array discs, his expression changed slightly. Hearing Xiaohua's question, he pondered for a moment and shook his head. "This old man doesn't know how to set up arrays, so I don't know what kind of array this is." Xiaohua's heart settled. With a wave of his hand, he put the disc array into his storage bag and said with a smile, "At this point, do you still need me to explain?" "Of course fellow Taoist Xiao has to explain." Yu Chun laughed and clapped his hand. The pressure of a late Foundation Establishment stage was released and pressed down on Xiaohua from above. Otherwise, how can this old man, however, before he could finish speaking, he saw Xiaohua's face turn cold. He clapped his hand and released the pressure of a mid-Foundation Establishment stage without hesitation. At the same time, he waved his other hand and the cloud-suppressing seal flew out of space. It made a buzzing sound in the air and a bronze light shot out like a sharp sword, quickly flying above Yu Chun and the others. "How dare you?" Yu Chun didn't say anything. A mid-Foundation Establishment stage cultivator behind him angrily shouted and flew up, about to release his pressure. Wait, at this moment, out of everyone's expectations, when Yu Chen's pressure met Xiaohua's, he immediately withdrew it. He shouted in a low voice and stopped the city guard's action. Yes, that city guard didn't dare to disobey and hurriedly bowed. However, his figure flew several feet and faced Xiaohua, as if he wanted to surround him. "Fellow Taoist Xiao," Yu Chun withdrew his pressure, narrowed his eyes, and said, "My Haoming City has always handled matters fairly. Although all cultivators are prohibited from killing each other within Haoming City's sphere of influence, the grudges between ordinary cultivators won't be forcibly stopped, especially for fellow Taoist Xiao. In this old man's opinion, fellow Taoist Xiao must have been ganged up on by many people. Moreover, fellow Taoist Xiao's magic power is outstanding. Instead, he killed 4 people in a formation. My Haoming City absolutely won't hold fellow Taoist Xiao responsible for this kind of matter." Seeing that Yu Chen didn't ask clearly and pushed the cause of everything to the four cultivators he didn't see and cleared Xiao Hua's responsibility, Xiao Hua frowned slightly and said inwardly, "Could it be that this Yu Chen is doing this for the sake of the three elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain? Or is it because of my identity as a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect? But he didn't seem to be like this just now." However, since Yu Chen said so, Xiao Hua naturally pushed the boat with the current. Xiao Hua pointed his hand, and the cloud-suppressing seal flew back with a wung-wung sound. Xiao Hua caught it with his hand and nodded, saying, "Just as Captain Yu said, these four people don't know me at all. They actually set up an ambush here and wanted to take my life. I also know the rules of Haoming City, but my life was on the line, so I had no choice but to take action. If I have offended Haoming City in any way, please forgive me, Captain Yu." Hee, this old man knew it. Yu Chen laughed. The Imperial Thunder sect is a famous sect. How could it go against my Haoming City? It must be someone else who schemed against fellow Taoist Xiao. This old man asked again and again just now, and this is the reason. Well, since Captain Yu has already asked clearly, can I leave now? Can this Xiao leave now? Xiao Hua didn't want to say another word to Yu Chen, so he went straight to the point. Of course, Yu Chen said with a smile, since fellow Taoist Xiao didn't violate the rules of my Haoming City, this old man has no right to keep fellow Taoist Xiao here. Okay, Xiao Hua nodded and waved his hand. A few true samadhi fire flew out and burned the corpses of Yan Yu and the others. Then he rose into the air and was about to fly in the direction of Haoming City. Fellow Taoist Xiao. At this time, Yu Chen spoke again. What? Captain Yu, is there anything else? Xiao Hua's figure froze, but no expression could be seen on his face. Nothing. Yu Chen said with a smile. If fellow Taoist Xiao needs anything, you can send a message to me at any time. I believe I can still help fellow Taoist Xiao in Haoming City. Xiao Hua saw that Yu Chen actually gave him a gentle attitude and was slightly stunned. He pondered for a while and cupped his hands, saying, I know. If there's anything, I'll definitely ask Captain Yu for help. Please, Yu Chen stretched out his hand and motioned for Xiao Hua to go first. Xiao Hua didn't stand on ceremony and turned and flew away. Chapter 2072. When Xiao Hua's figure disappeared, the Middle Stage Foundation Establishment City Guard opened his mouth and said, Captain Yu, why did you let Xiao Hua go just like that? He had killed 4 Foundation Establishment cultivators in this place. If the masters of these 4 cultivators come, what will happen to our Haoming City? Yu Chen coldly glanced at the city guard and asked, How do you know there were 4 Foundation Establishment cultivators? A trace of pride flashed in the city guard's eyes, and he said with a smile, if there were 4 Qi refinement cultivators, how could Xiao Hua set up a formation to kill them? It must be because he couldn't defeat them, so he thought of using a formation. Captain, didn't you see him easily take out the formation plate and other things? Yang Ming, Yu Chen sighed and said, your cultivation is good, and you have some brains, but do you know why you've always been under Shang Qinghe? That's because Shang Qinghe has the talent to flatter, not because of me. Yang Ming blurted out. Obviously, he already had resentment in his heart. If Shang Qinghe was here, he definitely wouldn't question this old man's decision. Yu Chen sneered and waved his hand. Let's go. We'll return to the city. But Yang Ming glanced at several places that were burned by Xiao Hua and hesitated to speak. None of you saw what happened today. If this old man sees it and divulges it, don't blame this old man for being impolite. Yu Chen said coldly. This old man doesn't dare. Everyone was terrified and bowed. Also, this place, no one is to check it out. After 10 days, come back and inspect it. Yu Chen's gaze swept across the valley, and he gave another order and flew up. Yu Chen and the others disappeared. After a long time, Xiao Hua's figure suddenly appeared on the foothills of a mountain. He looked in the direction of Haoming City and said to himself, This Yu Chen, what's going on? Why is he so partial to this young master? What is he afraid of? This young master really doesn't understand. Immediately, Xiao Hua flew to the place where he killed Yan Yu and carefully looked for a long time. He didn't find any flaws, so he flew away again. In the distance, Yang Ming was carefully accompanying Yu Chen, quietly listening to Yu Chen's reprimand, although I didn't know that it was Xiao Hua who set the trap to kill the 4 Foundation Establishment cultivators. Elder Yu, Yang Ming whispered, it seems. I can't tell that there are 4 foundation establishment cultivators. Perhaps there were aura refining disciples as well? Or perhaps there is only one foundation establishment disciple. Yuchen glanced at Yang Ming and smiled. How do you know there are 4 cultivators? Or perhaps 5 or 6 cultivators? That can't be. Xiaohua only has 4 storage bags in his hands. It should be 4 cultivators. Yang Ming replied without hesitation. Since you know that there are 4 storage bags, didn't you notice the quality of the 4 storage bags? Yuchen said with a smile. This. Yang Ming was dumbfounded. How could he notice so many details? It's easy to be a foundation establishment middle stage cultivator, as long as you have enough cultivation. Yuchen sighed and said, but if you want to be a Haoming City's city guard captain, you have to have enough cultivation and not know how to observe details. You don't know how to observe people's expressions. You don't know how to. Alas, left and right, there are many things you need to know. Yuchen waved his hand. Although I can't carefully examine the quality of these 4 storage bags, I can see that they are definitely not aura refining cultivators. Therefore, the owners of these 4 storage bags must be foundation establishment cultivators. And I understand. Yang Ming's face showed a look of admiration. Moreover, think about it. If Xiaohua used a formation to set up an ambush and wanted to kill 4 foundation establishment cultivators, do you think these 4 foundation establishment cultivators would be foundation establishment early stage? Yuchen said again, don't forget, Xiaohua just came into contact with this old man's spiritual pressure. His spiritual pressure was beyond this old man's expectations. It was actually foundation establishment middle stage. Ah, foundation establishment middle stage? Yang Ming was shocked. This Xiaohua actually knows how to conceal his cultivation? This old man only saw that his cultivation was foundation establishment early stage. And this should be a secret cultivation concealment technique passed down in the Imperial Thunder sect. Yu Chen's eyes flickered, and he said, a foundation establishment middle stage used a formation to set up an ambush. Among the 4 cultivators with similar cultivation, 2 of them should be foundation establishment middle stage. Even 4 of them should be foundation establishment middle stage. With the strength of one person and the power of a formation, he actually killed 4 foundation establishment middle stage cultivators. Yang Ming was shocked. This Xiaohua's strength. Isn't it comparable to the edge of foundation establishment late stage? This old man doesn't know what kind of formation Xiaohua set up, and I can't judge Xiaohua's true strength. Yuchen shook his head. However, if I say that he has the strength of foundation establishment late stage, I think I overestimated him. However, seeing that he removed the formation in front of this old man and wasn't afraid of this old man's reproach, this old man believes that he must have some kind of backup plan. The shock on Yang Ming's face was difficult to hide, and he once again said with admiration, this old man will never forget Captain's teachings. This old man really didn't think so much. Hee, Yuchen laughed. It's also a great advantage for you to concentrate on cultivation. As long as you improve your cultivation, these insignificant things are nothing. Yes, this old man knows. This old man will follow Captain's lead. Yang Ming saluted and smiled apologetically. Just based on Captain's approachability, I think Xiaohua will be grateful to Captain's actions in his heart. If there is anything in the future, it will also be a small help. I hope so. Yuchen nodded and said, although my Haoming City is powerful, it's nothing in the eyes of the Imperial Thunder sect. As a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, Xiaohua naturally won't put this old man in his eyes. However, he has these things that can't be considered as blackmail in my eyes. Under this old man's blind friendship, he will definitely. Hearing Yuchen say something that can't be considered as evidence, it didn't mean that Yuchen had finished speaking. Yang Ming suddenly realized something and even stuttered a little as he said, Captain, you mean that the 4 people that Xiaohua killed? Yuchen's face changed, and he shook his head and said, I didn't say anything. This used divine sense also didn't see which sect the 4 people Xiaohua killed were from. Yes, this old man understands. Yang Ming's face also tightened, and he said hurriedly. But immediately, Yang Ming's eyes turned again, and he whispered, Old you, we all believe that Xiaohua set up a formation to kill the 4 cultivators. But what if it is as Xiaohua said, the 4 cultivators set up a formation to ambush Xiaohua? If Xiaohua has such strength, He can still kill the 4 foundation establishment cultivators under the formation and not let any of the 4 cultivators escape. Yu Qin sneered. Then Xiaohua is not Xiaohua. He should be a golden core cultivator. Yes, this old man understands. Yang Ming smiled apologetically. If Xiaohua has such strength, Captain's friendship is even more valuable. Humph. If he has the cultivation of a golden core cultivator, can we still escape from his hands? Yu Qin snorted coldly. I'm afraid that we will be the first to leave, right? However, speaking of this, Yu Chen's heart moved. He hesitated for a moment and sent a voice transmission to Yang Ming. No way. After listening to Yu Chen's voice transmission, Yang Ming's face showed horror. Let's go and take a look first. Yu Chen ordered. Just based on a few words just now, this old man can't really befriend Xiaohua. If I can find something, it can also be useful to this old man. A disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, a cultivator who can easily kill the same level. No matter how much it costs, we should befriend him. Yes, this old man understands. Yang Ming cupped his hands and prepared to leave. Remember, be secretive. Don't let Xiaohua find out anything. Yu Qin said worriedly. This old man understands. Yang Ming nodded and said, this old man can still do this well. And, after Yang Ming flew away, Yu Qin put his hands behind his back, looked into the distance, and sighed in his heart. Xiaohua, Xiaohua, this old man is humble to befriend you. Don't let this old man down. How could Xiaohua think that killing Yan Yu would cause Yu Qin to befriend him? At this time, Xiaohua was sitting cross-legged on the futon, holding the scissor-like magic weapon in his hand. He immersed his divine thought into a jade slip, and his face showed joy. Haha, soaring dragon scissors. Xiaohua laughed out loud, opened his eyes, and looked at the magic weapon with joy. This young master's dream execution is now breeding the primordial spirit, so it can't be used for the time being. This cloud-suppressing seal is indeed powerful, but I always feel that it's not powerful enough. Now that I have obtained such a powerful magic weapon, how can I not be happy? Then Xiaohua's eyes flashed with a sharp color, and he sneered, Yanyu Liangyu, and the others are just clowns. They say that they are avenging their nephew, but their goal is this young master's storage bag. Now, it's good that they went for wool and came back shorn. Instead, they gave this young master a magic weapon. Unfortunately, this young master's hands and feet are a little slow. It actually attracted Yu Qin, who used pressure to force out this young master's true cultivation. This secret method of stealing the sky and swapping the sun seems to be not perfect. But what's wrong with knowing it? Xiaohua thought proudly, it's just a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. If it weren't for the captain of the city guards of Haoming City, this young master wouldn't have any scruples. As long as it has any rebellious thoughts, this young master will kill it all the same. Then, Xiaohua flicked his hand, and a spell seal hit the half of the soaring dragon scissors. The soaring dragon scissors suddenly flashed, and a golden light burst out like the sun after the clouds opened, illuminating the entire cave. Great, seeing the soaring dragon scissors in such a strange state, which was completely different from when Liang Yu used it, Xiaohua's face showed joy. He cheered, and the spell seals in his hand continued to hit out. Along with Xiaohua's sacrificial refining, the flood dragon on the soaring dragon scissors gradually appeared until it was 1 foot long. Then, like a dragon soaring to the 9 heavens, it flew in the cave and circled around Xiaohua. After several hours, even with Xiaohua's cultivation, he was still somewhat dispirited. Xiaohua opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood on the soaring dragon scissors. A blood-like cold light flashed, and the originally closed eyes of the soaring flood dragon suddenly opened. That cold light actually shot out from the flood dragon's eyes. Moreover, the flood dragon's figure rapidly shrank and quickly returned to the original appearance of the soaring dragon scissors, floating in front of Xiaohua's eyes. Chapter 2073. The Tung Jiao shears was still the original Tung Jiao shears, but the eyes on the handle had already opened. Faintly, there was an uncontrollable sharpness that seemed to want to stand out from the Tung Jiao shears. Xiaohua opened his mouth, and the Tung Jiao shears flew into his mouth and was sent into his Buddhist heart. He secretly smiled and said, "Looks like this young master got another treasure." This Tung Jiao shears was accidentally obtained by Liang Yu, not a magic treasure taught by Sun Yan. Moreover, the Tung Jiao shears is divided into yin and yang sides. Liang Yu only got the incomplete yang side. Just with this half of the Tung Jiao shears, This young master already feels like a tiger that has grown wings. It is even more powerful than the dream-killing flying sword. When I get the other half of the Tung Jiao shears in the future, with the combination of yin and yang, I'm afraid that even a middle-stage gold core cultivator would be killed by this young master right. Xiaolang, Xiaolang. At this moment, Shue's exclamation came from outside. Xiaohua didn't have time to look at the other storage pouches. He swept it with his divine sense, and his face also showed panic. He responded, "Wife, don't worry." As Xiaohua's figure flew out, he saw that Shui was already standing in front of the pill furnace, looking at the constantly fluctuating furnace with some panic. Boom! It seemed like the lid of the furnace was about to be lifted. The phantoms of 2 male and female lightning beasts flew out from the pill furnace, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they floated above the pill furnace. The 2 lightning beast phantoms were about a foot tall. As soon as they appeared, it was as if they had seen an irreconcilable enemy. They flapped their wings and pounced on each other. Quick! Xiaohua didn't have time to watch the 2 phantoms fight. He formed hand seals and hit the pill furnace one after another. The 3-legged vermilion bird phoenix pattern furnace was originally swaying left and right in the midst of the fight between the phantoms, and it was about to collapse. As Xiaohua's hand seals were inserted, it slowly stabilized. Seeing that the pill furnace was stable, Xiaohua flicked his hand, and several samadhi true fire flew out and fell into the pill furnace. Shua! Several brilliant lights flew out from the cauldron and landed on the 2 Thunder Beasts phantoms. The Thunder Beasts phantoms suddenly expanded and became 2 feet tall. As the lightning beast's silhouette grew bigger, the heaven and earth spirit energy within the cave was absorbed by the silhouette, causing the sound of wind to fall into it. All right, at this moment, Xiaohua's expression was somewhat relaxed. He knew that right now was the time when the yin and yang of the male and female lightning beast's blood fused. It was the most crucial moment. Countless Shui family ancestors had failed to refine the Ling Lei Dan at this moment. Therefore, he didn't dare to be careless. He released his spiritual will and observed carefully. The 2 Thunder Beast phantoms were evenly matched, and neither could do anything to the other. After fighting for several breaths, they suddenly raised their heads at the same time, pounded their chests with their fists, and suddenly rushed towards each other. Right now! Joy appeared on Xiaohua's face. He stretched out his left arm and grabbed at the air with his 5 fingers. It was as if he was grabbing something from the pill furnace. As Xiaohua raised his arm, he spat out a mouthful of true essence, and a black and white net flew out from the pill furnace. One on the left and one on the right, it covered the male and female lightning beast phantoms. Combined, Xiaohua uttered an incantation, and his hands continuously formed seals. The 2 phantoms originally collided with each other, and under the adhesion of the black and white net, they gradually merged into one. Although this process only took a few breaths, the more the 2 phantoms merged, the greater the repulsive force between them. Separating and merging caused Xiaohua to consume a lot of magic power. Combined, Xiaohua shouted once again, and a wisp of faint scarlet-red spirit fire suddenly flew out. It circled around the illusory figure, and all of the repulsive force from before disappeared. With a loud bang, the entire alchemy furnace shook violently, and the 2 illusory figures combined together as they wished, and were absorbed into the alchemy furnace. Granny, Xiaohua's figure slightly swayed in midair. He seemed to be somewhat lacking in magic power. Looking at the 3-legged vermilion bird phoenix pattern furnace that was as quiet as a virgin, he couldn't help but groan. What kind of cultivator can refine this Ling Lei Dan so easily? This young master's alchemy technique is completely different from Xiaoyu continent, and my magic power is also close to gold core. Why can't I refine this thing easily? No wonder Shue's heart is tangled. How could her ancestor refine this Ling Lei Dan? Husband. Seeing Xiaohua flying in the air and the pill furnace returning to its calm state, Shui in the distance shouted in a low voice, "Is there a mistake?" Hee. Xiaohua turned his head and said with a slight smile, "In your husband's hands, how could there be the slightest mistake? Wife, don't worry. In another 10 days, this Ling Lei Dan will be successfully refined, and it will also be the day you build your foundation." Oh, really? Shue's face showed surprise, and she couldn't help but offer her cherry lips considerately to Xiaohua. The 2 of them were affectionate for a moment, and Shui showed hesitation again and said in a low voice, "Husband, the cultivation method you taught me. I'm still a little unfamiliar with it. These meridians still haven't expanded." I think it's better not to take the Ling Lei Dan first. It won't be too late to take it when I feel confident, right? Xiaohua thought for a moment and said with a smile, "It's all up to you. Your husband will accompany you. Whether you build your foundation in Haoming City today or in the Sea of Heaven tomorrow, your husband will stand guard for you." "Thank you, husband," Shui chuckled, her face full of happiness. At this moment, Xiaohua's brows slightly wrinkled again, and he swept his divine sense outside the abode. "Huh, why is this guy here?" Xiaohua saw the person outside the abode, and he couldn't help but be surprised. "Husband? Who is it? Could it be the fire Qilin again?" Shui saw Xiaohua's unkind expression and asked in a low voice. "It's not the fire Qilin," Xiaohua shook his head and said, "It's Haoming City's city guard Captain Yu Chun." Shui was also puzzled, but she looked at Xiaohua and said with a smile, "I'm going to cultivate by myself. You can send him away yourself." After saying that, without waiting for Xiaohua to answer, she walked to a corner, sat cross-legged, and closed her eyes to comprehend. Xiaohua knew that Shui didn't want to ask more about him, so he smiled slightly, went out of the pill room, opened all the restrictions, and went outside the abode. On the side of the abode, Yu Chun stood there casually without any city guards. Xiaohua opened the abode and said with a smile, "Captain Yu, I haven't seen you for a few days again. May I know what business you have in my abode today?" Yu Chun released his divine sense. Seeing that there were no other cultivators around, he cupped his hands and said, "I didn't come to your abode for a special visit. I wonder if fellow Taoist Xiao can let me in for a chat?" Huh. Hearing that Yu Chun actually said that he had nothing to do and wanted to enter the abode to talk, Xiaohua was slightly stunned. His mind turned quickly, guessing Yu Chun's intention. "I wonder if he saw through the matter of me killing Yan Yu." "Fellow Taoist Xiao, don't misunderstand." Seeing Xiaohua hesitate, how could Yu Chun not know what Xiaohua was thinking? He hurriedly said, "I just saw fellow Taoist Zhao's profound magic power and wanted to make friends with you, so I came to talk to fellow Taoist Xiao." Chapter 2074. Profound magic power? You want to make friends with him? Xiaohua was even more stunned. Ever since he started cultivating, all the cultivators he met were either using him or forcing him to do things. How could he make friends with someone? Most of the people he had some friendship with were related to him. Someone unrelated to him like Yu Chun. This was the first time. However, Xiaohua still cupped his hands and smiled. "My cultivation is shallow. I've never met a fellow Taoist like fellow Taoist Yu. Please forgive me." "Hee, it's fine." Yu Chun was comforted when he heard Xiaohua call him fellow Taoist Yu. "Aren't you going to invite me in?" "Ha, fellow Taoist Yu, please." Xiaohua stepped aside and invited Yu Chun into the cave. Yu Chun was only at the late stage of foundation establishment. Xiaohua had already killed late-stage foundation establishment cultivators when he was at the peak of qi refinement. He wasn't afraid of Yu Chun having any other thoughts. Where's fellow Taoist Shui?" Yu Chun entered the cave and didn't release his divine sense. "Fellow Taoist Yu, please sit." Xiaohua invited Yu Chun to sit and replied, "Junior sister is in seclusion. She's looking for a chance to reach foundation establishment. She can't come out to meet you." Not bad," Yu Chun sighed. He watched Xiaohua take out some spirit fruits from his space. He casually picked one and ate while saying, "You disciples of large sects have an advantage. Your cultivation is guaranteed. You can't compare to us wild fox cultivators. Look, your junior sister is about to reach foundation establishment. As her senior brother, you're accompanying her from thousands of miles away. I'm really envious." Fellow Taoist Yu, please don't laugh at me." Xiaohua took out some spirit wine and smiled. "I got this from somewhere else. I don't know where it came from. Fellow Taoist Yu, please have a taste." "Oh, it's not from your Imperial Thunder sect?" Yu Chun was stunned. However, he still picked up the wine cup and took a sip. "I've drunk this spirit wine before. It seems to be Tianmen Mountain's Huang family's clear wine." Xiaohua thought for a moment, then said with a smile, "This Xiao doesn't like spirit wine, but this thing seems to be." The two of them then chatted for a while. Yu Chun patted his storage bag and took out a jade slip. He handed it to Xiaohua and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, I ate your spirit fruit and drank your spirit wine. This is a little bit of this old man's sincerity. I hope fellow Taoist Xiao can accept it." "Oh, what is this?" Xiaohua looked at the jade strip and asked somewhat strangely. Yu Chun smiled and said, Won't fellow Taoist Xiao know if you take a look? When Xiaohua took the jade slip and immersed his divine sense into it, he couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. Moreover, his eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness. Yuchen didn't panic at all and said with a smile, "This old man wants to be on good terms with fellow Taoist Xiao. So I naturally have to understand fellow Taoist Xiao. I just so happen to be the captain of Haoming City's city guards. Some things might be difficult for others, but it's as easy as flipping my palm for me. However, fellow Taoist Xiao, don't worry, this old man knows the severity of the matter." This old man didn't inquire about the rogue cultivator who sold the body refinement cultivation method. Moreover, according to this old man's knowledge, it's impossible for this old man to inquire about the situation. Xiaohua's eyes turned slightly, and he returned the jade slip to Yuchen and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist use painstaking efforts. This Xiao appreciates. However, this isn't what this Xiao needs." "Ah, doesn't fellow Taoist Xiao need a body refinement cultivation method?" Yuchen took the jade slip and said, "This cultivation method is the best cultivation method in my Haoming City's jade field paradise." "Fellow Taoist Yu," Xiaohua pondered for a moment and said with a smile, "Since fellow Taoist Yu has such intentions, then this Xiao won't hide it from fellow Taoist. This Xiao doesn't need a body refinement cultivation method, but a bone tempering cultivation method." Bone tempering? When Yuchen heard this, his face revealed a disappointed expression. He put away the jade slip and said resentfully, "From what this old man has seen, I really haven't heard of any bone tempering cultivation method. This old man is somewhat ignorant and inexperienced. Hee, bone tempering cultivation methods are rare in the first place." Xiaohua said with a smile, "This Xiao only has a divine ability that requires the assistance of this cultivation method. Otherwise, this Xiao absolutely wouldn't have thought of it. It's normal that fellow Taoist Yu doesn't know about it." "Okay," Yuchen said with a smile, "since I know that fellow Taoist Xiao needs a bone tempering cultivation method, this you will help fellow Taoist Xiao look for it in Haoming City." Ha ha ha, Xiaohua was overjoyed when he heard this. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your kindness, fellow Taoist Yu. In fact, there's no need to be restricted to Haoming City. As long as there's news of bone tempering cultivation methods in Suyu continent, this Xiao will be endlessly grateful. This you understands." Yuchen nodded. Immediately, Xiaohua's heart moved again. He clapped his hands, took out the soaring dragon shears, and asked, "Fellow Taoist Yu, have you seen this thing before?" Yuchen didn't take it. He only scanned it with his divine sense and shook his head, saying, "This you hasn't seen it before. However, seeing that this magic treasure is incomplete, fellow Taoist Xiao means, yes, fellow Taoist Yu, please pay attention. If there's news of this magic treasure, please inform this Xiao." Xiaohua said with a smile, "Okay, fellow Taoist Xiao, please rest assured. This you will help you pay attention." When Yuchen saw that Xiaohua entrusted this matter to him without any hesitation, he was overjoyed. He knew that this trip wasn't in vain. He made friends with a cultivator with unlimited potential, so he immediately patted his chest and said with a smile, "Yes, fellow Taoist Yu," Xiaohua thought. He waved his hand, took out a few jade boxes, and placed them in front of Yuchen. He said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Yu came prepared," which made this Xiao a little nervous. This Xiao prepared these spiritual herbs for future use. "Today, I'll give them to fellow Taoist Yu as a gift for our first meeting." When Yuchen saw that Xiaohua was so generous, he was overjoyed. He waved his hand and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, this Yu is happy to see you. How could I covet your Imperial Thunder Sect's spiritual herbs? Fellow Taoist's way of doing things makes this Yu a little uneasy. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please take these things back." "Haha, this is this Xiao's goodwill. Fellow Taoist Yu, don't be in a hurry to refuse." Xiaohua said with a smile, "Let's take a look first and see if it's beneficial to your cultivation. If it's not useful, then it won't be too late to refuse." Okay, Yuchen didn't mind. He didn't think that a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator could take out spiritual herbs that could move his heart. Moreover, Haoming City was a city of auctions. What kind of spiritual herbs hadn't he seen before? However, in order to not let Xiaohua lose face, Yuchen still decided to take a look. Whether or not they were useful to him, he would take them back first. However, when Yuchen opened a jade box and saw the spiritual herbs inside, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. His eyes emitted a trace of divine light. He looked around and said in a low voice, "Xiao, Fellow Taoist Xiao, these spiritual herbs. I'm afraid they're over 10,000 years old? When he saw Xiaohua's smiling expression, he hurriedly opened the other jade boxes. After taking a look, the joy on his face became even stronger. He looked at Xiaohua with a complicated gaze. With a wave of his hand, he put away the jade boxes into his storage pouch. He sighed and said, I won't say anything else. Fellow Taoist Xiao is really considerate. These spiritual herbs are exactly what I need. If I were to be unreasonable, I would have come here in vain today. Great, Xiaohua also clapped his hands and said with a smile, Fellow Taoist, you have such a magnanimous heart. I'm relieved. Yuchen thought for a moment and said, Fellow Taoist Xiao, I'm still a bit uneasy after taking your spiritual herbs. The matter you mentioned just now is a bit tricky. I'm afraid it might not be effective in a short time. Do you have any other difficult matters? If I can help you, please don't hesitate to tell me. Hearing this, Xiaohua's heart moved. He clapped his hands and took out a blank jade slip. He wrote some things on it and handed it to Yuchen with a smile. I was just about to tell fellow Taoist you that these things are exactly what I need. Because I'm not familiar with the auction in Haoming City, I only participated in the auction for nascent soul cultivators and foundation establishment cultivators. I didn't come across these things. If it's convenient for fellow Taoist you, please help me gather them. I will be eternally grateful. Yuchen took the jade slip, glanced at it, and said with a smile, so it's some materials for refining tools. They're not too rare. Fellow Taoist Xiao, you just have to wait for a day or two. Xiaohua was secretly delighted, but there was nothing special on his face. He cupped his hands and said, Thank you for your trouble, fellow Taoist. I'll give the spirit stones to fellow Taoist right away. No need, no need. Yuchen hurriedly waved his hand. These materials don't require many spirit stones. Just take it as a gift from me to fellow Taoist Xiao. After discussing the matter, Yuchen said a few more words to Xiaohua before leaving. After seeing Yuchen off, Xiaohua secretly said, No wonder cultivators pay attention to communication. Although I knew a thing or two before, I never got any benefits because of it. It turns out that a person's strength is limited. Everyone has their own sphere of influence. If everyone interacts with each other, many difficult things may become easy. When Yuchen saw that I was able to kill 4 cultivators of the same level, he wanted to make friends with me. Perhaps it would be beneficial to his cultivation in the future. And I can rely on Yuchen's power to get information that I can't find. It's really 2 benefits in one fell swoop. It seems that completely concealing my cultivation is not a good thing. Occasionally letting others see my true strength and getting the respect and recognition of others is also beneficial to my cultivation in the future. Immediately, Xiaohua sat cross-legged again and took out the storage bags of Yanyu, Liangyu, and the others. His divine sense swept through them, and he couldn't help but be surprised another 3 days later. Yuchen came to visit as promised and gave a medium-sized storage bag to Xiaohua. Inside were the various materials that Xiaohua needed to repair the cloud-suppressing seal. Xiaohua thanked Yuchen with a satisfied expression on his face. However, Yuchen didn't get the slightest bit of information about the soaring dragon scissors and the bone-tempering technique. However, according to Yuchen, he begged an elder who was on good terms with him in Haoming City to inquire about the information from the city lord, Taoist master Yao Hong. He was afraid that there would be some news after 10 days. This was naturally still beyond Xiaohua's expectations. He didn't expect Yuchen to actually spend so much capital and trouble Taoist master Yao Hong for his matter. Moreover, the 81-day time limit for refining the High Thunder pill would expire in 10 days. He naturally wouldn't leave Haoming City in a hurry. It was normal for him to wait for 10 days, regardless of whether there was any news or not. After seeing Yuchen off, Xiaohua checked the materials used to refine the cloud-suppressing seal again, and looked at the refining technique to make sufficient preparations for refining the cloud-suppressing seal. Chapter 2075. Rise, Xiaohua's 10 fingers opened slightly, and his spiritual power faintly penetrated into the 3-legged vermilion bird phoenix pattern furnace. A clear sound came from inside the furnace, and it was actually the sound of a thunder beast roaring towards the sky. Moreover, a rich fragrance spread throughout the entire alchemy room. Xue Xue stood far away in a corner of the alchemy room, and her eyes revealed endless admiration and pride. Looking at Xiaohua, who was about to condense the pill, there was a trace of uneasiness behind that joyful expression. Right at this time, Xiaohua chuckled and looked back at Xue Xue. He formed a spell with both hands. The spell was very obscure, and the fluctuation of spiritual power was extremely strange. It was very different from the alchemy methods seen in the Xiaoyu continent. Fortunately, Xue Xue didn't know alchemy at all, and there was no other strange expression in her eyes except for admiration. However, what puzzled Xue Xue was that as Xiaohua formed a spell, the slightly vibrating alchemy furnace began to stabilize, and the hissing sound also became smaller. However, at the same time, the fragrance in the room also disappeared, as if it was restrained inside the alchemy furnace. This was very different from the alchemy techniques she had heard of. When Xiaohua waved his hand, a faint black and white brilliance flashed above the alchemy furnace, and Xiaohua's face was slightly surprised. Huh, this Ling Lei pill, can it be pulled out? Xiaohua muttered in a low voice, and didn't dare to hesitate. He immediately waved his hand, and the flame under the alchemy furnace was immediately extinguished. He waved his hand, and a jade slip appeared in his hand, and he carefully read it. After a long time, Xiaohua put away the jade slip, but his brows didn't loosen. Husband, Xue Xue saw this and asked in a low voice, "Is there a mistake?" Xiaohua smiled and said, "What mistake?" "It's just the process of refining the Ling Lei pill. It's a little different from what your husband knows. Your husband originally wanted to refine a few pills at once. Who knew that you could only refine one pill, which really makes your husband unhappy?" Hee, Xue Xue covered her mouth and laughed. Husband is really greedy. This Ling Lei pill is a heaven-defying item. My Xue family's ancestors spent a lot of effort to refine one pill, and you want to refine a few pills at once? Is this a joke? This concubine will be satisfied with just one. Hee, Xiaohua's mouth curled into a sly smile. My wife's problem has been solved, but what about our children? Husband still wants to leave some benefits for them. Hee, Xue Xue's face flushed red when she heard this. She giggled and said, "With an alchemist like you, whenever the children need it, you can just refine it." But within Xue Xue's charming smile, there was still a trace of gloom, far from what others could see. Wife is right, Xiaohua exaggeratedly slaps his forehead. If there is one child, this husband will refine it once. If there are 10 children, this husband will refine it 10 times. It really isn't a big deal. Hee, not shy at all. Xue Xue was abnormally shy, like a real young lady. After a short while, Xue Xue asked again, "That's right. Husband, is the soaring lightning pill done?" That's fine. Xiaohua nodded and said, "The pill is already done. Since you can't pull the pill, wait a moment, this husband will directly collect the pill." "Good," Xue Xue said with a faint smile. "After refining the soaring lightning pill, this concubine will follow husband to QC. There should be enough time to comprehend that wonderful technique along the way." Xiaohua heard this and thought of another matter. To go to QC, one must pass through Ink Cloud Black Forest. Xiaohua was very clear about the dangers of Ink Cloud Black Forest. If there wasn't any special passage, it would be very difficult for Xue Xue, who was a refiner, to pass through. At this moment, Xiaohua felt some movement outside the cave. He laughed in his heart. Good. Whoever wants to come can come. This is a good opportunity to ask fellow Taoist Yu if he has any shortcuts. However, when he released his divine sense and saw the person outside the cave, his face showed displeasure. The person outside was the Fire Qilin of Ardent Fire Mountain. "Wife, the Fire Qilin has come. I wonder what's the matter?" Xiaohua said in a low voice. Xue Xue nodded slightly and said, "Husband, you can just send him away. No matter what, husband will make the decision." "Okay," Xiaohua replied and went outside the cave. The Fire Qilin heard the noise and saw Xiaohua come out. Its gaze was still looking behind Xiaohua, but it was disappointed that Xue Xue wasn't behind Xiaohua. "Where is fellow Taoist Xue?" the Fire Qilin asked. "I will let fellow Taoist know," Xiaohua said neither arrogantly nor humbly. "My wife is in closed-door cultivation and can't see guests. I wonder if fellow Taoist has something to say?" "Fellow Taoist Xiao," the Fire Qilin asked sincerely, "this fire knows that you and Xue Xue aren't dual cultivating, and this fire will be returning to Ardent Fire Mountain with grandfather today. This fire came today just to see fellow Taoist Xue." "Fellow Taoist fire is leaving?" Xiaohua was somewhat surprised and asked curiously. "The auction just ended a few dozen days ago, and the elders of Ardent Fire Mountain are returning?" "Yes, something strange happened in Ardent Fire Mountain. Grandfather has to hurry back. The fire Qilin was somewhat absent-minded. It didn't care about the advice of the 3 elders of Ardent Fire Mountain and casually said the reason. Fellow Taoist Xiao. This fire just wants to see fellow Taoist Shui. It's fine even if we don't talk. Sorry, fellow Taoist fire. You should go back, Xiaohua said after pondering for a moment. But the fire Qilin was somewhat stubborn. It seemed as if it didn't understand the tactful words. It pushed Xiaohua and said, Fellow Taoist Xiao, you are only Shui's senior brother. Taking a step back, you can be considered a senior brother and sister with a closer relationship. Since you haven't dual cultivated this fire, however, when the fire Qilin spoke to this point, it stopped again because its hand was pushing Xiaohua's shoulder. Xiaohua did not retaliate. It only felt that Xiaohua was standing there like an iron wall, not moving in the slightest. Fellow Taoist Xiao, could it be that you want to force this fire to make a move? The fire Qilin sneered. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes. He didn't show any panic and said with a smile, If fellow Taoist fire wants to give me pointers, this Xiao will accompany you at any time. Good, the fire Qilin was furious. It waved its hand and the surrounding world's spirit energy began to condense as if some powerful magical art was being cast. Wait, 2 voices sounded at the same time. They were the crisp voices of female cultivators. Fellow Taoist Shui, you came out? I knew you would definitely come out. The fire Qilin didn't pay attention to the female voice behind it. It was pleasantly surprised as it looked behind Xiaohua and hurriedly said. Shui slowly walked out from behind Xiaohua. Her face was cold as she coldly walked to Xiaohua's side. She stretched out her hand and grabbed Xiaohua's arm. She said, Senior Fire, this junior has already made it clear in the cave of the Ardent Fire Mountain that this junior will be Xiaohua's wife in this life. Even if we can't dual cultivate, even if we can't live and die together, even if this junior becomes a ghost, this junior's body will belong to Xiaohua. Senior Fire should extinguish those delusions and properly cultivate. In the future, when you meet a female cultivator to your liking, you can then dual cultivate. Chapter 2076. Shui. Fellow Taoist Shui. Fire Qilin saw that Shui seemed to be unable to complete his sentence. What other thoughts do I have? I naturally know what you're thinking. I just want to see fellow Taoist Shui before leaving Haoming City. My blazing fire mountain is thousands of miles away from the Imperial Thunder sect, but this is nothing. I can be considered to have cultivated successfully now. If I wholeheartedly want to see fellow Taoist, this distance is nothing. But how can this distance compare to the distance in my heart? Even if I'm facing fellow Taoist Shui now, I know that the distance in my heart is greater than the entire Dawn Rain continent. I can't surpass this distance even if I cultivate for a lifetime. I just want to see fellow Taoist Shui once, just once. These words were said with deep feelings, and even Xiaohua was slightly moved. But Shui didn't wait for Fire Qilin to finish speaking and asked indifferently, Since Junior has already come out, it can be considered as meeting Senior. Senior, is there anything else? No, nothing else. Fire Qilin was like a stunned goose as he answered. Well, since we've already met and Senior has nothing else, Junior will return. Shui glanced at Fire Hibiscus behind Fire Qilin and said, Junior thanks Senior Hibiscus for taking care of me in the past. After speaking, she turned and left without waiting for Fire Hibiscus to speak. Fellow Taoist Xiao, Fire Hibiscus had an apologetic look on her face as she cupped her hands and said, I didn't plan to come and bid farewell to fellow Taoist, but I saw cousin coming over and was afraid that something had happened, so I followed. Since there's nothing else, I'll return with cousin. I hope to see fellow Taoist Xiao again in the future. Well, I even hope that fellow Taoist Xiao and sister Shui can get married soon. Thank you for your auspicious words. Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, I can't send fellow Taoist off. Please forgive me. It's fine, fellow Taoist, please return. Fire Hibiscus glanced at Fire Qilin, who was in a daze, and said with a bitter smile. Then, Xiaohua turned and returned, sealing the cave abode. Fire Qilin actually stood there in a daze for the time it took to burn an incense before leaving quietly. Wife, why did you say those words just now? Truly inappropriate. Xiaohua watched the Fire Qilin leave and grumbled in a low voice. Hee, husband, if I don't say that, how can I make that Fire Qilin give up? Shui laughed. I'm just saying, why take it so seriously? I just don't feel good. Xiaohua shook his head. Forget it, let's not talk about it anymore. The Ling Lei pill should be done, right? Xue Xue urged. This concubine is looking forward to it. All right, Xiaohua's expression was greatly refreshed when he heard Xue Xue mention the Ling Lei pill. He said, I will keep the Ling Lei pill now. We should also prepare to leave Haoming City. In this Haoming City, it's really a little aggrieved. Under Xue Xue's caress, Xiaohua once again entered the alchemy room. At this time, the alchemy room was very quiet. Occasionally, there would be a slight sound coming from the alchemy furnace, like the chirping of birds or the swimming of fish. Listening to this sound was like the sound of nature. Moreover, the entire alchemy room was restored to its previous aura. The rich fragrance had completely disappeared. If one smelled it carefully, perhaps one could smell a trace of it when one got close to the alchemy furnace. Xiaohua's divine sense swept over and knew that it was the best time to collect the pill. Therefore, he signaled Xue Xue to stay away from the alchemy furnace. He took a deep breath and mobilized the true essence in his body. Spiritual power surged into his fingers, and he slowly launched a series of alchemy techniques. The techniques hit the alchemy furnace. At first, there was no movement. After a while, the alchemy furnace emitted a faint brilliance. When Xiaohua waved his hand, the top of the three-legged vermilion bird and phoenix pattern furnace opened. With a soft sound, a dazzling brilliance flashed. A cloud like the shadow of a thunder beast was born from the alchemy furnace, and there was a gray flash in the cloud. Collect, Xiaohua scolded softly. A real shadow flashed in his hand, and he launched a series of alchemy techniques on the cloud. However, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth was attracted by the techniques, and it actually formed small hurricanes around the cloud. These hurricanes rotated around the cloud layer and slowly absorbed the cloud. The shadow of the thunder beast also slowly shrunk and was absorbed by the gray flash. With a pof sound, there seemed to be some lightning in the void, and it lingered around the already formed Ling Lei pill and entered it. Great, seeing that the lightning disappeared with the sound, and a thumb-sized Ling Lei pill rotated slightly in the air, Xiaohua laughed loudly. He knew that the Ling Lei pill was finally completed. With a wave of his hand, the Ling Lei pill fell into his hand. It seems to be different from what was recorded in the jade slip. Xiaohua's gaze swept across the gray Ling Lei pill. His divine sense was also blocked by the surface of the Ling Lei pill, and he couldn't help but be a little surprised. However, in his heart, he faintly felt that this Ling Lei pill formula was the real Ling Lei pill. Husband, seeing Xiaohua holding the pill in his hand, Xue Xue's face was hard to suppress the joy, and she whispered, Is the Ling Lei pill completed? Yes, Xiaohua waved his hand, and the Ling Lei pill flew to Xue Xue. But he said, however, it is different from what was recorded in the jade slip. Oh, sure enough. Xue Xue received the Ling Lei pill, and with her eyes and divine sense, she nodded and said, according to what was recorded in the jade slip, the Ling Lei pill has a strange fragrance, and there will be phantoms of lightning beasts in the surroundings, and there will even be miniature lightning beasts inside the pill. Xiaohua smiled bitterly, touched his nose and said, Yes, and the Ling Lei pill should be half the size of a fist. Far bigger than this. The color is also a little wrong. Xue Xue continued, It should be black and white threads intertwining. Speaking up to hear, Xue Xue realized something and quickly shut her mouth, put the Ling Lei pill into the jade bottle, and said with a smile, This is already not bad. Husband only looked at the jade slip and refined the Ling Lei pill without anyone's guidance. This wife doesn't know what to say. Xiaohua didn't care about Xue Xue's explanation, and after thinking for a while, he said, This husband's pill refining method is different from what was recorded in the jade slip, or the pill refined is different. However, this husband believes that since it can be refined, this Ling Lei pill will definitely be useful. This wife doesn't doubt my husband. Xue Xue pursed her lips and said with a smile, However, this wife will wait until later to take it. As you wish, Xiaohua nodded. We will prepare to leave Bright Dawn City. Don't, wait a few more days, Xue Xue shook her head and said. The disciples of the Ardent Fire Mountain might still be nearby, and if we encounter them, we won't be able to do anything, as my wife says. Xiaohua also didn't want to see the 3 elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain, so he nodded and agreed. On the 3rd day, Yu Chen came, and just as he sat down, he smiled and said to Xiaohua, Fellow Taoist Xiao, this old man has failed you. Xiaohua originally saw the smile on Yu Chen's face, and thought that there was some whereabouts of the bone tempering technique. But Yu Chen actually said this, and he couldn't help but feel surprised. However, Xiaohua smiled and said, "No matter, this thing is rare, and this Xiao didn't plan to make it easy. If fellow Taoist you found it so quickly, this Xiao would be puzzled again." Hee fellow Taoist Xiao. Yuchen drank a mouthful of spiritual tea and said, "This old man has failed you because this old man didn't get any accurate information from the city lord." "Ah!" Xiaohua laughed and clapped his hands, saying, "So fellow Taoist you is joking with this Xiao. My city lord is a nascent soul cultivator, and his knowledge is 10,000 times better than ours. Although he doesn't know the whereabouts of the bone-tempering technique, he has heard some rumors." Yuchen smiled proudly. According to him, this bone-tempering technique was left behind from ancient times, and it has long disappeared from the Dawn Rain continent. It should be around 1,000 years ago. He heard a senior occasionally mention that there was a record in the ancient records of a certain sect that there was an ancient race who refined their bodies and tempered their bones on the overseas Sunset Island. Sunset Island? Xiaohua said happily. "Isn't that the exact location?" This old man also had the same idea. Yuchen said with a smile, "But the Kueha Sea is huge, and there are very few overseas cultivators. There is no island named Sunset Island among the few known in Haoming City." "Oh, this is not good," Xiaohua said with a frown. "Yes, the waves in the Kueha Sea are stable, but the overseas area is full of monstrous waves, and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth is scarce. How can we find this so-called Sunset Island?" Yuchen echoed, "I think fellow Taoist Xiao should make other plans." After thinking for a moment, Xiaohua shook his head and said, "Forget it, I promised junior sister that I would accompany her to the Kueha Sea. Since I'm going, I'll go and find her. If I don't go, I will have an inner demon in my heart. Fellow Taoist Xiao wants to go to the Kueha Sea." Yuchen frowned and asked, "Fellow Taoist, don't forget that from Haoming City to the Kueha Sea, you have to pass through the Majiao Black Forest. After passing through the Majiao Black Forest, you have to cross the whole Meng country. Without a flying spiritual artifact, fellow Taoist Xiao and fellow Taoist Shui will encounter more than a little difficulty." Isn't this just for experience?" Xiaohua said with a smile. "If not, how can junior sister Shui build her foundation?" "Well, okay," Yuchen nodded and clapped his hands. He took out a jade slip and said, "This is the map of the Kueha Sea that I found in the Sutra Pavilion in Haoming City. If fellow Taoist Xiao insists on going, then take it." "Oh, thank you so much, fellow Taoist you." Xiaohua was even more surprised. He bowed and thanked Yuchen and reached out to take it. Xiaohua didn't look at it carefully. He scanned it with his spiritual sense and put it into his space. Then he asked, "Fellow Taoist you came at the right time. I want to ask if there is a secret path through the Majiao Black Forest in Haoming City." This. Yuchen was a little embarrassed. There are several secret paths in Haoming City. However, because of the Majiao Black Forest, these secret paths are all ineffective. We just found one recently, and it's not very stable. The danger inside is also unpredictable. That's good. Xiaohua clapped his hands and said, "As long as there is a secret path, it will save me and junior sister Shui the trouble of going into the Majiao Black Forest." As he spoke, he clapped his hands and took out a storage bag. "This secret path must belong to Haoming City. These spirit stones are for me to buy information, so I won't make things too difficult for you, fellow Taoist you. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian." Chapter 2077. Well, Yuchen looked at the storage bag and reached out to take it. He nodded and said, "This secret path is indeed a recent source of income in our Haoming City. It's specially managed by the elders, but I can't take it. As for the spiritual stones, I'll take them." "There's more." Xiaohua waved his hand again, took out a jade bottle and handed it to Yuchen. "This is to thank you for the sea map. Please accept it." Yuchen wanted to refuse, but thinking of the spiritual herbs last time, he hesitated a little and took it first. When he opened the jade bottle, he was a little moved. The elixir inside was exactly what he needed to condense elixirs. "Alas, forget it." Yuchen smiled bitterly. "I didn't want to exchange the sea map for your elixir, but this elixir. In my eyes, the sea map is 100 times more precious than this Lingli pill. You don't have to be so polite." Xiaohua waved his hand and smiled. Yuchen didn't refuse anymore. He took the Lingli pill and said, "Fellow practitioner Xiao, there are many practitioners coming to our Haoming City to participate in the auction. including the practitioners of Meng country. Many of them came from the Mo Bao land. Now the secret path is ineffective. If they want to go back to Meng country, they have to take a long detour or use the secret path in our Haoming city. Therefore, there are many practitioners who want to pass through the secret path. Our Haoming city has also collected a lot of spiritual stones to arrange for these practitioners to leave. I'll try my best to arrange for you to leave first, but I'm afraid that it will take half a year to make the arrangement now. So long? Xiaohua was stunned, but he thought for a moment and said with a smile, "It doesn't matter. Now that I'm in your territory, do I have any scruples?" Okay. Yu Qin nodded and got up. It's not too late. I'll go back and arrange it. Fellow practitioner Xiao, you can cultivate first. After seeing Yu Qin off, Xiaohua explained the matter to Shui and asked her to cultivate in the quiet room, while he himself went to the alchemy room. With a clap of his hand, he took out a storage pouch from the space and muttered to himself, "Since there's half a year of meditation time, it's exactly what I want." Yen Yu's storage pouch contains many medicinal pills and pill recipes used by Foundation establishment cultivators, and even some medicinal pills used by Golden Core cultivators. This young master will also take advantage of this time to take some medicinal pills and refine a few cauldrons of medicinal pills. Unfortunately, the Jade Slip has the pill formula for the Minghua pill, but it doesn't have the pill formula for the Elaine pill and the Hua Yuan pill. It's really too tight. Then, Xiaohua took out the clear flower pellet from his storage pouch and a drop of earth crystal Yao milk. He first poured it into his body, then put the clear flower pellet into his mouth. This was another rare opportunity for Xiaohua to cultivate. After the closed-door cultivation, Xiaohua carefully and stingily refined the earth crystal Yao milk, while taking some medicinal pills. After stabilizing his cultivation base at the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm, he slowly pushed his cultivation base to a higher level. At the same time, in his spare time, Xiaohua was still refining pills. After a few more failures, he successfully refined the clear flower pellet used by the middle stage of Foundation establishment. Looking at the clear flower pellet that didn't have any medicinal fragrance, Xiaohua bitterly smiled. This clear flower pellet had tortured him enough in the past. It was like a flying sword hanging over his head, ready to take his life at any time. But it was also this clear flower pellet that sent him to the Imperial Thunder sect, which led to all the things that happened afterwards. Otherwise, he wouldn't know where he would be cultivating now. Perhaps he would be abandoned by the heavens, a member of the heavenly demon sect. But now, the clear flower pellet that caused his meridians to burst was an ordinary medicinal pill that he used for cultivation. Moreover, one or two of them wouldn't have much of an effect. Thinking of the endless possibilities, Xiaohua faintly felt that karma was tangled up in a disorderly manner, like a messy ball of thread. Unconsciously, he understood. He put the clear flower pellet into his mouth, and his mind entered the space. The karma hand in the space faintly glowed. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly attached his mind to the karma hand and carefully comprehended it. After an unknown period of time, Xiaohua felt some movement outside the space. He withdrew his mind from the karma hand and opened his eyes. He saw Shui looking at him with a pair of big eyes. She didn't disturb him at all. "Husband, you came out of seclusion." Shui's eyes flashed as she asked in a low voice. Xiaohua smiled and said, "How long was your husband in seclusion?" Shui glanced at the cauldron beside Xiaohua and said with a smile, "Husband's cultivation is really amazing. You have been in seclusion for more than a year. Even the medicinal pills in the cauldron were ruined, and you didn't wake up." Xiaohua slapped his forehead. When he was comprehending the karma path, the clear flower pellet was still on the cauldron. Who knew that a year would pass in the blink of an eye? How could the clear flower pellet not be ruined? What a pity for these spiritual herbs. Xiaohua looked at the cauldron that was still warm and the cauldron that had already lost its medicinal fragrance, and said with regret, "Yes, it's these message talismans that are disturbing my comprehension." Xiaohua released his divine sense and saw several crimson communication talismans outside the cauldron. Xiaohua understood that Yu Qin must have come to visit him and arranged for him to go to Meng country through Mo Zhao Black Forest. Seeing Xiaohua open the restriction and let the transmission talisman in, Shui wanted to say something but hesitated. She had seen Xiaohua's abnormal state when he was cultivating before, so she didn't dare to disturb his cultivation too much this time. However, Xiaohua's abnormal state this time was different from before. This time, Xue couldn't help but watch with concern. What kind of abnormality was this? A multicolored thread emerged from the back of Xiaohua's head. It circled around the alchemy room and immediately turned into countless threads. They passed through the alchemy furnace, passed through the alchemy liquid, passed through everything and scattered outside. Then many more threads came back, passed through Xiaohua's body, and came out again. When Xue finished cultivating, she didn't see any movement from Xiaohua. When she came to the alchemy room, the multicolored threads had already turned into a huge cocoon of light, surrounding Xiaohua. How could this not shock Xue? Several transmission talismans were out of Xiaohua's expectations. In addition to Yu Chen's, there was also one from a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect's Taoist Master Miyu. There wasn't much content in it, only that Taoist Master Miyu was leaving Haoming City to return to the Imperial Thunder Sect. If there were disciples who had finished their experiential learning, they could follow Taoist Master Miyu back to the sect. Xiaohua didn't care about this message. After all, it was already half a year ago. However, this message was a rule of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Any ordinary disciple who received this transmission talisman would definitely be full of glory and eagerly go to Taoist Master Miyu to register to return to the sect, because this was an excellent opportunity to get close to a nascent soul cultivator. Thinking about how Xiaohua could casually give Bai Fengliang a foundation establishment pill, then wouldn't a nascent soul cultivator be able to casually give foundation establishment and golden core cultivators different benefits? This was also because Taoist Master Miyu saw Xiaohua appear in the auction for nascent soul cultivators, so she ordered her disciple to send this transmission talisman. Otherwise, how could an early foundation establishment disciple like Xiaohua receive this transmission talisman? Alas, this opportunity was also lost by Xiaohua. Chapter 2078. Yu Chen's messaging talisman was even simpler. He came several times, but Xiaohua didn't respond. He also understood that Xiaohua should be in seclusion, so he didn't disturb him. There were many cultivators going to Inkcloud Black Forest, so he could arrange things more freely if Xiaohua left later. Xiaohua looked at several messaging talismans, then sent out Yu Chen's messaging talisman, and then asked Xue, "Wife, how's your cultivation method? If it's successful, I'll accompany you to Haoming City to build your foundation. Otherwise, I have an appointment with Captain Yu, so we have to set off for QC." Xue didn't hesitate at all, and said with a smile, "I don't know why. I always have some lingering thoughts that this isn't the best time to build my foundation. Even the cultivation method you gave me has improved a little. I've already decided, so let's talk about it on the way." "It's up to you." Xiaohua said with a smile, "That cultivation method is beneficial to the meridians, so you'll have more confidence if you cultivate it for a few more years. Your foundation is different from mine, it's related to your life, so you have to be careful." Then, Xiaohua put away the pill furnace and other things, and Xue also put away the things she left in the cave. Not long after, Yu Chen came to the cave. As soon as he saw Xiaohua, he looked up and down, but he couldn't find any clues. Xiaohua's cultivation was still in the early stage of foundation establishment. However, Yu Chen still said with a smile, "Congratulations, fellow Taoist Xiao. You've been in seclusion for another year. Your cultivation must have improved a lot." Xiaohua didn't think so and waved his hand, saying, No, I'm just a foundation establishment cultivator. How can I improve after a year of seclusion? I'm just relying on my leisure time here to stabilize the realm I just set foot in." Yu Chen didn't ask anymore and turned his head, saying, "Then, fellow Taoist Xiao, are you going to continue your seclusion? Or are you going to Inkcloud Black Forest? If you're in seclusion, you have to give me the spirit stones for this cave first. The spirit stones you paid in advance for this cave are already not enough." Seeing Yu Chen joking, Xiaohua laughed and said, "Fortunately, fellow Taoist Yu is in Haoming City, or I would have been kicked out of the cave long ago." Yu Chen also laughed. When Yu Chen sat down, Xiaohua told him his plan. Yu Chen nodded and said, "Everything has been arranged by this old man. Tomorrow, there will be a group of cultivators passing through the Inkcloud Black Forest. 10 days later, there will be another group of cultivators. Whatever fellow Taoist Xiao thinks is possible." "Oh!" Xiaohua was slightly taken aback. Yu Chen was even more surprised than Xiaohua. He said curiously, "The Mo Zhao Black Forest is full of dangers. not to mention the Mo Sand and Mo Zhao. Even the rarely seen giant Mo Zhao in golden silk armor, who can appear at any time. If it is not a nascent soul realm senior, no one can say that they can pass through it safely. Even if there is a secret path, most Foundation establishment cultivators travel in groups. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He scratched his head and said, "Please forgive me, Daoist you. This is the first time I've come to the Inkcloud Black Forest. I didn't know it was so strange." Hee, if fellow Daoist Xiao is alone, this old man will naturally tell you the location of the secret path. Yu Chen said with a smile, but fellow Daoist Xiao also has a delicate junior sister. In this old man's opinion, you should go with others. I will listen to fellow Daoist Yu's instructions. Xiaohua had always been a person who went with the flow. Hearing Yu Chen's advice, he naturally agreed casually. But then, Xiaohua's heart moved and he asked again, "Then, who are these two groups of cultivators?" Yu Chen said casually. This was not a secret. After all, these names were registered in Haoming City. Moreover, these names must be kept secret. When they set off, they must know each other's names. What? 10 days later, there will be disciples of Jinhua Mountain's Fu family passing through the Inkcloud Black Forest? Xiaohua did not care about the names of the first group of cultivators passing through the Inkcloud Black Forest, even if he seemed to have heard of the name of Blood Ray Island. Yes, it's the Jinhua Mountain's Fu family. Yu Chen nodded and said, "It seems to be an elder called Fu something. That's the 12th level of Qi refining." What? Fellow Daoist Xiao is on good terms with this Fu guy? Hee, how can we be on good terms? We just met a few times when our cultivation was low. Xiaohua said with a smile. He was not sure whether he knew this Fu or not. Oh, I see. Yu Chen nodded and said, "Then with fellow Daoist Zhao's cultivation, you can take care of them." Take care of them? Xiaohua was slightly stunned, but he immediately understood that Yu Chen should be talking about the Inkcloud Black Forest. Can fellow Daoist Zhao's name be announced to them? Yu Chen said with a smile. Can it not be announced? Xiaohua asked. Yes, that's right. Yu Chen nodded and said, there are two cultivators traveling with Jinhua Mountain's Fu family who requested to hide their names. Oh? Hearing this, Xiaohua looked at Yu Chen's eyes and immediately understood. It turned out that the take care Yu Chen was talking about was more important than this. That's good. Junior sister and I will also not reveal our names. When the time comes, we can just wear camouflage clothes. Xiaohua nodded and said, Good. Yu Chen nodded and clapped his hand, taking out a jade slip and saying, Inside is the location of the gathering 10 days later. Fellow Daoist Xiao, keep it well. When the time comes, my Haoming City's disciples will be responsible for sending you to the edge of the Inkcloud Black Forest. I won't be sending you off. I hope that the next time I see fellow Daoist Xiao will already have the same cultivation as me. Fellow Daoist Yu is joking. Xiaohua shook his head and said, It takes 30 years to go from early stage to mid-stage foundation establishment, and 60 years to go from mid-stage to late stage. How long has it been since I came back from Meng country? How can I catch up with fellow Daoist Yu? Ha, Yu Chen laughed. Without saying anything else, he drank a few cups of spirit tea and left. This senior Yu already knows that my husband's cultivation is at mid-stage foundation establishment. Shui was somewhat surprised. After Yu Chen left, she quietly asked. Yes, Xiaohua nodded slightly and said with a smile, if he didn't see my cultivation at mid-stage foundation establishment, how could he want to be on good terms with me? However, I really did get a lot from him. It seems that in the future, I'll have to make friends with cultivators of the same realm. 10 days later, somewhere in Haoming City, Xiaohua and Shui, dressed in camouflage, arrived in front of a dozen or so cultivators. The person in the lead was a city guard around the 11th layer of the aura refining realm. After Xiaohua handed the jade slip to the city guard looked at it and saluted very respectfully. Greetings, seniors. Yes. Xiaohua raised his hand and said, I'm not late, right? This group doesn't seem to be here yet? Senior, please no, the city guard said respectfully. The disciples of Mount Jinhua and the two seniors aren't here yet, but the others are. Senior, please wait a moment. When the time comes, I can immediately lead the seniors to Inkcloud Black Forest. All right. Xiaohua nodded and turned his head to the side, ignoring the city guard. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, about 5 or 6 aura refining cultivators quickly walked over. Xiaohua's eyes brightened. Sure enough, as Yu Qin said, the ones in the lead were the elders of Mount Jinhua. However, it wasn't just one, but two. Xiaohua just happened to know these two. One of the elders was Skyward Pavilion's Fu Feng. The other was guest elder Lu Yun. The current Lu Yun was quite different from when Xiaohua first met her. Her hair was completely white, and the wrinkles on her face had increased. However, the only thing that hadn't changed was her plain robe. Looking at Fu Feng again, he was a male cultivator after all. His hair and beard were still white, and he couldn't see any special changes. Of course, the two of them still had one thing that didn't change, which was their 12th layer aura refining cultivation. Alas, seeing that the two people who were previously high up didn't make any progress in their cultivation, Xiaohua inwardly sighed. I've been following the wind and the current smoothly. I haven't thought about it for a long time. How many cultivators are there on Dawn Rain Continent? And how many can step into foundation establishment? And how many can step into core formation? Cultivation is really too difficult. I came late. Please forgive me, fellow Taoist. Fu Feng walked at the very front. When he saw Haoming City's city guard, he promptly smiled apologetically. The city guard didn't have the respect he had when he saw Xiaohua, but he also didn't have any intention of looking down on him. He faintly smiled and said, Elder Fu, don't be anxious. The time hasn't come yet. There are still two more fellow Taoists. Fu Feng knew that Jinhua Mountain was nothing in the eyes of Haoming City. In any case, he was an elder and still needed to protect Jinhua Mountain's face. Thus, he cupped his hands and casually walked to Xiaohua's side. After waiting for several Jinhua Mountain disciples to stand still, Xiaohua smiled again. Wasn't the one standing behind Fu Feng precisely another old acquaintance of his? That's Skyward Pavilion's Fu Shan. At this time, Fu Shan was already middle-aged, and his cultivation had also stepped into the 9th layer of aura refining. He could still be distinguished from his appearance. How interesting. Xiaohua inwardly laughed. I haven't seen a Jinhua Mountain disciple for a long time. I almost forgot about him. I didn't expect to meet him here all of a sudden. I wonder what a Jinhua Mountain disciple wants to do through Inkcloud Black Forest. Thinking up to here, Xiaohua suddenly quivered and came to a realization. Damn it, I understand now. Didn't I see him before? It seems he wants to go to Meng through the transportation formation. I don't have time to look for him, but Jinhua Mountain will meet. Jinhua Mountain must have obtained information about him and went to look for him. Only this way can Jinhua Mountain send two elders. Thinking of the coincidence, Xiaohua naturally thought of the twin talisman jades and talisman puppets that were like flowers and moons, as well as the talisman puppets that lost their lives for love. Alas, I wonder how the coincidence is now. Does he know that his whereabouts have already been exposed? Xiaohua slightly wrinkled his brows. After all, he still had the talisman refining method on him, and some cultivation methods that he had promised to temporarily keep. Xiaohua had long since had no use for these things, but he had no choice but to return the coincidence. It's better to return the coincidence. Xiaohua very simply made a decision. At this time, the last two enchanting cultivators also came. These two cultivators took out the jade slips. After the city guard examined them, they quietly stood to the side and didn't say anything. Xiaohua's divine sense swept through the two cultivators' enchanting cloaks. He couldn't see their true faces, but he already knew that they were at least foundation establishment. This was because Xiaohua currently possessed core formation strength. As long as the cultivation of qi condensation was below the 12th layer, the enchanting cloak couldn't obstruct his inspection. Chapter 2079. Strange, Xiaohua had Yu Chen's warning in advance, so he was very careful. When he saw the two cultivators, he couldn't help but think of Qiu Mingwei and Liao Xianlan. After all, he had refined talismans with Liao Xianlan on Jinhua Mountain and had seen the grudges between the Fu family and the Liao family. However, now that he thought about it, Qiu Mingwei had already made it clear that he wanted to stand up for Liao Xianlan, but because of Xiaohua, the foundation establishment cultivators of the three sects came together and forced Xiaohua to flee. Now that so many years had passed, there should be an end to it. Liao Xianlan and Qiu Mingwei might not be thinking about the Fu family. Of course, the most important thing was that Liao Xianlan was only in the 5th layer of qi refining at that time. Xiaohua didn't think that she could surpass Shui and reach foundation establishment in one fell swoop. It's better if it's not the Liao family of Gung Mountain. Xiaohua thought to himself. This way, I won't have to get involved in the grudges between the two families. This kind of scheming and deceit is everywhere in the Xiaoyu continent. I don't want to get involved in it. When the last two cultivators appeared, the city guard of Haoming City checked the jade slip and immediately led Xiao Hua and the others out of the city. He escorted them all the way to the edge of the ink shadow black forest, where there was an extremely secretive secret path, before he turned around and left. This secret path was obviously different from the one Xiao Hua had taken before. It was very close to the ground, and his divine sense was abnormally stable. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, please," Fu Feng said very politely to Xiao Hua. The distance between Haoming City and Inkcloud Black Forest was not short, and it was enough for Xiao Hua to get close to Fu Feng. Fu Feng knew that there was nothing in Jinhua Mountain that anyone coveted except for talismans, so he wasn't afraid of Xiao Hua's probing. Although he was a little vigilant, he was still very polite to this cultivator. After all, it was good for him to not provoke or befriend a cultivator. Xiao Hua glanced at the people around him. In addition to the two cultivators in camouflage, there were 3 cultivators in the early stage of foundation establishment. The other 20 or so cultivators were around the 11th layer of qi refining. So he said to the 2 cultivators, "Fellow Taoist, how should I address you?" "My surname is Qiu." The man raised his voice and replied, "I understand what fellow Taoist Xiao means. However, I am here to travel with my beloved concubine and have no time to care about other matters. I bid my farewells." With that, the cultivator clasped his hands and grabbed the other cultivator. The 2 of them flew into the secret passage. "Surname Qiu? Beloved concubine?" Xiao Hua stared blankly. He'd already excluded Qiu Mingwei from the list, but this cultivator actually declared himself to be surnamed Qiu, which sounded very similar to Qiu Mingwei's surname. Could it really be Qiu Mingwei? Xiao Hua pondered for a moment, but then shook his head. This young master is overthinking things. This fur coat might be Qiu, or it might be Qiu. It might not be Qiu Mingwei's fur coat. Moreover, it's impossible for Liao Xianlan to dual cultivate with Qiu Mingwei. After all, the difference in age and cultivation between the two is too great. Fortunately, the other 3 foundation-building cultivators also brought their own aura-refining disciples. They were actually willing to cooperate with Xiao Hua and pass through the secret passage together. Therefore, after some slight arrangements, everyone flew into Inkcloud Black Forest. This time, it was different from when Xiao Hua entered the forest. The purpose of this trip was only to pass through. Moreover, this secret passage had been inspected by Haoming City, and many cultivators had passed through it safely in the past few years. Even before entering Inkcloud Black Forest, the disciples of Haoming City had already explained many things to take note of. Therefore, more than a month later, at the other end of Inkcloud Black Forest, when Xiao Hua hurriedly flew out of Inkcloud Black Forest, the people of Mount Jinhua, the 3 foundation-building cultivators, and their disciples were already safely waiting outside. As soon as they saw Xiao Hua fly out, the 3 foundation-building cultivators flew up and bowed. "Senior, thank you for your help. If you weren't here today, we would all be buried in the mouth of Inkcloud." Xiao Hua, who was flying in the air, had a bitter smile on his face. It was not a big deal at first, but when they were about to reach the end of the secret path, an Ink Zhao suddenly appeared. Everyone knew how powerful this Ink Zhao was. Even Golden Core cultivators had to retreat, so how could a group of Foundation Establishment cultivators withstand it? One by one, they fled like monkeys scattering when the tree fell. Their escape was not a big deal, but Inkcloud, who seemed to be lost and even leisurely strolling, became interested and chased after them. Xiao Hua had no choice but to tell Xue to stay behind and lead Inkcloud to another place. Finally, he used the earth escape technique to escape from the Black Forest. "It's okay," Xiao Hua said with a smile. "It's fate that we are going the same way. It's not a big deal for me to help you." Seeing Xiao Hua's indifferent demeanor, the 3 foundation-building cultivators were very embarrassed. They all smiled apologetically and said, "We didn't know your cultivation level, Senior. Along the way, we were slow. Please forgive us." "Haha, the ignorant are not guilty." Xiao Hua waved his hand. "If it weren't for this ink cloud, I wouldn't have let you know my cultivation level." The 3 foundation-building cultivators looked at each other and smiled apologetically. "We are cultivators from Meng Kingdom. May I invite you to our sect for a chat?" "No need," Xiao Hua said with a smile. "I'm just traveling around. I don't want to get into trouble. However, after he finished speaking, he had a thought and asked, I came to Meng Kingdom to ask you about something. Please ask, Senior. The three said respectfully. There is a cultivation family in the south of Meng Kingdom. They might be good at refining. Do you know which family it is? Xiaohua thought for a moment and asked by accident. Haha, Senior asked the right person. One of the cultivators bowed and said, I am Miao Yen from the Miao family in Meng Kingdom's Qi City. Qi City is in the south of Meng Kingdom, close to the QC. As far as I know, there are two famous refining families. One is the Fei family in Jiqing, and the other is the Qin family in Fan City. I wonder which family is Senior looking for? This. Xiaohua was speechless. He didn't know whether the cultivator holding the gold leaf in the auction in Chiua City could refine or not. However, if he asked the families in the south of Meng Kingdom, he wouldn't have any clues. Seeing that Xiaohua was silent, Miao Yen said with a smile, If Senior is interested, Junior can accompany Senior to Jiqing and Fan City. My Qi City's Miao family is somewhat famous in the south of Meng Kingdom. It won't be difficult to find a cultivation family. If it wasn't for the matter of Mount Jinhua, Xiaohua naturally would have followed Miao Yen. However, seeing that the Jinhua Mountain Elder and Qiu Mingwei had also come to Meng Kingdom, he was afraid that they would all rush over. How could he give up? Therefore, Xiaohua said with a smile, Forget it. Now that I have something to do, let's wait for the future. All right. Miao Yen clapped his hands and took out his communication talisman. He respectfully handed it over and said, This is Junior's communication talisman. If Senior comes to Qi City, please inform Junior. Junior will do his best. Good. Xiaohua accepted it with a smile. Miao Yen was also happy. Chapter 2080. Senior, this Junior is Xue Pei from Xianlu Sect. This is Junior's communication talisman. Another Foundation establishment cultivator quickly took it out and respectfully handed it over. Oh, so you are a disciple of Xianlu Sect. Xiaohua nodded and said, This old man has seen Taoist Master Blue Feather, Taoist Li Qingxiu, and Taoist Jiming in Haoming City. Why didn't you go with them? Hearing that Xiaohua had actually seen Taoist Master Blue Feather, Xue Pei's face became even more respectful. He smiled apologetically and said, How could this Junior have a place in front of Grandmaster Blue Feather? Didn't this Junior just come back from the outside world? Even Martial Uncle Li and Senior Brother, Jiming, didn't see her. Then he carefully asked, May I know where Senior met Grandmaster Blue Feather? Naturally at the auction. Xiaohua smiled and said, If it was somewhere else, how could this old man have seen her? This Junior is Zheng Jihao from Clear Leaf Sect. This is Junior's communication talisman. When the last Foundation establishment cultivator saw that Xue Pei had finished asking, he quickly took the initiative to hand over his communication talisman. The last trace of scruples from before had long disappeared. Clear Leaf Sect? This name is somewhat familiar. Where have I heard it before? Xiaohua was slightly stunned. However, he thought for a moment and was sure that he had only seen many cultivators from Meng Country at the Feather Immortal Assembly. He really hadn't met them at other times. Okay, Xiaohua took the 3 communication talismans and said with a smile, If this old man has any matters, I will have to trouble you to wait. We dare not, the 3 smiled and said, For a senior like Senior who saved people without asking for the reason and led the trouble to others, we are willing to serve Senior. Then, the 3 of them took their disciples and flew away. Senior, when it was Jinhua Mountain's turn, Lu Yun, who had always been slightly cold, accompanied Fu Feng and flew in front of Xiaohua with a respectful expression. This Junior didn't know that Senior. Fu Feng stuttered. He thought that Xiaohua was just an early Foundation establishment cultivator. He didn't expect that he could actually kill Mo Zhao. This was the strength of a golden core cultivator. He was Senior Fu Feng's senior. Okay. Xiaohua waved his hand. Just when he was about to speak, Fu Shan, who had a flying charm stuck on his body, flew towards him again. He was so scared that he forgot that his flying charm was about to lose its effect. Moreover, he was flying towards the tunnel. He fell from the sky after flying for a few feet. If Xiaohua did not catch him in time and give him a flying charm, he would have fallen into Mo Zhao's mouth. Seeing Fu Shan fly away, Xiaohua looked at this guy with interest. Back then on Jinhua Mountain, Fu Shan had made things difficult for Xiaohua quite a bit. However, from the looks of it now, Fu Shan was just jealous of Xiaohua because of the talisman puppet. How could Xiaohua take it to heart? Junior thanks Senior for saving my life. Fu Shan flew closer, but he didn't dare to get too close. He bowed and saluted with a grateful look. If they weren't in midair, he would have already kowtowed to thank him. Xiaohua flicked his sleeves and said indifferently, "It's nothing, not worth mentioning. May I know Senior's name? If you can bestow us with a name, we will definitely remember it." Fu Feng quickly asked. How could Xiaohua tell them his name? He smiled and said, "Just know that I's surname is Xiao. Why do you need to know my name?" Junior understands. Fu Feng replied with a lowered eyebrow. Lu Yun also felt a bit ashamed. She bowed and said, "Junior is Jinhua Mountain's guest elder, Lu Yun. Junior thanks Senior for saving my life. Junior had misunderstood Senior before. I hope Senior can forgive me." "Don't say any more," Xiaohua waved his hand. "I was just casually helping you. It's really troublesome for all of you to go up and thank me one by one." Yes, Junior doesn't dare. Lu Yun thought that her previous coldness had angered Xiaohua. Her face showed a bit of panic as she hurriedly stood up. Fine, Xiaohua saw Lu Yun's appearance. He didn't know whether to explain or not. He could only frown and said, "I don't like conventional etiquette. I don't have any other intentions. You all don't need to think too much." After saying that, his body floated up and said, "I want to travel in Meng country. You all can go." Yes, Fu Feng, Lu Yun, Jinhua Mountain, and the others all bowed and said, "Farewell, Senior." Xiaohua just flew up a few feet and asked casually, "Oh right, why did you all come so far with your qi refinement cultivation? Did something happen in Meng country?" Fu Feng was a bit hesitant. Lu Yun smiled apologetically and said, "I, Jinhua Mountain, have some private matters to deal with in Meng country. Junior and the others need to go to White Bamboo Mountain. Hee, I have no intention to inquire about your whereabouts. I also won't interfere with the matters of Jinhua Mountain's Fu family." Xiaohua was secretly happy. His purpose was obviously to inquire about the whereabouts of Fu Feng and the others. However, he still said, "The two Miho cultivators who passed through the secret passage seem to be interested in you all. Their cultivation is above foundation establishment, so I have to remind you all." After saying that, Xiaohua pulled Shui and flew up, disappearing in a direction. "Senior." Fu Feng heard and hurriedly raised his voice. Unfortunately, Xiaohua deliberately avoided him and didn't pay attention to him. Looking at Xiaohua's flying figure, Fu Feng didn't blame Lu Yun for revealing their purpose. He whispered, "Elder Lu, according to Senior Zhao's words, our operation today was leaked. How could we, Jinhua Mountain's qi refinement cultivators, be coveted by two foundation establishment cultivators? Could it be that the cultivator surnamed Qiu is Qiu Mingwei?" Qiu Mingwei. Lu Yun also realized and said in surprise, "The Middle Foundation establishment cultivator who fought with our family head several decades ago in Jinhua Mountain? And it's that Senior." Fu Feng's face was very gloomy. He was present that day and knew how powerful Qiu Mingwei was. "If this Senior follows us, we will be in great danger this time." "But that's not right." Lu Yun frowned and said, "When Qiu Mingwei came to Jinhua Mountain several decades ago, he was already a Middle Foundation establishment cultivator, and his cultivation was already higher than our family head. If he has any ulterior motives, why would he follow us? Wouldn't he be able to kill us with a flip of his hand? We still need to be careful." Fu Feng still shook his head. "In my opinion, we should—" "Elder Fu, are you going to return to Jinhua Mountain?" Lu Yun was surprised. "It's just a cultivator surnamed Qiu. Do we have to take the risk and go through the ink cloud black forest?" Fu Feng's expression changed a few times. He looked at the sky in the distance and seemed to be thinking about something. After a while, he said, "Elder Lu, you don't know. We came to Meng Kingdom this time not only to find Fu Zhu, Fu Puppet, and the corresponding information, but more importantly, Fu Feng didn't dare to neglect the rest of the words and only transmitted them to Lu Yun." "Ah? There's such a thing?" As a guest elder, Lu Yun obviously didn't know much. Only now did she understand the importance of this trip and couldn't help but cry out. "That's right. If that cultivator is really Qiu Mingwei, then what he covets is the foundation of Jinhua Mountain," Fu Feng said while gnashing his teeth. Hee, I'm afraid it's not that complicated." Lu Yun thought for a while and said with a smile, "As far as I know, Senior Qiu came to Jinhua Mountain for the Liao family of Gung Mountain and the girl named Liao Xianlan. If Senior Qiu still wants to find trouble with Jinhua Mountain, it must be Liao Xuanlan's idea." Senior Xiao said clearly that that there are two foundation establishment cultivators. One is the partner of the other. If Liao Xianlan is here, how can she be a foundation establishment cultivator? Besides, if two foundation establishment cultivators come together, we can't resist any means. Even if the family head is here, it's useless. I don't think this person is Chiu Mingwei, Lu Yun said decisively. That's strange. Obviously, Lu Yun thought the same as Xiaohua. Fu Feng also realized it and scratched his head. I don't understand why Senior Xiao said that. Alas, if I knew, I would have told Senior Xiao more. Maybe we hid it from him and made him angry. Otherwise, we could have asked Senior Xiao to help us. Fu Feng said regretfully. Senior Xiao is a golden core cultivator. How can he care about our trivial matters? Lu Yun said disapprovingly. We should think about how to solve it ourselves. Elder Fu, don't say that the family head doesn't have a backup plan. Hee, that's natural. Fu Feng said with a smile. When the family head was traveling in Meng country, he had two good friends. They are also foundation establishment cultivators. Moreover, they are from Meng country's cultivation families. If we ask them to back us up, we should be able to scare away this foundation establishment cultivator, who might be Senior Chiu. That's good, Lu Yun said while clapping her hands. Immediately, the people from Jinhua Mountain flew toward the south of Meng country. Damn it, I almost ruined it with just one sentence. Xiaohua sat cross-legged a few li away. He used his divine sense to check the area. After Fu Feng and the others flew away, he let out a sigh of relief and said, if they turn back to Jinhua Mountain, it would be hard for me to find a suitable one. Who knows if the white bamboo mountain they talked about is real or fake? Husband, you seem to be very interested in this Jinhua Mountain. Shue said with some confusion. Jinhua Mountain is considered a talisman-making family. However, they are currently in a decline. Compared to my Misty Mountain and Flying Phoenix Mountain, they are still lacking a lot. You don't know. Xiaohua said with a smile. Your husband has some stories in Jinhua Mountain. Is that so? Shue's eyes lit up. She said with a smile, I'm all ears. Good, Xiaohua nodded. Let's talk as we walk. Several months later, in the south of Meng country, in an endless grassland, two figures flew through the sky. They flew past the faint dark clouds and rushed toward the towering mountain in the distance. These two people were Xiaohua and Shue. Meng country was somewhat different from Shi country. There were more grasslands and mountain ranges. Relatively speaking, there were fewer lakes, rivers, and barren hills and rivers. Moreover, there were many small cities in Meng country. Some of them were occupied by secular people, some of them were occupied by cultivation families, and there were even more than 10 cities controlled by cultivation sects. Along the way, Xiaohua and Shue passed through mostly small cities. There were very few big cities. Of course, they were tailing the disciples of Jinhua Mountain. Presumably, they were trying to cover their tracks. Chapter 2081. In the past few months, Xiaohua had also made some inquiries. White Bamboo Mountain was located in the south of Meng country. It was not a famous mountain range, and there was only one cultivation family and a small sect around it. Although Fu Feng and the others had concealed their tracks, they had always been heading towards White Bamboo Mountain. They had even inquired about the movements of White Bamboo Mountain. So Xiaohua was certain that the disciples of Jinhua Mountain were going to White Bamboo Mountain. Today, after Fu Feng and the others came out of the transmission array, they rested in a small town and bought some gifts in the small town. Obviously, they were going to meet someone. Xiaohua and Shue did not want to wait for long, so they flew out first. They were already very close to White Bamboo Mountain, so Xiaohua could find the corresponding tracks himself. Husband, you said that the two foundation establishment cultivators might be disloyal to the disciples of Jinhua Mountain, but along the way, we have not seen any traces of them? We have already arrived at White Bamboo Mountain. Why haven't they appeared? Shue stood in the air and asked very leisurely. Xiaohua was a little embarrassed and said with a smile, Yuchen did not say clearly, how would I know? Maybe the two foundation establishment cultivators asked too many questions, making Yuchen feel that there is a problem. Right, it has been several months. How is your practice of the cultivation method? When will you take the Linglei Dan? No hurry, Shue said with a charming smile. Could it be that my husband is in a hurry to dual cultivate with me? No. Xiaohua touched his nose and said, even if I want to, I can't say it now. I have been practicing for several months. and I feel that this cultivation method is more and more powerful. Shue said with a serious expression. At this time, my meridians have already expanded a little. If I practice again, I think it can still expand. I want to lay a good foundation for qi refining meridians before foundation establishment. Xiaohua originally wanted to say, after foundation establishment, this dragon transformation art can still be practiced, and your meridians can also expand. But when the words came to his mouth, he stopped. After all, everyone's cultivation was different, and Shue wanted to be steady, so he said with a smile, "It doesn't matter, your husband still has the same words. You can slowly cultivate, and your husband will accompany you until the day foundation establishment." My husband is the best. Shue smiled sweetly, and then she lowered her head and said, "Unfortunately, no one in this world is as fortunate as I am. Just think about that talisman puppet. For the sake of being suitable, she gave her body to another, yet she still couldn't obtain the love she desired. When I see someone suitable, I'll really ask him properly." Yes, it's more than that. Ever since Xiaohua told her about his experience in Jinhua Mountain, Shue had endless sympathy for the talisman puppet. She kept mentioning it, so how could Xiaohua refute her? He added, "Songqing is Fu Zhu and Fu Ba's biological siblings. Since they've been intimate with each other, I'd like to see how Songqing will handle this." Are Fu Zhu and Fu Puppet really that beautiful? Shue rolled her eyes and asked, "Back then, did you also have a plan in mind? When you entered Mount Jinhua, did you not think that you would find such a beautiful dual cultivation partner and stay in Mount Jinhua for the rest of your life?" Xiaohua smiled bitterly. This question didn't seem to be the first time he'd asked, right? Thus, Xiaohua rubbed his nose and replied righteously, "All right, I'll let my wife know. Back then, your husband didn't think too much. I only thought about cultivation. If you want to make a name for yourself, any kind of beauty is nothing in front of you." Puffed. Shue laughed and said, "I don't believe you. You said it yourself, Songqing is extremely handsome. Fu Zhu and Fu Ba simply don't like you." "My wife," Xiaohua said awkwardly, "it's fine as long as you know this. Why bring it out to attack your husband? Isn't your husband just a little less handsome than Songqing? Besides, my wife already knows, so why ask me every time?" Hee. I just want to see if your answer is the same every time." Shue covered her mouth and laughed. But at this time, Xiaohua didn't respond as expected. Instead, he frowned and lowered his head to look at the ground. "Husband?" Shue asked curiously. At the same time, she also looked down. However, under their feet was a withered and yellow grassland. Mottled yellow soil could be seen from the withered grass. It was as ugly as a child's head. Shue was very puzzled. She also swept out her divine sense. However, other than withered grass and yellow soil, there was still nothing special. "Husband?" Shue raised her voice and asked, "What's there to see here? Could it be that my husband found the traces of those two foundation establishment cultivators?" No, Xiaohua's eyes flashed with a strange light. He shook his head and said, "Ever since Mo Zhao and the Black Forest, I haven't seen those two people." "Then why did you?" Shue asked. "Oh, my wife." Xiaohua pointed at the withered grassland and asked, "This grassland is so barren. Don't you think it's very strange?" "Ah?" Shue was stunned. She looked again and shook her head. "Husband, I don't feel anything strange. It's already midsummer. It's the time when the rain is moistened. This grassland should be lush with water and grass, cattle and sheep everywhere. However, look, it's all barren. Where did the cattle and sheep come from? Then where did the shepherds go?" Xiaohua patiently explained. "Ah?" Shue was even more puzzled. She muttered, "This? I don't know. Moreover, where the shepherds went, does it have anything to do with us?" Yes, the grassland was barren and the cattle and sheep were missing. What did it have to do with Shue? What did it have to do with cultivation? How could Shue know? "Come with me." Xiaohua knew what Shue was thinking. He swept his divine sense and flew towards another direction. Although Shue was puzzled, she still followed. They flew for dozens of miles and arrived at a hilly area. It was a mountainous area. On the hillside, there were layers of cultivated fields. They were like stairs that extended from the top of the mountain to the foot of the mountain. However, at this time, in the cultivated fields, there were cracks from the top of the mountain to the foot of the mountain. The cracks were like dry human skin. Where was the appearance of a cultivated field? In the barren cultivated fields, not to mention the crops, even the grasses were in 2s and 3s. Seeing the deep compassion in Xiaohua's eyes, Shui was very puzzled. Just as she was about to speak, Xiaohua raised his head again. He sped up and landed halfway on a hill. On this hill, there was a solitary straw shed. Beside the straw shed, there was a huge rock. Beside the rock, there was a small well. Shui didn't know what Xiaohua was doing. She silently fell behind Xiaohua and followed him to the straw shed. The straw shed was very simple and crude. There were only a few crooked branches and some scattered withered grass. Turning around the straw shed, they saw a piece of cultivated field that was several zhang in size. Inside, there were a dozen or so tender seedlings standing there listlessly. However, Xiaohua's gaze swept across the field and landed on the straw shed. He couldn't help but feel a piercing pain in his heart. Chapter 2082. Shui casually glanced around and was immediately shocked. She covered her mouth with her hand and looked inside with her eyes wide open in disbelief. There was only a shabby straw mat in the straw hut. On the mat, there was a 2-chi-tall baby boy lying on his back. Well, rather than calling it a baby boy, it was better to call it a skeleton. Because the child's head was big, his eyes were sunken, there was no flesh on his face, and his skin was tightly stuck to his bones. He didn't wear any clothes, his ribs were bulging, his little arms and legs were curled up, and his bones were exposed. If it wasn't for his chest rising and falling, Shui would have thought that this baby was dead just by looking at him with the naked eye. Pitiful, Xiaohua sighed and continued to walk forward. Beside the straw hut was a ridge in the fields. An old man in ragged clothes was squatting there weakly, looking at the dozen or so seedlings in front of him with lifeless eyes. Xiaohua and Shui's voices had already alarmed the old man. However, the old man indifferently raised his head and glanced at them. His turbid eyes were cold, and he lowered his head again. "Sir." Xiaohua walked forward and bowed. "Sir?" Shui once again saw that Xiaohua was different. She understood that although Xiaohua's face was very light, he might not be much younger than the old man. There was no need for him to be so respectful. "Little brother, what's the matter?" The old man seemed to be unwilling to pay attention to Xiaohua. He didn't even look at Xiaohua and said in a low voice. That voice seemed to be in his throat, as if he was afraid of wasting energy. "Sir." Xiaohua's words were stuck in his mouth. He didn't know where to start. After thinking for a moment, Xiaohua turned to Shui and said, "Wife, do you have anything to eat in your storage bag?" Yes, Shui hurriedly said. She clapped her hands and took out a jade bottle and handed it to Xiaohua. "What is this?" Xiaohua frowned. "Fasting pill," Shui hurriedly said. Sigh, Xiaohua shook his head and said, "This thing can only be used for fasting. It can't support the consumption of ordinary people." "Oh," Shui's face slightly reddened. She understood Xiaohua's meaning and said in a low voice, "I haven't eaten for a long time. How can I have such things?" Shui's eyes lit up as she reminded him, "My husband, although we don't have any food, spirit fruits should be edible." "That's right." Xiaohua slapped his forehead and waved his hand, taking out several different spirit fruits. After tasting them one by one, his mouth actually gradually became bitter. The spiritual light in his space was abundant, and all the spiritual fruits were full of spiritual qi. This was extremely good for cultivators, but how could these ordinary people eat them? Not to mention the old man and the baby whose bodies were on the verge of collapse. What should we do? Xiaohua scratched his head. He was clear in his heart that the old man's situation was better, but the baby was in danger. Even if he could fly back to the city to find food, the baby wouldn't be able to wait for him to return. Why don't we take the baby and leave? Xiaohua's heart was filled with compassion. "My husband," Shui clapped her hands and took out several dried spirit jujubes. She said in a low voice, "This is what I took out to satisfy my cravings in Xuanlei Palace in the early years. Do you think it's okay?" "Great." Xiaohua reached out to take the spirit jujubes and kissed Shui's face. He said with a smile, "Today, 2 lives were saved by you." Seeing Shui's beaming face, Xiaohua took a bite of the spirit jujube and handed it to the old man. He said with a smile, "Old man, you can eat this spirit jujube first. This little one can slowly ask you." The old man's turbid eyes flashed with a trace of luster. He waved his dark, thin, and dirty hand and grabbed the spirit jujubes. He opened his mouth and was about to throw them into his mouth. "Old man," Xiaohua hurriedly blocked the old man's hand, as if he didn't dislike the filth on his hand. He said in a low voice, "You can only eat this thing bite by bite, and you can only eat half of it." The old man glanced at Xiaohua. He hesitated for a moment, then picked one out with his finger and gently bit off a piece of meat with his teeth. Xiaohua carefully observed the old man, fearing that there would be some problem with this spirit jujube. But after the old man chewed for a while, he actually couldn't swallow it and struggled to get up from the ground. The old man didn't have much strength now. How could he stand steadily? He staggered and was about to fall again. Xiaohua hurriedly supported him and asked, "Old man, where are you going?" The old man didn't answer and rushed towards the straw hut. Xiaohua secretly sighed. He supported the old man with one hand and followed him into the straw hut. Sure enough, the old man hurriedly arrived in front of the infant boy and knelt on the ground with a putong sound. He bent down and used his mouth to pass the jujube meat that he had just chewed into the infant's mouth. As soon as the fragrant jujube meat entered the infant's mouth, the infant greedily chewed. After chewing a few times, the infant's slightly trembling lips stopped and a trace of bitterness appeared on his face. But immediately he hurriedly chewed again. Obviously, the infant used his only baby teeth to bite his lips. "Inger, slow down. Grandpa still has more here," the old man said in a low voice. He hurriedly took another bite of the jujube meat and wanted to feed it to the infant again. Xiaohua's heart was incomparably bitter. He also squatted down and said warmly, "Old man, the infant's life is no longer in danger. He can't eat too much of this jujube meat. You should eat it first." And then, when the old man heard this, he looked at the infant's small tongue that was greedily licking his lips. He wanted to give more to the infant, but he was afraid that something might go wrong. He looked at Xiaohua. "Hee, with Xiaoku here, I won't let anything happen to the infant." Xiaohua said again. "Woo-woo." The old man whimpered and finally swallowed the jujube meat that he had chewed for a long time. Sure enough, as soon as the jujube meat entered his stomach, it immediately rushed to his four limbs and bones like a flood. An incomparable comfort spread through his body, and his four limbs suddenly had strength. The old man was wild with joy. He looked at the infant again, and his eyes also opened. He even wanted to sit up. "Thank you, immortal elder." The old man no longer ignored him and bowed his head. "Don't." Xiaohua hurriedly grabbed the old man and said with a smile, "Old man, you should eat another bite. There's no need to keep it all. Later, I will think of a way for you." Yes. The old man's own thoughts were exposed, and he heard that Xiaohua actually wanted to think of a way for him. His eyes lit up, and he reluctantly ate another bite of the spirit jujube. After the old man finished eating the spirit jujube, he slightly closed his eyes and rested for a moment. The infant boy also sat up. Because of his skinny body, his large eyes looked around randomly. From time to time, he would look at Shui and then at Xiaohua. This old man's name is Fan Nong. This is this old man's grandson, Inger. The old man rested and bowed. "This old man thanks Immortal Elder and Immortal Elder for your great kindness. I also ask Immortal Elder to bestow names. This old man and grandson will definitely set up a longevity tablet for Immortal Elder and Immortal Elder, and we will worship you every day." Hee. Xiaohua flicked his sleeve and said, "I's name is Xiaohua. This is I's lover, Shui. As for the longevity tablet, let's talk about it later. Old man, first tell I, why is this place so barren?" "AI, it's hard to explain in a few words." Fan Nong sighed. He pointed down the mountain and said, "This old man lives in the Fan Manor at the foot of the mountain." Following Fan Nong's finger, in a depression at the foot of the mountain, there was a village. Scattered villages were scattered around in twos and threes. And Xiaohua casually scanned with his divine sense and was about to ask again. But at this moment, Xiaohua's face slightly changed and he angrily said, "Bastard." As he spoke, Xiaohua's figure suddenly flew up and quickly rushed down the mountain. That speed was definitely something Shui had never seen before. "Husband." Shui covered her mouth again. She looked at Xiaohua in disbelief as his figure disappeared into one of the villages in the Fan Manor. A moment later, Xiaohua flew back again. His left hand was holding a baby in swaddling clothes, and his right hand was holding a skinny woman. The woman's eyes were tightly closed, and she seemed to have fainted. "Husband, why is that?" Shui asked curiously. Xiaohua's face was very ugly. He didn't answer Shui and handed the baby to Fan Nong and said, "Old man, feed some of those dates to the baby." And, although Fan Nong was somewhat reluctant, he didn't dare to disobey Xiaohua's words. He took a small bite of the date meat and chewed it up to feed it to the baby. At the same time, Xiaohua pointed at the woman. The woman sitting on the ground opened her eyes. However, the woman's face was ashen and there was no light in her eyes. She glanced at Xiaohua and then at the baby in Fan Nong's hand. "Let this Xiao ask you," Xiaohua said coldly. "Since ancient times, even an evil tiger wouldn't eat its cubs. Why did you kill your own baby?" Ah? Shui was shocked and looked at the dark and skinny woman in disbelief. The woman didn't pay attention to Xiaohua and struggled to get up. However, after moving a few times, she didn't seem to have any strength. She sat down again and her ash-white eyes turned a few times and a trace of ridicule appeared. That ridicule angered Xiaohua. Xiaohua said coldly, "This Xiao knows that you have been starving for a long time. If you don't eat, you will die. However, can you bear to eat your own flesh and blood? Are you still human?" Ha 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 ha. The woman laughed mournfully. "Of course I'm not human. Why would I be human?" Saying this, she threw herself on the ground and wept weakly. "Daoist Xiao." Fan Nong saw this and said in a low voice, "I'm afraid Daoist Xiao has misunderstood Qianshi. She and Qian'er have always been filial. This wants to use the child to feed his mother, right?" Shui couldn't help but exclaim. Then what about Qian'er?" "I'll let Fairy Shui know," Fan Nong said mournfully. "If this old man's guess is correct, Qian'er, I'm afraid, is already in his mother's stomach." Shui didn't exclaim this time. Her right hand trembled slightly and her eyes flashed with an indescribable brilliance. "Ai, this Xiao was wrong." Hearing this, Xiaohua's divine sense immediately swept out again. He saw an old woman lying on the ground in the village house on the verge of death. He sighed and bowed towards Qianshi. "How could you immortals be wrong? It's all us mortals who are wrong." Qianshi didn't seem to appreciate it and said coldly, "Even if we ate our own flesh and blood, if there weren't any spirit stones, you definitely wouldn't do anything. You are naturally free and unfettered. Why would you care about our lives? Now, even if you saved my boy, can you save this Nujia? Can you save this Nujia's mother? Can you save the dozens of old and young in my Fan Manor? Can you revive the villagers who starved to death?" Chapter 2083. Qianshi's words were weak, but when Xiaohua heard every word, for some reason, he felt ashamed in his heart. Yes, he was a golden core cultivator and could kill cultivators with low cultivation at will. He could fly in the sky and burrow into the ground, carefree and unfettered, and could view mortals as ants. But what did that count for? In this world, would he be able to save the common people? What was the use of cultivators' cultivation? Shui was even more unbearable. She had never faced this mortal world and had never seen such a cruel situation. She also never thought that under the same blue sky, while she was dancing with her lover, there were many mortals in the mortal world who were in an abyss of suffering, on the brink of death, in a situation where they had to eat raw human flesh to fill their stomachs. In the time it took to smoke a cigarette, Qianshi's sobs had gradually stopped due to her lack of strength. Xiaohua then came to his senses and sighed, "Excellent. Although I am powerless to reverse the situation now, I will definitely cultivate with all my might and hope that there will be a day when I have the power to reverse the situation. Moreover, today, with my ability, I will definitely spare your lives." Yes, if they were mortals, how could they have any methods? Only cultivators had the power to resist this natural disaster. The stronger Xiaohua was, the more authority he had to speak. "Can you make rain? Can you make rice grow in a barren land?" Qianshi asked again. Even the immortal elders of Misty Cloud's sect wouldn't dare to boast like this, right? Ha ha ha, at this moment, Xiaohua was even more enlightened. He knew that there must be some secrets that he didn't know, so he laughed and said, "Since I said it, I will definitely be able to do it. Let's not talk about anything else, let's save you first." "Husband, I will stay here to take care of things. You should quickly go to U City to buy food. With husband's speed, you will be able to return quickly." Shui said anxiously. "Food." Xiaohua muttered to himself for a moment, then his eyes lit up and he said with a smile, "Why is it so troublesome? Moreover, if I leave, I'm afraid that many people will die in a short while." After saying that, Xiaohua waved his hand, and the dozen or so half-dead seedlings in Fan Nong's field were collected into his space. Then he flew in front of Fan Nong and said with a smile, "Old man, come with this Xiao. Let's first rescue the dead people in your Fan Manor." Yes, I will follow your orders. Fan Nong returned the baby to Mrs. Qian, stood up, and smiled apologetically. Thus, Xiaohua grabbed Fan Nong's collar and flew down the mountain. In the time it took to eat a meal, Xiaohua brought Fan Nong back to the farmland. Shui hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "Husband, what's the situation?" Xiaohua had a bitter smile on his face as he replied, "There are only a few spirit jujubes, and there are too many people who are about to die. Your husband can only choose a few seriously hungry old men or infant boy. I can't take care of the others for the time being. Then what should we do?" Shui was originally kind. Previously, she treated the common people like ants. Although she didn't pity the common people like Xiaohua, she still became anxious and said, "Husband, you should hurry and go. This concubine will guard this place. I definitely won't let any of them die." "Wife, do you have any good methods?" Xiaohua's eyes brightened, and he said with a smile, "Could it be that you still have some snacks from Sun Lei Palace?" Shui's face reddened, and she vigorously shook her head. "AI, we can be considered to have some success in our cultivation." Xiaohua sighed, "However, all of our magic arts are offensive, and all of them are for self-protection. What kind of magic art can help others? Can it save people?" After saying that, Xiaohua swung his big sleeve and used the water spike technique. A large area of blue ice spikes appeared and lined up in midair. Following Xiaohua's hand seals, balls of water condensed on the farmland. These balls of water contained abundant heaven and earthling qi, and their offensive power was also shocking. However, how could these balls of water nourish the soil? Even if they nourished the several zhang of land in front of them, what about the terraced fields of the entire mountain range? What about the entire Fan Manor's farmland? A feeling of powerlessness spontaneously arose in his heart. Amitabha, Xiaohua involuntarily chanted the name of Buddha in his heart and sat cross-legged. "Husband." Shui saw that not only did Xiaohua not leave to search for food, but he also sat cross-legged. She couldn't help but be shocked. However, she had always regarded Xiaohua as her leader, so she definitely wouldn't say anything that went against Xiaohua. Therefore, she only hesitated for a moment before stopping. On the side, Qianshi had already heard Fan Nong's words and knew that her mother-in-law had already been saved by Xiaohua. Panic and gratitude appeared on her dark and thin face, and her eyes were filled with incomparable love as she looked at the child in her arms. Those tears flowed down. If it weren't for the fact that she had no other choice, how could she take her own child? Very quickly, several hours passed, and the sky was already dark. Xiaohua was still regulating his breathing. Fan Nong's grandson was hungry again, and he hid in Fan Nong's arms and gnashed his teeth. Qianshi lifted her lapel and used her thin and shriveled breast to feed the child. However, she also hadn't eaten for a long time and was barely surviving on grass. How could she have breast to feed the child? And the child was just used to sucking. He hadn't tasted breast for a long time. "Wah wah." The infant boy wept powerlessly, and Qianshi gently coaxed him. All kinds of desolation were displayed in the cold wind. Immortal Elder, Qianshi clenched her teeth and walked in front of Xiaohua. With a plop, she knelt down again. Seeing this, Fan Nong also moved over and knelt down with Immortal Elder, please have mercy. This lowly servant knows that Immortal Elder can do it. This lowly servant also knows that Immortal Elder is different from Misty Cloud's sex Immortal Elder. You have a merciful heart. Qianshi gathered her words and cried, "This lowly servant and the others are all mortals. We don't have any spirit stones that Immortal Elder needs, but this lowly servant is willing to exchange her life for his. As long as Immortal Elder can save this lowly servant's mother-in-law and child, this lowly servant is willing to follow Immortal Elder and be ordered by Immortal Elder." Qianshi kowtowed. Fan Nong did the same, and even curled up his shriveled body and kowtowed with all his strength. "Sister-in-law." Xiaohua flicked his sleeves and supported everyone. He opened his starry eyes and smiled. "Since this Xiao has already reached out, I must intervene. How can this Xiao be the unbearable person that you speak of?" Then Xiaohua flicked his hand, and a large pile of rice appeared in front of them. It was at least 1 zhang in radius. Ah! Not only Qianshi and Fan Nong, but even Shui was shocked. She looked at the rice that seemed to have just been harvested in disbelief. "This Xiao has been traveling all this way and didn't care about worldly food, so I didn't dare to leave easily. You can eat this rice first. It should be enough for a few days. This Xiao will go out now and see if I can find more food." Xiaohua said with a smile. Daoist Xiao, Qianshi and Fan Nong were so happy that they shed tears. They kowtowed and said, "We were blinded by greed and actually misunderstood Daoist's kindness. We really deserve to die." Chapter 2084. Just wait for me. Xiaohua helped the two of them up and said to Shui, "Wife, I'll have to trouble you to take care of the rice. Your husband will go out and find some food." Okay. Shui was happy to see that she could help. She urged Xiaohua to leave while she put the rice into her storage pouch and flew back to Fan Manor with Madame Qian and the others. Not to mention Fan Nong and the people of Fan Manor taking care of the rice, Xiaohua flew into the sky with a heavy heart and flew towards Yu City. His mind entered the space again. At this time, many puppets were moving. They were reclaiming the remaining land in the space piece by piece. On each piece of land, there was a puppet responsible for planting rice and harvesting rice. Xiaohua's space was originally conducive to the growth of spiritual plants. Ordinary rice like this could mature in just a few hours. However, the rice seedlings that Xiaohua obtained from Fan Nong's terraced fields were too little. Moreover, although Xiaohua asked Fan Nong how to plant rice, it was different from the planting method in his memory. He had no choice but to use the pond water that he obtained from Mo Zhao Black Forest to form paddy fields. Then, he began to use the puppets to try to plant rice clumsily. These pitiful puppets that ordinary aura-refining cultivators trembled in fear when they saw them. At this time, they were actually doing the work of a peasant. If Mo Qingyuan knew, he would probably fly over from the North Desert to fight Xiaohua. Alas, there are still not enough puppets. Xiaohua pulled his mind out of the space and sighed. These rice can't save many people. It's better to go find food. Xiaohua left for an entire night. The next day, when the sun was high in the sky, Xiaohua returned to Fan Manor with a worried expression. At this time, Fan Zhuang had already recovered some of its vitality. Many of the more robust farmers were processing the rice in the paddy field. When they saw Xiaohua flying over, they all threw down their farming tools and kowtowed. They thanked Daoist Xiao. The corners of Xiaohua's mouth curled into a smile. He used his big sleeve to help everyone up, and with a wave of his hand, he took out piles and piles of grains and piled them on the ground. Moreover, in the midst of everyone's cheers, he took out several cows from his spirit storage pouch. Alas, it's really hard on Xiaohua. He's actually still thinking about those babies who are drinking milk in his heart. Perhaps the shriveled black and skinny from last night had left an unforgettable mark in his heart. Husband, Shui's face was also filled with joy as she flew over. Clearly, she was very satisfied with helping the world and saving people yesterday. However, when she saw the worried expression on Xiaohua's face, she was slightly stunned. She turned and asked in a low voice, "What's going on? Didn't he already get the food?" "How?" "Alas." Xiaohua sighed and replied, "All along the way, we only coveted the beautiful scenery and were free and unfettered, and we've never paid attention to the hardships of the mortal world. Last night, I didn't dare to fly too far away, so I only checked around Yu City. This disaster seems to be much more serious than we thought." "Husband, what do you mean?" Shui's face tightened as she asked anxiously. "It's not just the Fan Manor that's suffering from the disaster. There are many places around Yu City that are suffering from the disaster." Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "It's just that the Fan Manor is extremely inconvenient. Fan Nong and the others can't travel far, so many people have starved to death. Although other places are on the verge of collapse, there are still people starving to death." "The food?" Shui asked quietly. Xiaohua smiled. "I found all of these with my divine sense. They belong to those rich families. I took some from each family, so it won't affect them in any way." "That's good." Shui smiled. "I was worried that you would harm those people after saving them." "How could I?" Xiaohua smiled. "My wife, you've worked hard too." "Alas, it's nothing." Shui sighed again. "I've never thought that the mortal world would be like this. Compared to them, my life is really like an immortal." "That's right." Xiaohua was just about to speak when Fan Nong quickly walked over with a few white-haired old men. Several people didn't even wait for them to get close before bowing and kowtowing. How could Xiaohua let them kowtow? He hurriedly waved his sleeve to stop them. The old man in front saw that they couldn't kowtow, so he smiled respectfully and said, "I'm the leader of the Fan Manor. My name is Fan Yunxiao. Yesterday, thanks to Reverend Xiaohua's grace, I didn't die on the spot. Also, I've just received news that Reverend Xiaohua has brought countless food. My fan manor is finally safe in Reverend Xiaohua's hands. I've already told everyone in the fan manor to not only remember Reverend Xiaohua's grace in their hearts, but also to set up a longevity tablet in everyone's home. They must pray to God day and night to bring blessings to Reverend Xiaohua. Xiaohua naturally wouldn't take this kind of statement seriously. He smiled and helped the old man up, saying, "Old man fan, please rise. As long as I can contribute 30% of my strength, I definitely won't slack off 20%. To be able to see my fellow villagers living a peaceful life, I am happy in my heart. Reverend Xiaohua is really a kind person." Fan Yunxiao said with tears of gratitude. Xiaohua politely said a few more words before instructing, "Sir Fan, although this humble Taoist has obtained this rice, it is still limited in the end. In this humble Taoist's opinion, if the healthy people have already rested, it would be better to plant this rice as soon as possible. While the current season is still good, we will be able to harvest a season of crops before winter." "Ah, Reverend Xiaohua, you're an otherworldly person. You actually know about my farming?" Fan Yunxiao said in astonishment. Haha. Xiaohua didn't explain, but Fan Yunxiao's face was bitter. He said in a low voice, "It's not that my fan manor's children are lazy. Even if the rice is planted, if there's no rain, the rice won't grow." "Oh." Xiaohua nodded. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "Fan manor's drought. How long has it been?" It's hard to explain in a few words." Fan Yunxiao sighed. He found a place to sit down and tirelessly explain the cause of the matter. It turned out that Fan Manor used to be a place with plenty of food. Although it was inconvenient to move around in the surrounding 10 li, the weather was good and there weren't any special disasters. However, 10 years ago, the weather began to change. Now and then there would be floods and droughts. It was no longer the same weather as before. Last year, it was even more serious. There wasn't even a drop of rain. Fan Manor's old folks didn't even have a harvest. They even had to take out the seeds they had stored for many years to eat. Fan Nong, whom Xiaohua first saw, could only rely on the water from the well on the mountain to barely preserve some seedlings of rice. Moreover, according to Fan Yunxiao, there was a cultivation sect near Yu City called the Misty Clouds sect. They once came to Fan Manor and said that as long as the people of Fan Manor paid a certain amount of spirit stones every year, they could guarantee that there would be rain in Fan Manor's terraced fields. However, Fan Manor's secular people didn't have any spirit stones. After pleading to no avail and taking out gold and silver, the Misty Clouds sect's cultivators left. What made Xiaohua most angry was that a month ago, the Misty Clouds sect's cultivators came once. Even though they saw Fan Manor's miserable state, they still didn't show any expression. They coldly looked at them for a few times and didn't even say a word before flying away. It was precisely because of this that Qianshi looked at Xiaohua with such cold eyes. Because in her heart, all cultivators were cold and indifferent, treating them as if they were nothing. Misty Cloud sect? Xiaohua slightly frowned. He didn't seem to have heard of this Meng country's cultivation sect from the cultivators. It should be a small sect, but they could actually make rain. They could do something that Xiaohua, a gold core cultivator, couldn't do. Could it be they were swindled? Xiaohua stroked his chin and frowned as he pondered. But thinking about it, even if the Misty Cloud sect's disciples wanted to swindle, there was no need to swindle these secular people. Elder Fan, Xiaohua asked, this Misty Cloud sect's cultivators can really make rain? Have you seen it before? This old man doesn't have any spirit stones here, so naturally I haven't seen it before. Fan Yunxiao said with sweat. However, I've heard from people far away that when the Misty Clouds sect's immortals waved their hands, countless clouds would fly out from their sleeves. The clouds could cover the entire mountain. I know that when the immortals blow, the clouds can make rain. And this Xiao understands. Xiaohua slightly nodded and transmitted his voice to Shui. This way, the Misty Clouds sect must have a magic treasure that can move clouds and make rain. The Misty Clouds sect's disciples are guarding this gift from the heavens, but they don't favor the living beings. Then this husband will go and take that magic treasure and make rain for the living beings. Usually, Xiaohua was silent and sometimes even deliberately hid his strength and did not reveal it. But at this time, for the sake of irrelevant people, he was actually full of lofty sentiments. Shui's eyes unconsciously lit up. She couldn't help but deepen her admiration for her sweetheart. This concubine will wait here. Xue Xue knew that she would only cause trouble if she went, so she said with a smile, "Wait for my husband's triumphant return." "And definitely," Xiaohua said with a smile, "this husband will definitely step on 7-colored auspicious clouds and return with rain and dew." Seeing Xiaohua's relaxed appearance, Xue Xue's heart also relaxed. She knew that Xiaohua was very confident in himself. Moreover, when she thought of the lightning escape technique that Xiaohua revealed yesterday, she saw that it was much faster than her master Sun Ming. Even if he couldn't succeed, escaping with his life wouldn't be a problem. Xue Xue only said, "Be careful, my husband," before sending Xiaohua away. When Xiaohua flew out of Yu City, his face showed a dignified expression. He had inquired clearly in Yu City. The Misty Clouds sect was indeed not a big sect, but a small sect on the Green Cloud Mountain far away from Yu City. However, the sect master of this small sect was not simple. He was a late-stage foundation establishment realm cultivator. However, this was not the key point that Xiaohua was worried about. The Misty Clouds sect was slightly different from other sections. They had inherited the ancient talisman crafting technique. It was said that the sect could refine extremely powerful talismans. Of course, this was only a rumor because the sect master of the Misty Clouds sect, Yun Tingyu, was only a late-stage foundation establishment realm cultivator. No matter how powerful his talisman crafting technique was, he was not Xiaohua's opponent. However, the problem was that Xiaohua wanted to find out the secret of the Misty Clouds sect's technique, so he had to face the entire Misty Clouds sect. Xiaohua couldn't really treat the cultivators as nothing and flatten the Misty Clouds sect. Chapter 2085. Xiaohua naturally had a plan to appease them. He wanted to use spirit stones and other things to solve the problem. However, the information he heard made him nervous. Because Misty Cloud's sect's talisman-making technique was passed down from the distant past era, it had more history than Mount Jinhua's Fu clan and even the Qiqiao sect that Xiaohua knew of. Xiaohua only knew that right now, the Misty Cloud sect was the same as the Fu family of Jinhua Mountain. They relied on selling yellow talismans and making simple spirit talismans to maintain the sect's livelihood. That technique of moving clouds and summoning rain was the unique skill that the Misty Clouds sect relied on to survive. Misty Clouds sect wouldn't give up so easily. In fact, it was funny. Although Xiaohua didn't inquire too clearly about the cloud summoning rain technique that Fan Yunxiao and the others talked about, it seemed similar to Misty Clouds sect's yellow talisman called Condensing Rain Talisman. This condensing rain talisman could condense water-type spiritual energy within a certain range according to a cultivator's magic power. Its offensive power couldn't even compare to icicle talisman. This kind of talisman, which was worthless in the eyes of cultivators, actually became Misty Cloud's sect's tool to snatch food from the nearby secular world. Of course, occasionally, cultivators would also ask Misty Cloud's sect's disciples to summon rain and clouds near their own immortals' caves to maintain the scenery. At this time, there were several aura refining disciples on duty on Mount Jinhua. A young disciple muttered, "Senior Marshal Brother, outsiders won't come to our Mount Jinhua. Why are we on duty? It's better to take the condensing rain talisman out for a walk. Maybe we can even earn 1 or 2 spirit stones." "Humph, you only know how to earn spirit stones." Another slightly older disciple scolded. The day before yesterday, 6th Junior Marshal Brother sneaked out. It just so happened that Mount Jinhua's Fu clan came to visit, leaving no one to guard our Misty Clouds sect's gate. We let a cultivator clan from the country of Shi laugh at us. It really made sect head lose face. Sect head just punished 6th Junior Marshal Brother. "It's only been a few days and you're already itching for a beating?" "Senior Marshal Brother, isn't this just a coincidence?" That disciple smiled apologetically and said, "I haven't seen a bird fly over here for half a month. Who knew that someone would come that day?" After saying that, that disciple curled his lips and said, "That's right. It's just a cultivator clan, but they actually came to invite our Mount Jinhua for some private matter." The sect leader had no choice. The senior brother shook his head and said, "According to the martial uncles, Fu Yunbua from the Golden Mount Hua used to be good friends with the sect leader. Moreover, they have a very deep relationship. Even if the sect leader doesn't go, he will send 2 senior brothers or even martial uncles." Do you know if they brought enough spirit stones?" That disciple nodded and said, "The sect leader hasn't given out any spirit stones for a few months. This kid's medicinal pills have already run out. I'm afraid not. The senior brother shook his head. Otherwise, a few martial uncles would have followed them. Since he's still on the mountain and hasn't left, it means that he hasn't reached an agreement yet. Hee, senior brother, I heard that sixth senior brother went to Mount Shiming the day before yesterday and bought a few Peiyuan pill in U City with 2 spirit stones. TSK, he is really lucky. Shiming Shan, that rich man with the surname Chun. That senior brother also smacked his lips and said, his family has a lot of farmland. 2 spirit stones is already a cheap price. Look, senior brother, there's another guest. The young disciple's eyes were sharp. He had already seen Xiaohua flying over from afar and hurriedly shouted, it's really him. That senior brother turned his head and looked, then said curiously, what's going on with our Misty Clouds sect these days? Why do we have guests one after another? Oh, this cultivator is actually a Foundation Establishment senior. Hurry. Xiaohua's flying speed was very fast. Under that senior brother's hurried urging, Xiaohua had already flown in front of them. Without waiting for Xiaohua to land, several disciples stepped forward and bowed. Junior greets senior. May I know why senior has come to our Misty Cloud sect? I, Xiaohua, have come to pay a visit to your sect's sect leader Yun Tengyu Yun. Xiaohua came with a smile and said warmly, Senior Xiao, please wait a moment. Junior will send a message. The Misty Cloud sect disciple quickly took out a messaging talisman and said a few words before sending it in. In a moment, a vigorous figure flew over. It was a Foundation Establishment middle-stage cultivator. That cultivator's cheeks were thin and long, his skin was slightly pale, and his eyes were slightly narrowed. He seemed to be somewhat sleepy. I, Yun Qinglai, greets fellow Taoist Xiao. That cultivator landed on the ground and also politely cupped his hands in greeting. I, Xiaohua, have some private matters to discuss with your sect's sect leader Yun. Fellow Taoist Yun, please lead the way. Xiaohua returned the greeting and still called himself Xiaohua. He didn't mention his sect, which clearly meant that this trip had nothing to do with his sect. Seeing Xiaohua's calm appearance, Yun Qinglai slightly frowned. However, since Xiaohua didn't mention his sect, he could only smile and say, Fellow Taoist Xiao, please follow I. Thank you for your trouble. After Xiaohua finished speaking, he flew behind Yun Qinglai and entered Green Cloud Mountain. Along the way, Xiaohua slightly released his divine sense and gradually came to a decision in his heart. He saw that although Green Cloud Mountain also had layers of restrictions, it was very obvious that these restrictions had long been worn out. Many places were full of flaws and looked like they hadn't been repaired for a long time. Compared to Tianmen Mountain's Huang family, it was quite inferior, not to mention the Imperial Thunder sect. After seeing a foothill, he came face to face with an extremely long flight of stairs that went perfectly straight from the bottom of the mountain to the top of the mountain. At the top of the mountain, there was a huge archway towering majestically. Fellow Taoist Xiao, you can't fly here. I'll have to trouble fellow Taoist to follow I up the mountain. Flying in front of the straight flight of stairs, Yun Qinglia's figure landed and said somewhat proudly, This is the location of my Misty Clouds sect's ancient restrictions. I have no choice but to do so. Please forgive me. No matter, Xiaohua also felt a faint suction force on his body. He said with a smile, The guest will follow the host's wishes. This Xiao will definitely abide by your sect's rules. When Xiaohua walked step by step up the mountain peak, he saw that on top of the huge archway, there were 2 huge rain and dew characters in front of him. Moreover, around the 2 words rain and dew, there were all kinds of raindrop-shaped stripes. At first glance, it looked like some strange talismans. This archway seems to be somewhat similar to Yunwu Mountains. Xiaohua suddenly realized. However, Yun Qinglai ignored him and directly passed under the archway. He simply didn't let Xiaohua see it himself. Xiaohua's divine sense slightly swept over the archway and then left. After the archway, a huge, dilapidated palace hall appeared in front of Xiaohua. Hiss! Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. Just now, in his divine sense, this palace hall didn't seem particularly huge, nor did it seem particularly mighty. However, after passing through the archway and arriving in front of him, a different kind of scenery actually appeared. It really caused him to be stunned. His previous thoughts of looking down on the Misty Clouds sect immediately disappeared. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please. Yun Qinglai turned his head and saw Xiaohua's shock. He was slightly proud as he entered the main hall first. Chapter 2086. Sure enough, the inside of the main hall was just like how it looked from the outside. It was incomparably big. Pillars that several people couldn't carry supported the roof of the hall. On top of a tall platform, there was a huge stone chair. At this time, a cultivator who wasn't very tall sat on the stone chair. This cultivator's height was that of an ordinary person. If it was anywhere else, it wouldn't be considered much. However, when he sat on the stone chair, he appeared very short. He even looked like a child playing around. Looking at the cultivator's appearance, his facial features were regular, his eyes were spirited, and an awe-inspiring aura of righteousness rushed out. "I, Xiaohua, greet Sect Master Yun." Xiaohua walked to the bottom of the high platform. Without waiting for Yun Qinglai to speak, Xiaohua's gaze swept across the cultivator on the stone chair and the 3 foundation establishment cultivators on the high platform. He hurriedly bowed and greeted. The one on the stone chair was naturally Yun Tingyu. He waved his hand rather arrogantly and didn't really return the greeting. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, please rise." Xiaohua slightly frowned and muttered in his heart. "Fellow Taoist Xiao," Yun Tingyu said with a smile. "Fellow Taoist didn't say your origin. This sect master really can't see through fellow Taoist's origin. May I know why fellow Taoist has come to my Misty Clouds sect?" "Hee," Xiaohua explained. "This Xiao came here for my own personal matter. It has nothing to do with the sect, so I wanted to hide my origin. I hope Sect Master Yun can understand." Yun Tingyu nodded and quietly listened to Xiaohua's explanation. This Xiao heard that Misty Cloud's sect has a kind of cloud and rain technique. "I wonder if it's true?" Xiaohua said straightforwardly. "Oh, fellow Taoist, what do you mean?" Yun Tingyu's face revealed a strange smile. He glanced at the 3 disciples around him and asked. Xiaohua thought for a moment, and then told him what he had encountered. He then said sincerely, "The secular people of Fan Zhuang really have no way out. This is why I have come to your honorable sect. I want to ask your honorable sect's disciples to send rain to dispel their drought." "Oh, so it's like that." Hearing Xiaohua's story, Yun Tingyu seemed to be relieved. He said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Xiao didn't mention some cloud and rain technique, but my Misty Clouds sect's condensing rain talisman. Moreover, didn't fellow Taoist Xiao say it? Misty Cloud sect's disciples who saw the drought have already gone to Fan Zhuang? It's just that they don't have any spirit stones, so how are they going to get us to help them? My Imperial Thunder sect's condensing rain talisman is not easy to make, and it also costs spirit stones. Can't fellow Taoist Xiao see? My Misty Cloud sect is now so poor that we can't even repair the main hall of the sect. If we don't rely on these yellow talismans to obtain some spirit stones, how will we survive? Although spirit stones are important, yellow talismans are rare, and your sect's palace must be repaired." Xiaohua said with a smile, "But aren't human lives more important than these? Is human life important?" Yun Tingyu asked with a smile. "Is that so?" "Of course," Xiaohua said decisively. "But I don't think the lives of those secular people are important. After all, they have nothing to do with me." The corners of Yun Tingyu's mouth curled up, and he unexpectedly said, "Whether or not he is important, I am not willing to discuss with fellow Taoist Xiao. Even if he is incomparably important, without spirit stones, my Misty Clouds sect will not sell a single condensing rain talisman." Looking at Yun Tingyu's upright facial features and upright temperament, Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh. "Isn't this the legendary sanctimonious?" "Forget it," Xiaohua waved his hand and said. "I am not here to discuss with fellow Taoist Yun whether or not the lives of secular people are important. Since your sect uses the condensing rain talisman, I will buy some condensing rain talismans." Wouldn't fellow Taoist Xiao have said so earlier?" Yun Tingyu said with a smile. "Fellow Taoist Yun, please give me 100 condensing rain talismans." Xiaohua nodded. "Oh, 100? Yun Tingyu frowned. From what fellow Taoist Xiao said, Fanzhuang only has a few mountains. 5 condensing rain talismans for each mountain would be enough. Why does fellow Taoist want so many? Why would a businessman be afraid of others buying too many?" Xiaohua said with a smile. "Hee, I am just casually asking." Yun Tingyu said with a smile to Yun Qingjin, "Go get 100 high-grade condensing rain talismans." "High-grade?" Yun Qingjin was stunned, but before he could hesitate, Yun Tingyu continued, "It is the 100 high-grade condensing rain talismans that I personally refined yesterday." Personally refined and high-grade were emphasized. "Yes, disciple understands." Yun Qingjin came to his senses and left with a smile. Xiaohua saw and heard clearly, and he sneered in his heart. Fellow Taoist Xiao is from Fan Zhuang? Yun Tinyu said with a smile. No, I have nothing to do with Fan Zhuang. Oh, that's strange. Yun Tinyu said strangely, since fellow Taoist Xiao has nothing to do with Fan Zhuang, why did you spend so many spirit stones to help them? Nothing, Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and said, I just can't stand watching someone die, so I had to do it myself. So, fellow Taoist Zhao's other yellow talismans are also used by other places? Yun Tinyu didn't seem ashamed and asked with a smile. Yes, fellow Taoist Yun is right. Xiaohua nodded. Oh, Yun Tinyu looked at Xiaohua thoughtfully. After a moment, he said with a smile, as far as I know, the farmers near Yu City are suffering from drought. It is the same near Qi City. It seems that the whole Meng country is suffering from drought. Fellow Taoist Zhao's 100 yellow talismans. I'm afraid they are just a drop in the bucket. Xiaohua rolled his eyes and said with a smile, I also think so. What is Sect Master Yun's plan? At this time, Yun Qingjin came back with a stack of yellow talismans in his hand. Well, fellow Taoist Xiao, take these condensing rain talismans. Yun Tinyu pointed with his finger. One condensing rain talisman is a high-grade spirit stone. These 100 condensing rain talismans are 100 high-grade spirit stones. Not only was Xiaohua surprised, but Yun Qingjin's eyes also flashed with a strange color. Xiaohua said with a gloomy face, Sect Master Yun, a high-grade fireball talisman is only a mid-grade spirit stone, right? Your condensing rain talisman is only a high-grade spirit stone? Ha ha ha, Yun Tinyu said with a smile. Fellow Taoist Xiao, do you know what is called rare things are precious? In the entire Dawnrain continent, who doesn't know how to refine a fireball talisman? But what about this condensing rain talisman? This sect master knows that other than my Misty Clouds sect, no one else knows how to refine it. Xiaohua's face showed hesitation. It wasn't that he didn't have spirit stones, but how could he feel comfortable exchanging them for trash condensing rain talismans like this? After thinking for a moment, under the gaze of Yun Tinyu and the others, Xiaohua clenched his teeth and said, Okay, since it's like this Xiao can only do this. Seeing that Xiaohua was about to take out spirit stones, Yun Tinyu's eyes lit up. He waved his hand and said, Actually, fellow Taoist Xiao, this sect master has another idea. I don't know if fellow Taoist is willing to listen? Oh, there is another way? Xiaohua said with a happy face. This Xiao is all ears. Well, fellow Taoist Xiao, please step up and talk. Yun Tinyu pointed with a smile. Xiaohua looked and stepped up to the high platform. He stood at the edge of the high platform and said, Sect Master Yun, please speak. Actually, since fellow Taoist has come to my Misty Clouds sect, you must know something. Yun Tinyu saw Xiaohua stand still and said sincerely, This condensing rain talisman is of little value in my Meng country's cultivation world. So sect master Yun also knows. Xiaohua sneered. Fellow Taoist Xiao, you don't know the cost of firewood. Yun Tinyu waved his hand. My Misty Clouds sect is such a big sect, and this old man is the sole leader. If I don't have a source of spirit stones, how can this old man be the sect master? Yes, this Xiao knows. Xiaohua nodded. Sect Master Yun, please explain. Good, fellow Taoist Xiao is indeed a straightforward person. Yun Tinyu clapped his hands and said, This Yun thinks that instead of spending spirit stones to buy my Misty Clouds sect's condensing rain talisman, why not? Directly by the refining method of the condensing rain talisman. As soon as Yun Tinyu said this, the entire hall became silent. Even Yun Qinglai and the others were dumbfounded. Great! Unexpectedly, after Xiaohua heard this, he beamed with joy and said, If Sect Master Yun has this idea, it is exactly what I want. I wonder what price this Xiao is willing to pay? Sect Master, Yun Qinglai said anxiously, but before he could speak, Yun Tinyu coldly snorted. This Sect Master is speaking. There is no reason for you to speak. Yes. Yun Qinglai gritted his teeth and lowered his head in silence. What my Misty Clouds sect lacks is spirit stones. If fellow Taoist Xiao can take out enough spirit stones, this talisman refining method, fellow Taoist can take it. Yun Tinyu said in a low voice, however, fellow Taoist Xiao must make a heart oath that you can only refine it by yourself and absolutely cannot pass it to others. Of course. This Xiao still knows. Xiaohua nodded, but I don't know the price. Yun Tinyu's face revealed a smile, squinted his eyes, and transmitted a number to Xiaohua. So much? Xiao Hua's expression suddenly changed. Hee, fellow Taoist Xiao. Yun Tinyu laughed. This number is a bit high, but don't you think it is much more cost-effective than buying the condensing rain talisman? Moreover, if the condensing rain talisman is not that useful, how could my misty clouds sect leak out the talisman refining method? Xiao Hua lowered his head and pondered, while Yun Tinyu stared at Xiao Hua's face, seemingly expecting something. All right. After a long while, Xiao Hua raised his head and said, since fellow Taoist Yun has such sincerity, this Xiao will give misty clouds sect a few more spirit stones. Saying this, Xiao Hua lifted his hand and untied a storage pouch from his waist. Great, Yun Tinyu laughed and clapped. Sure enough, fellow Taoist Xiao is rich and overbearing. This Yun can't think of which cultivation sect in my Meng country would have such a brainless cultivator like you. You actually dared to reveal your spirit stones in front of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Moreover, you are still in someone else's sect. Saying this, Yun Tinyu patted his forehead, and the pressure of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator rushed over. It seemed to be suppressing Xiao Hua and probing Xiao Hua's true cultivation. Ha ha ha, contrary to Yun Tinyu's expectations, Xiao Hua also laughed. His laughter was even more comfortable than Yun Tinyu's. At the same time, he also released his pressure, directly facing Yun Tinyu's pressure. Chapter 2087. Oh, he's clearly in the middle stage of foundation establishment. Has this guy lost his mind? When the two forces collided, Yun Tinyu's heart was even more at ease. He knew that Xiao Hua was indeed in the middle stage of foundation establishment. Then, with a wave of his hand, the torrential rain technique appeared. The abundant water-based heaven and earth spiritual qi around the main hall condensed into hundreds of hailstones that smashed toward Xiao Hua. Each hailstone contained intense spiritual qi. If it smashed into an ordinary cultivator's body, it would be normal for flesh and blood to fly. Xiao Hua withstood Yun Tinyu's pressure. His divine sense swept across the main hall, and a burst of contempt appeared in his eyes. He opened his hands, and a faint purple samadhi true fire with traces of crimson red surged out, instantly forming a wall of fire around Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua himself quickly flew away from where he was standing. At the same time, he waved his hand, and dozens of rabbit formation talismans shot towards where Xiao Hua was standing. Samadhi true fire. Yun Tinyu was clearly a knowledgeable person. Seeing Xiao Hua turn the Samadhi true fire into a wall of fire, which was the nemesis of his water element techniques, he couldn't help but turn pale with fright. You're a disciple of the Changbai sect? Just as Yun Tinyu was shouting, there was a rumbling sound. Hundreds of hailstones smashed onto the wall of fire. Although the momentum was terrifying, the hailstones were all ignited by the Samadhi true fire. They could only intensify the wall of fire, but couldn't break through the defense at all. Ha ha, Xiao Hua laughed. Is it important where I come from? Yes, it's not important at all. Yun Tinyu said coldly. No matter which sect, even if you're a disciple of the Taiching sect, don't even think about taking one step out of the Misty Clouds sect today. That cold voice really didn't match his handsome facial features. Why aren't you making a move yet? Yun Tinyu slapped his hand and took out a magic treasure that was as green as a lotus leaf from his storage bag. He pointed his finger and countless rays of misty green light poured out from the magic treasure. Yun Qinglian and the others also came to their senses at this time. They each clapped their hands, and a bamboo-like Dharma artifact, a water bottle Dharma artifact, and a watermelon-like Dharma artifact all flew into the air. These Dharma artifacts all emitted green or blue light without exception. Go! The four of them seemed to speak at the same time. Each of them pointed their fingers, and the magic power in their bodies surged. Their magic treasures and artifacts rushed into the air. The magic treasures on the lotus leaves bloomed with a dark green lotus. It absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and spun rapidly. It produced a sharp sound of wind as it rushed towards Xiao Hua's head. If a normal cultivator was hit by that lotus, even if their physical body wasn't destroyed, the light protecting their body would definitely be broken. The four people were obviously in perfect coordination. The dark green watermelon magic tool produced ripples of water from all directions, and there was almost a hua-huab sound of water as it pounced towards Xiao Hua's legs. The water bottle magic tool poured out a bluish-green misty true water that rushed towards Xiao Hua's chest. and that bamboo pole transformed into a row of bluish-green waves that attacked Xiaohua's back. Xiaohua's fingers continuously pointed, and he quickly laid down the simple rabbit formation. He also took the time to raise his hand, and the Samadhi True Fire's wall of fire expanded with a hoob sound. Unfortunately, although the Samadhi True Fire's killing power was formidable, under the fierce attacks of the 4 Dharma artifacts and Dharma artifacts, it was broken one by one. Haha, the Misty Cloud sect can be considered to have some foundation. Seeing the Samadhi True Fire's wall of fire being broken, Xiaohua was not surprised. He waved his hand and took out the Tung Jiao shears. I'll let you all see this Zhao's methods. Xiaohua sneered. He activated his magic power, and a golden light flashed above the entire main hall. Yun Tingyue and the others only felt a cold air flash before their eyes. The golden light, in an inconceivably short amount of time, swept past the 4 Dharma artifacts. Ah! Yun Qinglian was the first to cry out in alarm. The bluish-green waves formed by his bamboo pole magic tool were instantly cut into 2 rows by the golden light. Immediately after, the brilliance disappeared, and the bamboo pole revealed its original form in the air. Not only that, but when the bamboo pole fell into the air, it actually staggered slightly. The Tung Jiao shears actually cut the bamboo pole in half. Pu shua, sounds came one after another. The other 2 Dharma artifacts also revealed their original forms in the air. At the mouth of the water bottle and halfway through the watermelon, deep cracks appeared respectively. Only Yun Tingyu's lotus leaf magic tool was in a slightly better state. The lotus leaf was shattered by the Tung Jiao shears. The lotus leaf trembled and was only pushed back a few feet in the air. See, Yun Tingyu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The shock in his eyes appeared once again. He looked at Xiaohua in disbelief. He really couldn't imagine how this Foundation Establishment middle-stage cultivator could have such astonishing strength. Give me your life. Xiaohua sneered. He waved his hand again. Where his magic power surged, the Tung Jiao shears once again flashed with golden light and pounced towards Yun Tingyu. Hee. Yun Tingyu hurriedly pointed his finger at the Dharma artifact. At the same time, lotus flowers appeared one after another from the Dharma artifact. He hurriedly opened his hand slightly and took out a Dharma artifact from his storage bag. His other hand hurriedly formed a Dharma artifact and pointed at the center of the Dharma artifact. Shua shua. Kung. With a roar, the Tung Jiao shears actually cut all the lotus flowers in half. Moreover, it directly hit the body of the Dharma artifact. Pooh, as cracks appeared on the Dharma artifact, Yun Tingyu also suffered a backlash from the Dharma artifact and spat out a mouthful of blood. GGGG. Yun Tingyu's mouthful of blood was spat on the Dharma artifact. The Dharma artifact that had already bloomed with green threads instantly changed again. The green threads gathered together and condensed into green beads. Like tadpoles, they actually made a sound and hit the air around Xiaohua. Hua hua hua. Within 1 zhang of Xiaohua, a ripple appeared in the air. Countless fist-sized raindrops trembled rapidly and flashed with inexplicable spiritual energy fluctuations, rushing toward Xiaohua. Ah! The raindrops were extremely powerful. The Samadhi True Fire actually couldn't burn them. The entire wall of fire was like a layer of nothingness as it was broken by the raindrops. Xiaohua couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. Hee, since you've entered my Misty Cloud sect's true water array, I'd like to see what kind of ability you have. Yun Tingyu saw that the Dharma artifact was effective and couldn't help but sneer again. You think there won't be a Dharma artifact in a different place? I'm just setting up a Dharma artifact. Is that so? Xiaohua exclaimed at first, but he didn't panic. While sneering, he slightly grasped with his left hand. The Dharma artifact gushed out from his 5 fingers, and the Dharma artifact was activated. Following that, a burst of white brilliance appeared and enveloped Xiaohua. The raindrops formed by the true water hit the brilliance. Pung pung pung. With a series of sounds, the brilliance of the Dharma artifact flashed one after another. But flashing was flashing, the brilliance was actually incomparably tough. It was simply impossible to break through. Do you think that this young master moved just to hide? Xiaohua mocked. Chapter 2088. So what? Yun Tingyu pointed at the disk array, and the pale light appeared again. The raindrops that hit the light shield immediately turned into a layer of water, covering the rabbit array. Moreover, the water quickly condensed into ice, isolating the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Is that possible? Xiaohua slightly raised the corner of his mouth, and once again urged the soaring dragon scissors. Wung, 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 the soaring dragon scissors made a sound again. A golden light flashed, and with a catch of sound, the layer of ice condensed by the soaring dragon scissors was cut open without any resistance. You. Which senior of my Meng country are you? Yun Tingyu's face turned ashen. How could he not know that Xiaohua's strength was far beyond his? Senior, don't mention it. Xiaohua pointed his finger, and the soaring dragon scissors flew out of the array and pointed at Yun Tingyu. If you want to live, take out the method of making the condensing rain talisman. Well said, well said. Yun Tingyu hurriedly waved his hand and said, Junior knows his mistake. Junior will take out the jade slip now. Yun Qinglian and the others at the side were even more ashen. They looked at Xiaohua, who was about to kill them, with fear. Yes, Xiaohua came to kill the Misty Cloud Sect's sect master. On one hand, he was really angry that the Misty Cloud Sect's cultivators did not help and killed Yun Tingyu to vent his anger. On the other hand, he wanted to check his own cultivation to see if he could kill his way into 100 Grass Sect with his current cultivation and take revenge for Shang Huaming. It's useless to look for I. Xiaohua laughed. You should look for Fan Zhuang's father who starved to death. With that, the soaring dragon scissors cut through the air and chopped at Yun Tingyu. But at this moment, a strange scene appeared. However, when Yun Tingyu patted his storage bag as if he was going to take out a jade slip, there was no jade slip in his hand. Instead, a ghastly white palm bone appeared. Pung! The lotus leaf magic treasure flew in front of the soaring dragon scissors and blocked it. However, the magic treasure was once again cut by the soaring dragon scissors. You forced this old man to do this. I'll take you down with me. Yun Tingyu sneered and spat out a mouthful of blood onto the white bones. Immediately after, a green light appeared in his eyes, and an extremely awkward and inexplicable voice came out of his mouth. As the voice came out, Yun Tingyu's face, which was originally like a full moon, rapidly shrank and withered. Green seal text. Xiaohua saw a faint green halo appear on the white bone. Circles of green seal text flew out from the halo and hit the high platform. He immediately had a bad feeling and didn't dare to be slow. He didn't even care about the rabbit spirit talisman and the soaring dragon shears. He immediately jumped up and used the bright thunder escape to fly away from the high platform. Xiaohua's flying speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had already flown several feet away, leaving that strange high platform. But just as Xiaohua's heart relaxed, the entire high platform was covered in a green mist. Woo! A roar that sounded like it came from the underworld was heard. The high platform actually turned into a huge python and pounced out. A huge suction force pulled Xiaohua out of the platform. Go! Xiaohua was shocked. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth and spat out a scarlet spirit fire towards the huge python. Wung wung, a scale several feet long, immediately flew out from the dark green python's body. It also seemed to be formed from green seal characters. The scale surrounded the spirit fire, and Xiaohua immediately lost control of the spirit fire. Bad! Xiaohua complained. His bones felt weak and his flesh went limp. His body gave birth to endless exhaustion, and even an incomparable sleepiness appeared in his mind. Xiaohua bit the tip of his tongue, and a wave of pain appeared. Then Xiaohua immediately used his soul cultivation method. A cool feeling came from his soul string, and the sleepiness gradually disappeared. However, in the blink of an eye, Xiaohua only felt his vision turn black. He had fallen into the huge python's mouth. Go! In this critical moment, Xiaohua quickly took out the great wisdom sword and smashed it into the huge python's mouth without hesitation. Unfortunately, where the heavy sword passed, the green seal text dodged one after another. However, when the heavy sword passed, the green seal text closed again and covered Xiaohua. Following the huge suction, Xiaohua's figure sank into the layers of green seal text and disappeared into the huge python's mouth. Following Xiaohua's disappearance, the huge python once again turned into green seal text and laid flat on the high platform, gradually disappearing. When the green light disappeared, a few small green seal text flew up and landed on the white bone in Yun Tingyu's hand. Cough cough, the white bone in Yun Tingyu's hand disappeared again. Yun Tingyu couldn't help but cough. Sect Master, Yun Qinglian, and the others witnessed this inconceivable scene. When they heard the cough, their gaze fell on Yun Tingyu's face, and they were even more shocked. They saw that Yun Tinyu's face, which was still upright and proud just a moment ago, was now withered and shrunk. Wrinkles covered his face, and he seemed to have aged dozens of years in an instant. Yun Qinglian and the others knew that their sect master senior brother, although his cultivation was at the late stage of foundation establishment and his age was close to 200 years old, because he had eaten a youth-retaining herb when he was middle-aged, his appearance had never changed. They didn't expect that he would change so much now. Congratulations to Sect Master Senior Brother for learning our Misty Clouds sect's ancient green python formation. Yun Qinglian suddenly woke up from her shock and hurriedly bowed to congratulate. Cough, cough. Yun Tinyu coughed again. He clapped his hands and took out a jade bottle. He poured out 2 scarlet pills and swallowed them. After closing his eyes for a moment, he said weakly, "What's there to congratulate? The secret to controlling this green python is something that every sect master of my Misty Clouds sect must learn. I was just unlucky to be able to control this green python. Hee, if you congratulate me on this, it's still okay. This green python hasn't been activated for tens of thousands of years." Then he paused for a long time and sighed. "AI, are you all still envious of I's sect master position? I remember that year when you all congratulated I had unspeakable bitterness. Before I took over as sect master, I never thought that controlling the green python would actually require one's lifespan as the price. This Xiao Hua, which sect's golden core senior is he?" Then Yun Tinyu flew into a rage. If he wasn't so weak that he couldn't move, he would have already jumped up. He can actually hide his cultivation and use the pressure of a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator to deceive I. If it wasn't for him, how could I? This guy really, his heart is worthy of death. "Sect Master, let's not investigate this?" Yun Qinglian said pitifully. "The one you killed was a golden core cultivator. If his sect finds out, my Misty Clouds sect will be completely annihilated." "That's right. If it wasn't for Sect Master's divine courage, we would have all died in Xiao Hua's hands today." The other 2 whispered. Yun Tinyu thought for a moment and nodded. "Inform the people on duty that today's matter must not be leaked." "Yes," Yun Qinglian hurriedly responded, then frowned and said, "How should we deal with the people from Jinhua Mountain? Didn't Sect Master just give them the cold shoulder for a few days and have to explain it to them tomorrow?" "They just give them the cold shoulder for a few days." Yun Tinyu thought for a moment and said, "How can we not take spirit stones for 2 foundation establishment cultivators for them? I heard that Jinhua Mountain's yellow talismans are quite popular in Xi." "That's right. What did they say about Meng country? That Fu Feng and Lu Yun are tight-lipped. This subordinate didn't find out anything. If we can take this opportunity to get some talisman-making techniques from Jinhua Mountain's Fu family, that would be good." Yun Tinyu said intentionally or unintentionally, then waved his hand and said, "You all can leave. This sect master will be in seclusion for a few days." "Yes." Yun Qinglian and the others bowed and saluted. The shock on their faces hadn't faded, and they quietly walked down the high platform and out of the main hall. Sigh, Yun Tinyu let out an aged sigh. His eyes were filled with resentment as he looked at the high platform where Xiao Hua had disappeared. "Since you forced this old man to shorten his lifespan, this old man will also make you suffer the pain of being cut into pieces and fall into the 9 underworlds. Unfortunately, this old man doesn't have the strength to open the forbidden spell and can't personally witness your tragedy to appease this old man's resentment. However, your spirit stones are this old man's. Ha ha ha, the storage pouch of a gold core cultivator. This old man has been dreaming of it." At the end of his words, Yun Tinyu's eyes turned into greed. With a wave of his hand, the soaring dragon shears and a dozen talismans that Xiao Hua left on the high platform fell into his hand. Immediately, Yun Tinyu stood up from the stone chair and staggered into a quiet room behind it. Not to mention Yun Tinyu's seclusion, Xiao Hua's figure fell into the green python formed by the green light on the high platform. The true essence around his body gradually stagnated, and in the end, it was like a rock that couldn't be mobilized in the slightest. How sad. Xiao Hua's heart was filled with panic, and he hurriedly released his divine sense. He wanted to see what this place in front of him that seemed to be incomparably black, but also faintly emitting a faint green color, looked like. Unfortunately, he couldn't release his divine sense at all, and not even a trace of it could leave his body. The green seal text is actually so powerful. Xiaohua finally tasted the power of the green seal text. Immediately after, Xiaohua forced himself to raise the great wisdom sword in his hand. It was fine if he didn't move, but just as he moved, a huge pulling force appeared from all around him. Like a pair of huge hands, it pulled Xiaohua's body in all directions. Xiaohua's body was incomparably strong, but he still couldn't resist this pulling force. Xiaohua couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air from the pain. Just as he cried out in pain, the light around his body flashed, and Xiaohua's Taoist robe was torn to shreds. The spiritual armor protecting his body also emitted a weak light, as if it was trying its best to resist. However, this force was strange. It directly passed through the spiritual armor and acted on Xiaohua's body, making all of his defenses useless. Ah! Xiaohua cried out, struggling left and right. The pulling force became more and more vigorous, wanting to tear Xiaohua apart. Damn it, this young master was too careless. Xiaohua was somewhat regretful. This young master only wanted to rely on the rabbit array to resist the Misty Cloud's sex-forbidden technique. But I didn't expect them to have this green seal text. The rabbit array had no effect in the green seal text, and was instead broken into a mess. Although the soaring dragon shears were powerful, it didn't have any effect in the green seal text. However, that Yun Tingyu was also barely able to control the green python. Presumably, he might not be stronger than this young master. This tearing force, how could it be so strong? It's even more powerful than the hands of a nascent soul cultivator. Chapter 2089. With just a few thoughts flashing through Xiaohua's mind, the tearing force penetrated deep into Xiaohua's body. His flesh was torn open, and a pain worse than being cut into pieces drilled into Xiaohua's brain. Xiaohua couldn't help but groan. If he hadn't endured Huang Yi's pain for tens of thousands of years, he would have fainted long ago. What do I do? What do I do? Xiaohua's mind spun rapidly. I can't use the Dao Sex techniques. I'm afraid I can only use the soul strands. Thinking of this, Xiaohua didn't hesitate. He hurriedly urged the soul strands out of the Dharma Eye imprint. Admittedly, it was like a dragon entering the sea. The soul strands were incomparably comfortable in the green seal text and extended rapidly. However, the tearing force around Xiaohua's body didn't lessen in the slightest because of this. Ah! Xiaohua couldn't help but roar. The pain had already penetrated deep into his brain. Right at this moment, a strange scene occurred. As the green seal text power penetrated deep into his brain, the green seal text in Xiaohua's mind that he had comprehended earlier drilled out along with the tearing force and danced around Xiaohua's body. As soon as these green seal text appeared, the tearing force was alleviated slightly. However, at this moment, Xiaohua's surroundings were already filled with soul strands. The green seal text easily touched the soul strands, just like what Xiaohua encountered when he was refining the shaman puppet. Occasionally, a feeling of comfort or shock would come from the soul strands. How could Xiaohua not know that this was the perfect opportunity for him to comprehend the green seal text? He even knew that if he could rearrange the green seal text, he might be able to break the tearing force of the green light. But the problem was that he didn't know how to rearrange the green seal text, and he didn't have the time to comprehend it one by one. Because the tearing force was only slightly alleviated, and there were no signs of it stopping, perhaps I should first see how the green seal text is arranged. Xiaohua was like a drowning man who had encountered a straw. He immediately grasped the opportunity. Thus, he hurriedly opened his left hand and opened his Dharma Eye to find the arrangement of the green seal text. It was fine if the delusion breaker Dharma Eye didn't open, but as soon as it did, a huge force rushed towards Xiaohua's left hand, as if the Dharma Eye was a taboo of the green light. In his Dharma Eye, Xiaohua felt tiny green seal script characters spinning crazily, as if pulling on the power of heaven and earth. A green seal script character flew out from his Dharma Eye like a flying sword. Xiaohua panicked. All of a sudden, a powerful suction force emerged from the eye and pulled his divine sense into it. Immediately, his vision was filled with silver. A silver-gray beam of light shot out from the eye and shot straight at the green seal text. A strange sound rang out. It sounded like someone was chanting, but it also sounded like a ghost was chanting. When the light beam hit the green seal text, it instantly dissipated. The tearing force on Xiaohua's body disappeared. Not only that, the silver light gradually melted away with the green seal text. The remaining green seal text fluttered in the air like headless flies. At first, it was disorderly, then it gradually became orderly, as if it was beginning to condense into the green light from before. Now is the time. Xiaohua's mind was enlightened. With a slight thought, he immediately released his soul strands. Every strand of soul strands touched a tiny green seal text. The green seal text was very mysterious. Every time it touched a tiny green light, the entire sky flashed with green light. And Xiaohua's soul strands didn't stop. Under Xiaohua's control, the green seal text characters lined up one by one. Shua shua. For some unknown reason, many green seal text characters that touched each other mysteriously disappeared. And even more green seal text characters gradually shrank, gradually becoming the same size as the green seal text characters that flew out from Xiaohua's mind. After an unknown amount of time, the green seal text characters that filled the sky disappeared. What surrounded Xiaohua were only 36 tiny green seal text characters. Great! Xiaohua was now able to stand freely in the air. How could he not know that he had turned misfortune into fortune? Xiaohua closed his eyes and sent his soul thread into the 36 green seal script characters. An indescribable feeling came from his soul, and the 36 green seal script characters also fused with the soul thread. They flashed into the mysterious dark cloud in Xiaohua's sea of consciousness and disappeared without a trace. However, Xiaohua understood that of the 36 green seal text characters, plus the 3 that he had comprehended earlier, he had already learned 39 of them. Only he knew a little about the usage of these green seal text characters, but he still didn't know how to use them like Yun Tingyu. The crisis had been resolved, and Xiaohua finally had the time to look at his surroundings. Oh, it's actually another huge space. Xiaohua's gaze swept around and saw that he was inside a huge cave. Looking at the size, it was several times bigger than the Misty Cloud sect's main hall. Moreover, the entire cave didn't have any pillars or the like. Everything could be seen at a glance. What is that? After looking at the general situation, Xiaohua's gaze had already landed on a huge green seal text character in front of him. The green seal text was engraved on a stone wall. It was over 30 meters tall, and it seemed to support the entire cave. There was a huge stone chair in front of it, and it was exactly the same as the one Yun Tingyu was sitting on earlier. Rain. Xiaohua carefully identified it. He could already see that it was the word rain, one of the 39 green seal text characters that he knew. Condensing rain talisman? Misty Cloud sect? Rain green seal text. Xiaohua flew to the front of the green seal text and stood on the stone chair. He pinched his chin and squinted his eyes to size it up. He was already deep in thought. Needless to say, the Misty Cloud sect was a branch of the ancient cultivation method. The green seal text characters were the foundation of the Misty Cloud sect's cultivation method. However, along with the evolution of the cultivation method, the seal text characters were gradually abandoned or lost. More seal-making techniques were separated from the seal text and formed the current Misty Cloud sect. Damn it, such a powerful seal text was actually lost. Xiaohua thought of the power of the green seal text and couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Actually messing around with the yellow seal text, isn't this picking up sesame seeds and throwing away watermelons? After lamenting for a moment, Xiaohua flew up again and prepared to find a way out. However, just as he flew up, he felt a sense of loss in his heart, as if he had lost something. Oh! Xiaohua had always thought that his senses were sharp. He unconsciously stopped in the air and looked around. When his gaze landed on the green seal text again, a flash of light appeared in his mind. Ha, this young master is stupid. In the face of such a treasure, I almost entered a treasure mountain and returned empty-handed. Xiaohua laughed loudly. His soul thread was pulled out from the Dharma Eye imprint and touched the huge rained character like a tentacle. Just as Xiaohua had expected, something strange happened. Chapter 2090. Sure enough, as soon as the soul strands touched the green seal script, the green seal script rapidly flashed with green light in his transcendence vision. The entire script floated out from the stone wall and gradually turned into a large character formed by many green seal script characters. Immediately after, these green seal script characters flashed one after another. Xiaohua's soul strands also trembled along with these flashes. Suddenly, cryptic and strange syllables rang out from the dark clouds in Xiaohua's mind. These syllables seemed to have great power. After each syllable, the mysterious dark clouds would churn once. When the entire green seal script flickered once, the syllables also rang out once. Suddenly, layers of dark rain flashed out from the dark clouds and fell down like raindrops, cloud summoning rain technique. Xiaohua suddenly realized. Wasn't this a mystical technique that he couldn't even imagine in his dreams? Moving mountains and overturning seas, cloud summoning rain is indeed not a legend. Xiaohua was wild with joy. The ancient celestials relied on the power of this talisman to actually be able to affect the heaven and earth. The legends of almighty beings are no exaggeration. That's right, Xiaohua had comprehended the ghost cultivator's talisman Dao many times. However, perhaps because Xiaohua's cultivation was too shallow, far inferior to Huang Yi's tens of thousands of years of cultivation, or perhaps because Xiaohua was a cultivator and not a ghost, there was always a barrier between him and the ghost cultivator's talisman Dao, and he didn't know how to cultivate it. Now that he saw the green seal script characters for the first time, he suddenly realized that the cultivator's talisman Dao and ghost cultivator's talisman Dao all originated from the ancient green seal script characters. It's just that the path they took was different and the power they used was different. Yun Tingyu, as a cultivator, recklessly used the green seal script characters in an inappropriate way. The price he paid was his lifespan. Ghosts are souls, just like the mysterious dark clouds connected to the soul strands. They can release the green seal script characters' talisman syllables. I am a cultivator. How can I release such syllables? Xiaohua immediately frowned again. In this way, even if this young master knows how to use talisman Dao and how to summon rain, I still can't bring benefits to the villagers' While Xiaohua was pondering, the huge green seal script characters floating in the air had already gradually disappeared. On the stone wall, the rain character now became much dimmer. However, Xiaohua didn't notice it because at this moment, a wave of light noise came from the stone chair beneath his feet. Xiaohua hurriedly flew to the side. With a wave of his hand, he took out the invisibility talisman. He activated his magic power and pasted it on his body. His entire figure gradually disappeared from the spot. The stone chair gently rotated and a water blue halo flashed above the stone chair. When the halo shined brightly, space rippled and Yun Tingyu's figure appeared above the halo. Cough cough. Yun Tingyu's face was obviously a lot redder, but he was still very weak. He should have been in seclusion, but he was still thinking about Xiaohua's storage pouch. That was why he immediately activated the restriction to come over and take a look after a short rest. When Yun Tingyu's divine sense swept through the entire cave, he didn't see Xiaohua's corpse nor any storage pouch. He couldn't help but stare blankly. Immediately, he felt a warning in his heart. He hurriedly shook his hand, as if he wanted to escape. But it was exactly like the old saying, what you fear will happen. Just as his whole body glowed, Xiaohua's figure appeared a few feet away from him. Since he was already close, even if it was a gold core cultivator, Xiaohua wasn't the slightest bit afraid, let alone Yun Tingyu, who was in the late stage of foundation establishment and was injured. Xiaohua's fist hit the halo around Yun Tingyu's body. With a burst of sound like glass breaking, Yun Tingyu didn't have time to do anything. Xiaohua's hand grabbed his neck. Senior, please spare my life." Yun Tingyu's hoarse voice struggled desperately. This junior is willing to give all the spirit stones of Misty Cloud's sect to Senior. This junior is willing to give all of Misty Cloud's sects. Yes, and the condensing rain talisman Senior wants. This junior has the moving clouds and summoning rain talisman, which is a secret spiritual talisman of my Misty Clouds sect. This junior will give it all to Senior. Hee, Xiaohua sneered. Why would this Xiao covet your spirit stones? If this young master knows about those spiritual talismans and kills you, won't they all fall into this young master's hands? Senior. Yun Tingyu panicked. Senior doesn't know. My Misty Clouds sect is an ancient orthodoxy, and this place is an ancient ruin. Is it that? Xiaohua smiled and pointed his finger. Yes, how did Senior know? Yun Tingyu was stunned. When he turned his head and saw that the green seal text had dimmed, he immediately turned pale with fright. However, before he could express his shock, he felt a sharp pain in his neck. The talismans protecting his body were all broken, and his vision turned black. Everything in the world was far away from him. Xiaohua never gave any explanation to the cultivators who tried to harm him, especially this Yun Tungyu who treated the lives of the people of the world as nothing. Xiaohua shook his hand and threw Yun Tungyu's corpse to the ground. He patted his forehead, and the Buddha's saraira flew into the air. Then, he executed a Buddhist skill and captured Yun Tungyu's soul. He waited for Xiaohua to ask him what he wanted to know before transferring the soul away. This seemed to be Xiaohua's first time trying out this particular Buddhist soul-searching technique. He felt very satisfied. With a wave of his hand, he picked up the storage pouch on Yun Tingyu's corpse and scanned it with his divine sense. He was stunned on the spot. Damn, this Yun Tingyu seems to be too stingy? This storage pouch is full of spirit stones, and there are also a lot of top-grade spirit stones. Why is Misty Cloud's sect so poor? Since it's in this young master's hands, it's better not to waste it. Xiaohua took out half of the spirit stones from the storage pouch and left the rest inside. Then, Xiaohua spent a few hours copying the jade slips in the storage pouch one by one. Then, he took out a few seemingly old talismans and said with a smile, "This is the Cloud Travel and Rain Talisman? This Misty Cloud's sect senior is indeed a capable person. Since talismans can't be easily used, they can be turned into talismans for both spirit and yellow talismans. It's just that yellow talismans are easy to refine, but the materials for these spirit talismans are difficult. Today's Dawn Rain continent is really hard to find." After taking half of the yellow talismans, spirit talismans, and his own soaring dragon scissors and rabbit spirit talismans, Xiaohua took out the palm leaf fan-like hand bone. A wisp of true samadhi fire burned on it, and a series of green seal characters flew out. Xiaohua used his soul strands to touch it, and 4 more green seal characters that Xiaohua didn't understand appeared. Great! Xiaohua was happy and threw the hand bone into the space. Sure enough, the hand bone automatically flew to the other white bones and landed on the left hand. A faint lightning bolt connected it to the other white bones. Then, Xiaohua cut off Yun Tingyu's Taoist robe and burned his corpse with a wisp of true samadhi fire. Finally, Xiaohua's figure changed and turned into Yun Tingyu's appearance. He put on the Taoist robe again and flew back to the stone chair. After thinking for a moment, he cast a few unfamiliar spells, and a halo covered him. The halo spun rapidly, and Xiaohua's figure disappeared from the cave. When he opened his eyes, he already appeared in a quiet room. Xiaohua sat cross-legged and thought for a moment. Yun Tingyu was killed by me. But the Misty Cloud sect's orthodoxy is still here, so I don't need to destroy their inheritance. This Yun Tingyu just happened to be devoured by the talisman, so it's an excellent excuse. I can also do some good for this dead man and gather some good karma. Presumably, Xiaohua left the quiet room and landed on the main hall. He waved his hand, and a messaging talisman flew out. Sect Master, Sect Master. Xiaohua's messaging talisman hadn't even flown out of the main hall when a burst of exclamations came. Yun Qinglian and the other Foundation establishment disciples recklessly rushed in from outside the main hall. You wait. Xiaohua sat on the stone chair and felt very strange. Sect Master, you. Seeing Xiaohua sitting on the stone chair perfectly fine, Yun Qinglian was also very surprised. She was extremely shocked and stuttered. Your life spirit tablet. Io. Xiaohua's heart moved. He knew he was wrong again. He had forgotten about the life spirit tablet of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Cough, cough. Xiaohua coughed a few times and said with a hoarse voice, Junior brother. The brother in front of you is already, not the original brother. This Sect Master. Sect Master Senior Brother. Yun Qinglian cried. Junior brother knows, Junior brother knows. This is the body that Sect Master Senior Brother used my Misty Cloud's sect's secret technique to maintain. Senior Brother used my Misty Cloud's sect's secret technique just now. His lifespan has already been completely exhausted. All right, you are indeed Yun Tingyu's junior brother. This young master doesn't need to explain anymore. Xiaohua laughed secretly in his heart. Sai Qinglian, you still don't know. Forget it. This sect master doesn't have much time, so I can't explain too much to you. Wait until you understand the essence of my Misty Cloud sect. Then you will naturally know what this brother is talking about. Xiaohua sighed again and patted his storage bag. With a wave of his hand, he took out half of the spirit stones and said, Don't blame this sect master for being stingy. Being in charge of a sect has never been as simple as you all think. This sect master has always been living frugally. These are the spirit stones that this sect master has recorded for 100 years. Now, I will give them all to you and let the disciples in the sect divide them. Count it as this sect master's final gift to them. Sect master senior brother. Seeing that Xiaohua actually took out so many spirit stones, the hesitation of Yun Qinglian and the rest instantly disappeared. There was only one sentence in their hearts. When a person is about to die, his words are kind. All right, the second matter is the most important. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, Qingyu, come over here. Yes, Qingyu greets the sect master. A middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator stepped forward and bowed. Yun Qingyu, this sect master will now pass on the position of sect master of my Misty Clouds sect to you. You must properly manage the Misty Clouds sect for this sect master. Xiaohua said seriously and handed over Yun Qingyu's storage bag to her. Sect master. Yun Qingyu happily took the storage bag. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but Xiaohua waved his hand and said, This sect master doesn't have much time. Everything will be simple. You will be in charge of the sect master ceremony. In the future, you can manage it yourself. Yes, thank you, sect master. Yun Qingyu's tears were about to fall. To be continued. Chapter 2091. The third thing. Yun Qingyu said again, Before I die, I will look back on the past. I don't regret wasting my time, nor do I feel ashamed for doing nothing. However, I regret that I didn't use my cultivation to do more things for the common people. That Xiaohua who came from nowhere. What he said is quite reasonable. All of you, from today onwards, you should make condensing rain talismans and make rain for the common people in Yu City, and even Meng country. This is my last order. You must do it with all your heart. Yes, we will do our best to fulfill your last wish. Yun Qingyu and the others bowed with tears in their eyes. All right, this sect master is about to leave. Xiaohua stood up. This sect master has already left a quiet place for himself. Before Xiaohua could finish, Yun Qingyu hurriedly said, Senior brother sect leader, I have one last question. Oh, go ahead. Xiaohua stopped. His heart was beating fast. After all, he was asking Yun Qingyu's soul, and he didn't know much about Misty Clouds sect. How should we deal with the Fu family of Mount Jinhua in Shi country? Yun Qingyu said in a low voice, Senior brother sect leader seems to be dissatisfied with the spirit stones they took out. Also, after you leave, Misty Clouds sect will have nothing to do with the Fu family of Mount Jinhua. Should we let them go or help them? Please tell us, Senior brother sect leader. Fu Feng? Xiaohua was stunned. He was a little surprised and a little embarrassed. He rolled his eyes and said, Qingyu is guarding Misty Clouds sect. Qinglian and Qingfeng, help them. After all, the Fu family of Mount Jinhua is my old friend. Yes, we understand. Yun Qingyu and the other two bowed. All right, all of you, follow me and wait at the entrance of the palace. Xiaohua's figure floated leisurely like a formless object. This old man will leave alone. Let this old man's primordial spirit, let this old man's ruined body, dissipate between heaven and earth. As Xiaohua spoke, he flew out of the main hall and landed in front of the stairs. He followed the long flight of stairs and slowly walked down. His figure was both imposing and seemed to be staggering. The entire Misty Clouds sect was immediately filled with a solemn atmosphere. Yun Qinglian, Yun Qingyu, Yun Qingfeng, and the other disciples couldn't help but kneel down and weep. Xiaohua's back became increasingly blurry in their eyes. Yes, this Yun Qingyu's character is not good. He is quite sinister and stingy, but the sect leader's prestige is still there. Xiaohua had already walked far away when he used his divine sense to scan the area. When he saw that the Misty Cloud sect's people did not follow him, he muttered in his heart. He took off Yun Qingyu's Taoist robe and casually threw it into a stream. Then, with a twist of his body, he entered the ground and headed in Fan Zhuang's direction. As for whether or not Yun Qinglian and the others had come out to find Yun Qingyu, and whether or not they had only seen Yun Qingyu's Taoist robes and were puzzled, that was not something Xiaohua had to consider. Outside of the Misty Clouds sect, Xiaohua really did not put the Misty Clouds sect's disciples in his eyes. When Xiaohua arrived at Fan Zhuang, he saw the Fan Zhuang's clan leader, Fan Yunxiao, organizing the young and strong people of the clan to plant rice seeds. It looked like it was in full swing, far from the cold and lifeless appearance of a few days ago. Xiaohua's divine sense swept over. Shui had already sensed it and flew out in joy. Everyone also knew that Xiaohua had returned, so they all looked up. Xiaohua whispered in Xue Xue's ear for a moment, then stretched out his hand and took out a dozen condensing rain talismans. Under the urging of his magic power, they were all scattered. Sure enough, streaks of blue light flashed, and under each ray of light, a thin layer of water dozens of feet in size immediately formed, then condensed into rain and dripped down. Many thanks, Daoist Xiao. Everyone's face showed a pleasantly surprised expression. Regardless of the rain pouring on their bodies, and regardless of the mud gradually growing between the fields, they knelt on the ground. Seeing everyone so happy, his heart unconsciously felt at peace, and the corners of his mouth also carried a smile. It seemed that all the previous life and death hardships had been rewarded. This is... Xiaohua suddenly felt that there was something strange in his body. He hurriedly examined it, but saw that within the Buddha fire, there were more and more invisible golden threads, becoming increasingly clear. Xiaohua looked at the extremely pious expressions of everyone under his feet, as well as their grateful eyes, and unconsciously thought of something. These golden threads of the Buddha fire are actually related to other people's gratitude? It seems that the first few golden threads appeared after this poor Taoist saved those martial artists. Immediately, Xiaohua put this matter to the back of his mind. He didn't think of anything in return for saving people, especially these secular people. He knew that they absolutely couldn't help him. These golden threads, it's better to have them, but it doesn't matter if they don't have them. Thank you, Daoist Xiao, for your great kindness. Fan Yunxiao trembled as he bowed, the snow-white beard on his mouth trembling. Old man, this is what we cultivators should do. Xiaohua hurriedly supported him. If all the immortals were like Daoist Xiao, we secular people wouldn't be afraid of any disasters. Fan Yunxiao said as he wiped his tears. Xiaohua knew that he didn't have the ability to guide the entire Dawn Rain continent, so he could only deal with it with a smile. I have already ordered all the Fan family disciples to pay respects to Daoist Xiao every day, and pass on Daoist Zhao's grace to the future generations of the Fan family. Fan Yunxiao said excitedly. Xiaohua smiled and waved his hand. We'll talk about this later. With this rain, the drought around Fan Manor should be solved. I still have to go to the other places to take a look. If there is a drought, it will also be solved. Yes, it should be like this. Fan Yunxiao smiled apologetically. However, I have a strange matter that I want to tell Daoist Xiao. And please speak. Xiaohua said with a smile. Fan Yunxiao pointed at the previously sowed field and said, Where did you get the rice that Daoist Xiao took out earlier? If Daoist Xiao still has some, can you bestow some more? Oh, why? Xiaohua's divine sense swept over. At first, it was strange, but then he came to a realization and said curiously, But what's going on? Some of the rice already have some seedlings, some are still not? Oh no, these seeds don't seem to have sprouted at all. Really? They haven't sprouted at all? Fan Yunxiao frowned and said, I thought it was still early, but it turns out that they haven't sprouted at all. It seems that my guess was right. What do you mean by that? Xiaohua also frowned. The rice in his space grew with his own eyes, but he only had a vague impression of how the rice outside grew. All right, I'll let Daoist Xiao know. Fan Yunxiao didn't take advantage of his seniority just because he looked old. He said respectfully, This old man is 73 years old this year, and I've lived in Fan Manor all my life. The furthest I've gone is U City. This old man doesn't have much knowledge, but I do have some skills when it comes to taking care of crops. Xiaohua smiled and nodded slightly. My Fan Manor's rice has always grown well since I was a child. For many years, the rice was planted at a fixed time, sprouted at a fixed time, headed at a fixed time, and ripened at a fixed time. My Fan Manor's farmers also harvested at a fixed time. Fan Yunxiao stroked his beard and sighed. But now, everything has changed. Chapter 2092. Since more than 10 years ago, it should be more than 20 or 30 years ago, the situation has gradually changed. At first, the time of germination of the rice seeds changed, then the time of heading changed, and then the time of ripening, harvesting, and sowing also changed. What worries this old man the most is that the harvest is slowly decreasing. Fan Yunxiao said with a pained expression. Xiaohua almost cried out in surprise. He immediately thought of the changes in the spiritual qi of heaven and earth he heard from a foundation establishment cultivator at the auction in Haoming City. Daoist Xiao. Fan Yunxiao immediately stopped and looked at Xiaohua in panic. It's okay. I seem to have thought of something. Senior, please continue. Xiaohua nodded with a smile. Yes, the agriculture has been declining for more than 10 years, and the climate has also become worse. In this old man's humble opinion, even if this year's drought didn't happen, in a few years, the rice seeds will not be able to be used anymore. Fan Yunxiao said very sadly, I'm afraid that the people of the secular world will starve to death. I understand what Senior is saying. Xiaohua nodded, then pointed his finger and said, How did Senior know that these rice seeds were taken by I? Hee. How could we dare to eat the life-saving food that Taoist Xiao gave us all at once? Farmers all know the principle of using grain as seeds. Without seeds, how can we survive in the coming year? Fan Yunxiao said with a smile. Seeds survival. Fan Yunxiao's simple words immediately made Xiaohua understand, as if the essence of the Tao of life and death was deeply contained in them. When Taoist Master Xiao brought food again, this old man asked them to plant the rice from before and some of the good seeds that were sent over. Fan Yunxiao explained, however, they have already been mixed together, and this old man knows how to distribute them. Yes, I understand. Xiaohua pondered for a moment and said, I will walk around first. The drought in the vicinity of Yu City is very serious. When I finish this matter, I will come back and discuss it with Senior. Yes, Taoist Xiao is truly compassionate. If an immortal like Taoist Xiao cannot live as long as the heavens, then the heavens must be blind. Fan Yunxiao said gratefully. Xiaohua smiled and pulled Shueishue's hand. The two of them flew into the air and gradually disappeared into the distance. Although the congealing rain talisman was an unremarkable yellow talisman, it was quite difficult to refine. Shueishue didn't know how to refine yellow talismans, so she couldn't help much. Therefore, along the way, Xiaohua refined the congealing rain talisman, and Shueishue displayed the congealing rain talisman. In just a few days, Xiaohua and Shueishue had taken control of the areas with the most severe drought before flying back to Fan Manor. Husband, Shueishue thought as she flew, and asked with some doubt, I didn't feel it before, but after doing so many things with my husband, I feel quite satisfied. It seems that this concubine hasn't cultivated for so many years in vain. This is something that this concubine has never felt before. I don't know why either. Xiaohua said with a smile. However, helping others is the foundation of happiness. Being able to help others and being able to be happy, why wouldn't you and I be happy? My husband is indeed different from the cultivators of my Xiuyu continent. Shueishue's eyes were filled with love, and she said tenderly, it's exactly as Elder Fan said. If a cultivator like my husband can't become a great person, the heavens will really be speechless. Xiaohua hurriedly blocked Shueishue's lips with his index finger, and whispered, Elder Fan is a secular person. His words don't need to be taken seriously. We are cultivators, and our words must come true. You mustn't speak nonsense. Shueishue stuck out her tongue and licked Xiaohua's finger, and said with a smile, I understand. If I can help you become a great person, what's wrong with this concubine's body being crushed and my soul being scattered? Shueishue. Xiaohua was startled, and he had a bad feeling. He frowned and said, Why do you keep saying such things? Could it be that there's something wrong? Of course not. Shueishue's charming eyes were like silk, and she said with a smile, This concubine is just expressing her feelings. Xiaohua muttered to himself for a moment, then nodded and warned, Wife, there are some things that can be said, and some things that absolutely cannot be said. If my wife has any warning signs, you must tell your husband as soon as possible. This concubine understands. Shueishue said indifferently, With my husband's cultivation, this concubine has always been by your side. What kind of warning signs can there be? All right. Xiaohua knew that these things couldn't be explained clearly. Let's return to Fan Manor first. When they returned to Fan Manor, it was just as Fan Yunxiao said. Some of the rice seeds had already sprouted into thumb-sized seedlings, but the majority of the seeds still didn't have any movement. Xiaohua used his divine sense to check, and after a moment of contemplation, he told Shueishue about it, and then went into seclusion. He still had to wait and see if the remaining seeds could germinate or not. In addition, he urgently wanted to know what kind of secret technique Misty Cloud's sex Yuntingyu used to produce the syllables of the green seal characters. Xiaohua went into seclusion for 14 days, and on the 15th day, he came out of seclusion with a disappointed face. Now, he knew the talisman of the cloud summoning rain technique, and also knew how ghost cultivators use these syllables, but what he lacked was how cultivators could produce these syllables. From Misty Cloud Sect's ancient records, he indeed knew how Yun Tingyu produced the syllables of the Green Seal characters, and it was indeed very strange. It was indeed something he couldn't even dream of. But the ancient records clearly said that this was the price of the cultivator's lifespan, and it absolutely couldn't be used unless it was an emergency. Xiaohua was so righteous that he would use his own lifespan to freely squander it. However, it wasn't like he didn't have any gains. He had already seen Misty Cloud Sect's cloud summoning rain talisman clearly, and as long as he could find rare spirit beasts, he was confident that he could easily refine this talisman. As for the cloud summoning rain talisman recorded in Misty Cloud Sect's records, Xiaohua looked at it again and again, carefully comprehending more than half of it. In addition, while he was cultivating, he also thought clearly that Xiaoyu continent should have encountered a situation where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth changed strangely. Fan Zhuang's rice seeds should have been affected by this, and could no longer produce food for ordinary people to eat. And the seeds produced in his space, because of his space's spiritual light, or because the water of the two extreme yin and yang pools in his space had the effect of breeding all living things, were able to produce suitable seeds in this world where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had transformed. "Husband, is there something wrong?" Shui keenly saw Xiaohua's disappointment and hurriedly asked. "Hee, it's nothing," Xiaohua said with a smile. "Maybe your husband's expectations were too high. How is Fan Zhuang's situation?" "There are changes, but also no changes." Shui pursed her lips and said with a smile, "Just like before husband went into seclusion, those germinating seeds have already grown strong and healthy. According to the farmers of Fan Zhuang, they are growing much faster than the rice they planted before." "What about the changes?" "Fan Zhuang has already completely restored to the vitality it had before husband arrived." "Hee, are you very happy to see them?" Xiaohua said with a smile. Shui didn't conceal anything and nodded vigorously. "That's right. And your husband has already found a way to solve the problem of the seeds. Once we finish dealing with the matter here, my wife will follow your husband to another place." Xiaohua replied with a smile. "Husband is really amazing." Shui's face revealed a happy expression. This concubine has thought for a long time, but there is no way to solve it. "I don't know how husband will solve it." "Haha, it's too simple." Xiaohua laughed and said, "Your husband knows that it's enough to give them enough seeds, right?" "Ah, that's right, but..." Shui heard this and was naturally shocked. This kind of solution was naturally a cure, but where did the seeds come from? Shui instantly thought of the seeds that Xiaohua took out from his storage bag. However, Xiaohua obviously didn't have any seeds in his storage bag, otherwise, Xiaohua wouldn't have asked her for some spirit jujube. Shui thought of this and very rationally stopped asking. She only smiled and didn't say anything else. Xiaohua brought Shui to see Fan Yunxiao and gave enough seeds to Fan Zhuang. He didn't say anything else. After all, Fan Zhuang was an expert in farming. Xiaohua only needed to provide good seeds and other things. Fan Zhuang could do better than him. Seeing Xiaohua take out so many good seeds, Fan Yunxiao's eyes lit up. These days, he had been observing the seeds planted in the fields. He found that these seeds were not only resistant to drought, but also grew very fast. They were simply the legendary immortal seeds. The villagers of Fan Zhuang knew that with these immortal seeds, even if the drought came again, they would still be able to survive. Spiritual Master Zhao's great kindness, this old man, will be unable to repay you even if his bones are crushed. Fan Yunxiao began to sing praises. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "There's no need to be like this. Elder Fan, these good seeds are for Fan Zhuang. However, it's more than 10 times what Fan Zhuang wanted. I also hope that if possible, while Fan Zhuang is farming, he can also distribute these good seeds to other places in Fan Zhuang, so that they can all benefit from it. But if Elder Fan..." Xiaohua's tone suddenly became cold. "Rest assured, Spiritual Master Xiao. This old man understands that Spiritual Master Xiao has the hearts of all living beings. This old man has also suffered the pain of starvation. I will not watch others starve to death because of my selfish desires." Fan Yunxiao heard this and immediately knelt on the ground, kowtowing in panic as he answered. "But all people have selfish desires and greed. I hope that Elder Fan will do as you say." Xiaohua glanced at Shui, and the two flew up at the same time. Spiritual Master Xiao, Fairy Shui is leaving. Fan Yunxiao reluctantly shouted. Children of Fan Zhuang, quickly kowtow and respectfully send Spiritual Master Xiao off. Thank you, Spiritual Master Xiao. Respectfully send Spiritual Master Xiao off. Hearing this, everyone immediately dropped what they were doing and knelt on the ground. Respectfully sending Xiao Hua and Shui Shui off. AI, what good farmers! Xiao Hua sighed in his heart. He waved his hand and flew even further away. Hee, husband, you are really amazing. After flying far away, Shui Shui gave him a thumbs up and smiled. Xiao Hua smiled and squinted his eyes as he looked into the distance. He smiled and said, solving the problems of the secular world is really not easy. However, when it comes to solving the disputes between cultivators, your husband is much more amazing. Chapter 2093. Husband, what's the matter now? Shui Shui pursed her lips and smiled. I've been waiting for you for a long time to see you rescue Yin Duan, Fu Ho, and Fu Zhu. You've been delayed for so long. I'm afraid that the three of them have already been killed by the Fu clan of Mount Jinhua, right? Xiao Hua knew that Yun Tingyu's funeral and Yun Qingyu's taking over of the Misty Clouds sect required time and ceremony. Even if the Fu clan of Mount Jinhua didn't want the Misty Clouds sect's help, they couldn't leave. Not to mention that Yun Qinglai and Yun Qingfeng still had to follow them to White Bamboo Mountain. Fu Feng and the others could only wait until everything was over before they could leave. This was also the reason why Xiao Hua had been staying at Fan Zhuang all this time. Let's go. We should be able to catch up. Xiao Hua pointed to the distance. He had already scouted out the location of White Bamboo Mountain in Yu City. He held Shui Shui's hand and flew towards White Bamboo Mountain. White Bamboo Mountain was a small, remote mountain range. It was even more barren than the Misty Clouds sect. The thin heaven-earth spiritual qi was only enough to satisfy the cultivation needs of cultivators. If it was an ordinary cultivator, they definitely wouldn't stay for long. At this moment, within the White Bamboo Mountain, there was an emerald green bamboo forest. The bamboo roots were sparkling and translucent like jade. Moreover, from time to time, there would be the crisp chirping of birds rising from the bamboo forest. Although the birds could not be seen, combined with the sound of the gurgling stream, it was indeed a place that led to a secluded place. In this beautiful bamboo forest, there was a bamboo house built with bamboo. On top of a few thin bamboos, an extremely handsome middle-aged cultivator was frowning. In the air in front of him, there was a blood-red beast skin floating. The middle-aged cultivator was holding a red brush in his hand. There was a faint light on the brush, and the heaven-earth spiritual qi in the surroundings slightly flowed along with the strokes of the brush. Ka! A strange sound was heard. It was as if the red brush had hit a solid stone and stopped. The heaven-earth spiritual qi that was flowing rhythmically in the surroundings immediately stopped. However, in just an instant, the heaven-earth spiritual qi suddenly exploded and rushed towards the beast's skin in front of the cultivator. Boom! A flame rose from the beast's skin with a soft sound. Sigh! The cultivator sighed and hurriedly waved his hand. A yellow talisman fell on the beast's skin, and a cool mist appeared and extinguished the flame. Husband, did you fail again? Two crisp voices sounded at the same time. Behind the cultivator, two extremely beautiful female cultivators who looked exactly the same flew down from the bamboo house. Their figures were graceful, like fairies flying in the air. Needless to say, these three cultivators were none other than Zhao Feng, Fu Zhu, and Fu Ho. A wry smile appeared on his face. He waved his hand, and the damaged beast's skin fell into his hand. He said, "Yes, your husband has tried countless times. Your husband clearly has this memory, but when I draw here, the brush gives off a cryptic feeling and my magic power can't flow smoothly. Perhaps my husband remembered wrongly?" Fu Zhu said cautiously. The Fu puppet giggled and said, "My husband's cultivation is still shallow. You'll naturally be fine after you reach the foundation establishment stage." Alas, what the two of you said is reasonable. Looking at the two of them, happiness appeared on his face. This husband is a little too impatient for success. This invisibility talisman can only be drawn after foundation establishment with true essence. As for true qi, it's beyond my power. You can't blame my husband. Fu Zhu said considerately, foundation establishment requires luck. We've worked hard. My sister and I have already reached the 11th layer of qi refining, and my husband is already at the peak of the 12th layer. You're much stronger than the disciples of Mount Jinhua. As long as your luck is right, you'll be able to reach the foundation establishment stage and successfully refine this invisibility talisman. That's right. The Fu puppet stomped her foot and said angrily, if I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have given Xiao Hua the method to refine the yellow talisman. That guy must have been captured by Fu Yunbua, and his storage bag must have been left behind in Mount Jinhua. Alas, my wife. Song Ying sighed, don't say such words again in the future. Junior brother Xiao has been extremely benevolent to us. He took the item for himself, and at that time, he removed all suspicions on us. Only then could we calmly escape. He completely replaced us in Mount Jinhua. Your husband couldn't obtain the method to refine the yellow talisman. It's fate. There's no need to blame junior brother Xiao. My husband is right. Fu Zhu held the Fu puppet's hand and said with a smile, we can only be grateful to Xiao Hua and not resent him. And I understand. The Fu puppet pouted and agreed. Her pretty appearance was extremely similar to when she was young. That's right. When Xiao Hua separated from Zhao Feng and the others, the battle formation was incomparably sensational. For Foundation establishment cultivators joined forces to find him. With Xiao Hua's qi-refining cultivation, it was absolutely impossible for him to escape. This was also the reason why Zhao Feng never thought about it. My wife, why did you come to the back mountain instead of teaching the disciples how to refine yellow talismans in the front mountain? Zhao Feng asked with a smile. What's there to teach? They're just a bunch of kids. The Fu puppet said disdainfully, those third-layer disciples are really too stupid. I told them several times, but they didn't understand the main points. I was really angry. I just let them cultivate on their own. Hee. Zhao Feng looked at the Fu puppet lovingly, then looked at Fu Zhu's smiling face. He reached out and held the Fu puppet's hand, saying, my wife has worked hard. Your husband is very grateful. The Fu puppet felt sweet inside, but also a little embarrassed. She looked at Fu Zhu and lowered her head, saying, my husband, I know I'm a little impatient. Our Heavenly Talisman sect has only been established for a few years. These disciples will be the future pillars of the sect's development. When we return, I'll definitely focus on teaching them. Hee, as long as my wife understands. Zhao Feng held the two's hands, saying, come, let's sit down. I've been busy cultivating, and you two have been busy teaching the disciples. We haven't had a good chat in a long time. Fu Zhu and Fu puppet smiled. The three of them walked to the front of the bamboo hut and sat on the bamboo planks that had been set up. They each leaned on Zhao Feng's side, leaning their heads on his shoulders. Their faces were full of happiness as they looked at the blazing sun hanging in the sky to the west of White Bamboo Mountain. The three of them were silent for a long time before Fu Zhu said faintly, husband, sometimes this concubine really has doubts. Today, this concubine feels like she's dreaming. This concubine and my sister are really together with husband. Look at what you're saying, sister. It's been decades, and you still think you're a girl in your teens? The Fu puppet smiled, and then her face was full of joy. But then again, Fu Yunbua, that old bastard, really doesn't have good intentions. He knew that we were husband sisters, but he still arranged for us to be together. His intentions are really terrible. When I heard this, I felt that the whole world was dark. Hee, but I didn't expect that husband's background was a little special. Sister and I really aren't husband sisters. If Uncle Xiang didn't tell us, how would we know? I really want to thank Fu Yunbua and my wife. Just as the Fu puppet smiled and was about to say another name, Zhao Feng scolded. Some things are enough for you to know. Why say it out loud? Then he sighed. It's a pity for Uncle Xiang. He worked hard for my husband all his life, but only lived quietly on this White Bamboo Mountain for a few years before he passed away. Hee. Fu Huang pursed her lips and giggled. Fu Zhu consoled. Husband, don't be sad. Uncle Xiang is already smiling in the underworld when he sees your achievements, and you have my little sister and I to accompany you. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote. Chapter 2094. Husband. Fu Zhu said with infatuation. Wouldn't it be great if the three of us could enjoy such beautiful scenery together? Wouldn't it be great if we could cultivate together and enjoy the scenery when we're free? Why create a heavenly talisman sect? That's right. Once Big Sister and I reach the foundation establishment stage, it would be best for us three foundation establishment cultivators to take charge of a sect. It's a bit too early for that. Fu Xiao looked at her sister and probed. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he looked left and right at his two equally beautiful wives. My two wives are absolutely right. However, your husband has his own plans. I'm going to explain it to my two wives. We'll listen to your explanation, Fu Zhu and Fu Xiao said with a smile. From their tone, even if Tsongde explained it casually, they wouldn't pursue the matter. If the three of us were to cultivate by ourselves, we would be able to relax. But don't you think that the three of us are too weak? Even if the three of us reach foundation establishment, I'm afraid we won't be a match for Mount Jinhua. Your husband created the Heavenly Talisman sect, and all the disciples are your husband's helpers. If they can cultivate to a high level of qi refining, they'll be your support. Even if we face Mount Jinhua that day, our Heavenly Talisman sect won't be at a disadvantage. Tsongde said with a smile. Moreover, our strength is in yellow talismans. We can cultivate while refining yellow talismans. Since we can cultivate and refine yellow talismans at the same time, why can't we teach our disciples while refining yellow talismans? This is killing three birds with one stone. Yes, you're right. Fu Zhu and Fu Xiao agreed as expected. Moreover, your husband. How can a small sect in a corner of the Meng kingdom be my goal? Tsongde's eyes lit up. Your husband wants to make this Heavenly Talisman sect one of the top sects in the Dawn Rain continent. What Shanghua sect? What Changbai sect? Mount Jinhua isn't even worthy of carrying my Heavenly Talisman sect's shoes. Hee, your husband has even thought of a title for your baby. Ah, is that so? Husband, please tell us. Fu Zhu's and Fu Ai's faces lit up. I like cultivators with lofty ambitions like you. Husband. Husband will definitely dominate the Dawn Rain continent in the future. He proudly said, after I become pregnant, I will be called Taoist Heavenly Talisman. What do you all think? Awesome. A look of longing appeared on the Fu puppet's face. My husband's title is truly resounding. In the future, my Heavenly Talisman sect will definitely follow Taoist Heavenly Talisman's name throughout the entire Dawn Rain continent. Husband is truly a genius. Fu Zhu also praised. Mistress. Just as Fu Zhu and Fu Puppet were intoxicated, a panicked voice came from behind them. Displeased, he turned his head around and saw a third-layer qi refining disciple flying unsteadily towards him from the mountain behind the bamboo hut. Li Su Kuan, why are you in such a sorry state? The talisman puppet flew up and scolded. Didn't I teach you? You are a disciple of my Heavenly Talisman sect, and also a disciple of a cultivation sect. You should have the temperament of not being frightened by a mountain. Yes, disciple understands. Li Su Kuan was a child of about 10 years old. Panting heavily, he replied, Disciple has an urgent matter to report to sect master. Can't you just send a message, talisman? Why are you so panicked? Song Luan said in a very imposing manner. He had the bearing of a sect master. Disciple is slow-witted. Disciple panicked and forgot. Li Su Kuan scratched his head in embarrassment. Yes, I will remember this matter for now. There will be no next time. Song Luan nodded. What's the urgent matter? All right, sect master understands. Li Su Kuan bowed and said, that Su Zhiqing secretly escaped from the mountain. Su Zhiqing? Why did he escape from the mountain? The Fu puppet was stunned. Su Zhiqing had the best aptitude among all the disciples, and was also a disciple she taught with great care. Did he do something wrong? All right, mistress understands. Li Su Kuan said anxiously. This Su Zhiqing is not an ordinary disciple. He is a disciple of the Su family in Xian City. Xian City's Su family. How? How is this possible? Song Luan was stunned and his face turned pale. How did you know? Sect master, Li Shu Kuan said with a sad face. Last night, this disciple and the others drank some fruit wine and were a little drunk. That Su Zhiqing accidentally let slip and talked about the Su family. At that time, this disciple and the others didn't care. Even now, this disciple still thinks that he was bragging. But Su Zhiqing's behavior today was a little strange. He often looked absent-minded. Just now, Lu Xian jokingly said a few words to him, and he immediately became angry. He knocked Lu Xian to the ground and rushed out of the mountain gate. Seeing this, I felt that what Su Zhiqing said last night must be true. I see. The Fu puppet gnashed her teeth and said, No wonder that guy kept making mistakes and made me angry. It turns out that he was afraid that I would kill him with one palm. Husband, just you wait. I will chase after him and kill him. We must not let the Su family, who also refine yellow talismans, know that our heavenly talisman sect has the means to refine talismans. What? You told Su Zhiqing that our husband can refine talismans? Not only was Tsongluan shocked, but Fu Zhu also blamed her. I saw that guy looking down on our heavenly talisman sect and couldn't help but tell him. The Fu puppet said shamefully, I will go now. The Fu puppet knew the danger of this matter and hurriedly flew away. Fu Zhu, you also accompany the Fu puppet. You must not let the Su family know about this. Tsongluan was also anxious and ordered. Yes, rest assured, husband. Fu Zhu nodded. Just as she was about to fly away, another panicked voice came from Li Su Kuan. Master's wife, it's bad, it's bad. Lu Xian, why are you panicking? Did someone barge into White Bamboo Mountain? Tsongluan looked at the disciple with a bruised nose and purple eyes. His face showed a trace of panic, but he still asked calmly. Yes. How did Sect Master know? Lu Xian's injured face showed a trace of surprise. I didn't expect the Su family to come so early. The Fu puppet said hatefully. It seems like they planned this from the start. No, it's not the Su family. Lu Xian argued. At this moment, two divine senses swept over and a voice laughed. Is this Xiao Hua of the Heavenly Talisman sect? Please come to the front mountain to meet us. Foundation Establishment Cultivator? Tsongluan's face changed greatly. He barely cultivated his divine senses and could not reach far. How could he not know when two divine senses swept over? Lu Xian, you said it's not the Su family. Then who is it? Fu Zhu asked anxiously. Lu Xian said loudly, I heard that it's the Fu family of Jinhua Mountain. Ah? Fu Zhu and the Fu puppet were shocked and their faces turned pale. Since the Fu family of Jinhua Mountain came, the divine senses must belong to Fu Yunbua. With Fu Yunbua's hatred for Tsongluan and his desire to eliminate them, how could the three of them survive? Husband, we will hold them back for you. You should leave. The Fu puppet's face showed determination. Only when you are alive can our heavenly talisman sect have any value. You still want to leave. Fu Feng had already flown up to White Bamboo Mountain. There were no formations or restrictions on White Bamboo Mountain, so how could it stop these people? Elder Fu? The Fu puppet's beautiful eyes swept across and saw that most of the people were familiar. There were only two Foundation Establishment cultivators that she did not recognize. A hint of joy flashed in her eyes, and she hurriedly went up to greet them. Puppet was wondering who it was. Elder, you are here? Cough, cough, Fu puppet. You are no longer a disciple of the Fu family, so don't call me that. Fu Feng coughed a few times, feeling very uncomfortable in his heart. He had watched the Fu puppets and Fu Zhu grow up, especially the Fu puppets. Since they were young, they were very clever and lively, and were doted on by some elders. Fu Feng was one of them. Elder. The Fu puppet's mouth flattened and her eyes turned red. She was about to cry. Humph, you are already a cultivator in the 11th layer of qi refining. Do you still think you are a teenager? Do you still think you are in Jinhua Mountain? Lu Yun sneered and glanced at Fu Feng. Lu Yun was a guest elder and was not very close to the disciples of the Fu family. This was one of the reasons why Fu Yunbua sent her here. Yes, Fu Zhu, Fu puppet, do you know your crime? Fu Feng understood Lu Yun's meaning and nodded. Fu Zhu and Fu puppet have long regretted it. It is just that I have restricted their freedom, and they are unable to leave. Fu Feng rushed to say, Husband. Fu Zhu and Fu puppet shouted, We are one with our husband. How can you say that we are forced? Shut up. Yun Qingfeng sneered. It is not up to you to say what is true. Then Yun Qingfeng turned his head and said, Fu Feng, we have accompanied you to White Bamboo Mountain. The Foundation Establishment cultivator you mentioned did not appear. The Misty Clouds sect has done what we promised you. Moreover, the Misty Clouds sect has undergone a great change. We need to hurry back to the sect. We cannot stay here any longer. Yes, thank you for your help, seniors. Fu Feng said goodbye to Yun Qingfeng. He knew that they had done what they promised. Yun Tingyu was dead, and the only connection between the Misty Clouds sect and the Golden Mount Hua had been lost. He could no longer keep them here. Goodbye, seniors. Yes. Yun Qingfeng waved his sleeves and prepared to leave. Fu Feng's eyes flashed, and he was happy. He was now at the peak of Qi refining level 12, which was the same as Fu Feng and the others. He was most afraid of these two Foundation Establishment cultivators. Once Yun Qingfeng and Yun Qinglai left, he might be able to resist. However, Just as Yun Qinglai and Yun Qingfeng flew up, another two spiritual senses swept in from outside. A cold voice sounded, "Humph, which fellow cultivator has also come to White Bamboo Mountain? Could it be that you want to make trouble with the Su family of Xian City?" Who? Yun Qinglai and Yun Qingfeng were stunned. Their faces became alert. They clapped their hands and took out two magic weapons. They stopped in midair. Oh no! Fu Feng knew that Su Zhiqing's clansmen had come. He probably had no chance to escape. Chapter 2095. Yun Qinglai and Yun Qingfeng looked up and saw two early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators flying towards them. One of them was a fat man with big ears and a big body. His Taoist robe was rolled up, revealing his hairy arms. The other was a female cultivator. She was about 40 years old, and her skin was pale. Although she was not as beautiful as a painting, her small nose and delicate eyebrows made her look comfortable. Su family of Xian City? How should I address you? Yun Qingfeng frowned and cupped his hands. I am Yun Qingfeng from Misty Cloud's sect. This is I's junior brother, Yun Qinglai. Oh, so they are disciples of Misty Cloud's sect. No wonder. The plump cultivator's eyes flashed with understanding. He nodded and said, "This humble Taoist is Su Hong." Then he looked at the female cultivator beside him and said, "This is Zhong Yejing from Zhong family of Yun City, Fairy Zhong. I greet the two of you." Zhong Yejing followed behind Su Hong. The two of them stopped a few feet away from Yun Qinglai and Yun Qingfeng and greeted them. After the two sides greeted each other, there was a moment of silence. They seemed to be thinking about how to phrase their greetings. Yun Qinglai looked at Yun Qingfeng and said loudly, "Both of you are cultivators from Meng country. Why are you here at White Bamboo Mountain?" "That's strange. Fellow Yun, White Bamboo Mountain is Meng country's spiritual mountain. Why can't we come here?" Su Hongyi raised his eyebrows and asked, "Since you two fellow Taoists are here, I have the same purpose as you." Yun Qinglai and Yun Qingfeng looked at each other, a hint of understanding flashing in their eyes. They knew that their purpose was different from the other parties. In other words, Fu Feng was hiding some of the truth. They did not come to the White Bamboo Mountain to capture the three Fu family members who had betrayed the Golden Mount Hua and brought them back to the country of Shi. Yun Qingfeng glanced at the confused Fu Feng and then looked at the calm Su Hong. He smiled and said to Su Hong, "Since fellow Taoist Su knows that we have the same goal, then junior brother and I are one step ahead of you. Fellow Taoist Su, shouldn't you turn back?" "Humph, how could it be that simple?" Su Hong sneered. "Although I'm late, I've sent a Su clan disciple to spy in the Heavenly Talisman sect many years ago. Otherwise, how could I have known that there was an invisibility talisman here? Fellow Taoist Yun, your Misty Cloud sect is also a talisman crafting sect. I'm sure you know the importance of these invisibility talismans, right? Do you think I can turn back?" "Ah, invisibility talisman?" Yun Qinglai and Yun Qingfeng's faces lit up. They looked at each other and then at Fu Feng. Fu Feng's face was pale, and Lu Yun's mouth was bitter. They clearly understood the Misty Cloud sect and this Su family were both talisman crafting aristocratic families. Their objective of this trip, to bring the talisman crafting method back to Mount Jinhua, was most likely impossible to achieve. Sure enough, when Su Hong saw that Yun Qinglia's expression wasn't right, he immediately came to a realization and felt some regret in his heart. Could it be that they didn't do it for the invisibility talisman? Fellow Taoist Fu. Yun Qingfeng sneered. "So this is the reason why fellow Taoist Fu came to White Bamboo Mountain. No wonder you wanted to invite us over. You wanted me to be your shield. Arresting the defectors is just a cover. I'll let the two seniors know." Fu Feng was a little flustered. Junior's main objective is to arrest these three disciples. The invisibility talisman isn't the main point. If the four seniors are willing, I'll make the decision. You can copy the crafting method of the invisibility talisman and take it away. Oh, when Yun Qinglai heard this, he was even more delighted. Without having to fight, he could obtain the crafting method of the invisibility talisman. Why not? Then, he looked at Su Hong and Zhong Yejing. "Haha, I was invited by fellow Taoist Su. I'll listen to your orders." Zhong Yejing said with a smile, "Of course, if fellow Taoist Su is willing to give it to I will accept it. Okay, we'll do as you say." Su Hong thought for a while and beamed with joy. Hearing this, Fu Feng's heart finally settled down. But at this moment, Su Hong spoke again. "Haha, Other than the invisibility talisman, I also have the Qingyun talisman. It's used by disciples at the peak of Qi refining stage 12. I wonder if the 4 seniors are interested? Ah? You have the Qingyun talisman? Yun Qinglai and the others were even more perceptive. They knew that the Qingyun talisman was a spirit talisman. It was a necessity for disciples in the cultivation sections. It was also one of the methods to nurture outstanding disciples in the foundation establishment stage. If Yun Qinglai had the Qingyun talisman, his magic power would be more than 30% stronger. The invisibility talisman and the Qingyun talisman are both with me. Su Hong said with a smile, "If the 4 seniors want it, I can take it out from my hiding place at any time and let you copy it. However, I have a condition. Is it to kill these Qi refining cultivators? Or to drive them away?" Su Hong was the first to speak. His gaze had already landed on Lu Yun and Fu Feng. "Of course it's to kill them. Leave no one alive," Su Hong said coldly. "Husband." Fu Zhao and Fu Zhu were shocked. "My 2 wives, if you let them go, your husband's life will be in danger." Su Hong explained, "Although Fu Feng will let you go and perhaps bring your husband back to the Golden Mount Hua, will Fu Yunbo let your husband live? My wives, don't blame your husband for being ruthless. There are no cultivators in the Dawn Rain continent who are not ruthless." Fu Zhu and Fu Zhao were silent. They knew that Su Hong was telling the truth. "All right." Su Hong laughed and clapped his hands. Just as he was about to take out his magic weapon, Fu Feng, Lu Yun, and the others were scared out of their wits. "Fellow Taoist Su." Yun Qingfeng frowned and said, "Please wait for a moment." "What?" "Fellow Taoist Yun, do you have something else to say?" Su Hong said coldly. Zhong Yejing, who was beside him, followed Su Hong's gaze and pressed her hand on her storage bag. "Yes, I have received the sect master's dying order to send Fu Feng and the others safely to the White Bamboo Mountain. Although I have already completed the sect master's task. But if I take their lives now, wouldn't it be a disgrace to my sect master in the afterlife?" Yun Qingfeng said, "In my opinion, why don't we drive Fu Feng and the others away and make them swear a heart oath that they will never come to the White Bamboo Mountain to look for Su Hong? Wouldn't that be perfect?" "Sect Master Yun's dying order?" Su Hong rolled his eyes, feeling a little troubled. If it weren't for some dying order, he would have just fought with Yun Qinglai and the others. However, the sect master's dying order was a great honor for a sect. If Su Hong forced himself to fight with Yun Qinglai and the others, it would mean that he was going against the entire Misty Clouds sect. The Misty Clouds sect was nothing, but if the entire sect went against the Su family, it would be really troublesome. He wouldn't be able to explain it to his family. "Sect Master Fu, what do you think?" Su Hong looked at him with a smile. "This old man can make a decision for you. These aura refining cultivators absolutely won't cause you any trouble in the future. Furthermore, if you manage to avoid today's matter, you can very well move your sect to another place. How could these cultivators possibly find you? Actually, let me tell you, you should cultivate secretly. Why are you dreaming about becoming a sect master? This isn't a heavy burden that an aura refining cultivator can undertake." Chapter 2096. This. Tsongda hesitated. "What? You don't want to listen to me?" Su Hong's face turned cold. "Then I'll leave right now. I don't want the Qingyun talisman or the invisibility talisman. I'd like to see if you can keep those 2 talismans. Can you keep your life?" "Fine." Tsongda gritted his teeth. "I'll listen to you, Senior Su. Please help me." A wise man submits to circumstances. According to Zhiqing, sect leader Fu also wants to achieve something big. There's no need to be so calculative over such a small matter. Su Hong smiled. Then he looked at Fu Feng and asked, "What about you? Do you want to make things difficult for me? Or do you want to obediently swear an oath?" "We're willing to swear an oath." Fu Feng and Lu Yun looked at each other and smiled bitterly. What could they do? These were foundation establishment cultivators. Even the Fu family master couldn't defeat them. Therefore, they smiled apologetically and said, "We won't come to White Bamboo Mountain again, and we won't look for Tsongda and the others, and we won't let them have any ideas about the Qingyun talisman and invisibility talisman of our heavenly talisman sect." Tsongda added, "Good." Fu Feng nodded and swore an oath. "Not bad. These little guys are sensible." Zhong Yejing nodded. "Otherwise, I would be in a difficult position." "Then can we leave now?" Fu Feng and Lu Yun looked at each other bitterly. In front of 4 Foundation establishment cultivators, they were indeed little guys. This trip to the Meng Kingdom was really fruitless. However, being able to see Fu Zhu and Fu Ao alive and well, and their cultivation improved greatly, wasn't it a gain for Fu Feng? Go. Su Hong waved his hand. Go back directly. Don't make any other plans. Yes, we don't dare. Fu Feng and the others were overjoyed. They looked at Fu Zhu and the others and were about to fly away. At this time, a lazy voice sounded. What's wrong? You're leaving now? Why do I feel that it's inappropriate? Who is it? When Su Hong saw that there were more cultivators approaching, he flew into a rage out of humiliation. When he looked up, he saw a young man and a young woman gradually appear on the foothills about 100 feet away from them. Weren't they Xiaohua and Shueshui? Xiaohua. Yun Qinglian and Yun Qingfeng's faces revealed extremely shocked expressions. It was as if they'd seen a ghost. They practically didn't dare believe that Xiaohua, who'd been killed by Yun Tingyu, would actually make an appearance here. Xiaohua, an early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator? Fu Feng and Lu Yun naturally recognized Xiaohua. Their expressions were complicated. Other than shock, there was also envy, jealousy, and uneasiness. When Xiaohua escaped from Jinhua Mountain, Fu Feng was present. He didn't think that Xiaohua could escape from the hands of 4 Foundation establishment cultivators. He didn't even think that Xiaohua would appear in the distant Meng country with an early Foundation establishment cultivator. After all, Xiaohua was only at the 5th or 6th level of qi refining. Xiaohua, you actually... Song Guang found it even more inconceivable. As he made all sorts of guesses, the panic on his face turned into realization. Fu Zhu and Fu Ai covered their mouths in shock, their eyes wide open. Invisibility talisman? When Su Hong saw Xiaohua, who was also in the early stage of the Foundation building realm, and Shueshui, who was at the peak of the 12th layer of the aura refining realm, he didn't pay them any mind. He glanced at Yun Qinglian, frowned, and sneered. Fellow Taoist, which sect or family are you from? Why are you sneaking around here with invisibility talismans? You talk too much. Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to this Xiao like this? Xiaohua's face revealed a layer of killing intent. He waved his Taoist robe, and a fierce force came out of it. In an instant, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth around Su Hong was confined. Ah! Su Hong was shocked. He felt as if he was completely surrounded by a layer of solid rock. He couldn't even move his limbs. Moreover, the true essence around his body was also confined. He couldn't use even a trace of magic power. He was very clear in his heart that Xiaohua's magic power was higher than his by more than a level. Not only that, Xiaohua's figure immediately flew to Su Hong's side with an inconceivable speed in the blink of an eye. Raising his hand, pa, he slapped Su Hong's face twice. When the first slap landed, Su Hong's body flashed with brilliance. It seemed that the defensive yellow talisman was broken by Xiaohua's hand. You. Zhong Yejing was shocked. She clapped her hands and a strange magic tool appeared in her hands. If it was me, I would just quietly watch. I wouldn't invite trouble to myself. Xiaohua didn't even look at her and said coldly. Then he raised his foot again. With a bang, he kicked Su Hong to a corner of the foothill. Blood immediately flowed out from the corner of Su Hong's mouth. But contrary to everyone's expectations, Su Hong struggled to stand up. He bowed very respectfully. Junior was wrong. Please give me pointers, Senior Xiao. This Xiao isn't your senior. Xiaohua's gaze swept over Su Hong and said coldly, this Xiao doesn't want to see someone bullying the weak and forcefully snatching other people's things. Especially since this thing is what this Xiao owes others. Saying this, Xiaohua clapped his hands and took out a few jade slips from his storage pouch. He threw them to Su Hong and said, Su Hong, these are the jade slips I gave you that day. I'll return them to you now. Take good care of them and properly teach the disciples. Properly support the Heavenly Talisman sect. Don't worry, if any news is leaked out and someone with a higher cultivation than this Xiao comes to find you, this Xiao will first exterminate the Su family, Zhong family, and Misty Cloud's sect. Yes, this junior understands. Su Hong was overjoyed. He received the divine accumulation talisman and the jade slips and bowed in thanks. Yes, this junior understands. Su Hong bitterly smiled and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He smiled apologetically and said, this junior will definitely keep this matter a secret. If anything happens to the Heavenly Talisman sect, please send a message to this Su. If it is within my power, this Su will definitely not refuse. Haha, in the future, this Fu will definitely pay a visit to Senior Su. Su Hong was very good at currying favor. Then Xiaohua looked at Zhong Yejing. Zhong Yejing bitterly smiled and hurriedly said, "This junior only wanted to exchange for a small piece of Qian Mo secret stone from fellow Taoist Su. That's why I was invited to help. This junior swears that this junior will definitely not leak it." And Xiaohua's heart moved. He immediately nodded and no longer paid attention to Zhong Yejing. "Senior, Xiao." Yun Qinglian and Yun Qingfeng's expressions were complicated. Xiaohua rolled his eyes and said coldly, "This Xiao and your Misty Clouds sect can be considered as having a grudge. Originally, this Xiao wanted to wait until this matter was over before going to look for Yun Tingyu. However, I just heard that your sect leader has already passed away. This Xiao is a bit puzzled. That day, Yun Tingyu was full of vitality. Why did he suddenly pass away? Isn't this because of Senior?" Yun Qingfeng's eyes narrowed. However, when he thought about how Xiaohua was not at a disadvantage against the four of them, how could he have any thoughts of resistance? He then transmitted his voice and told Xiaohua what he had done. "Oh, so that's how it is." Xiaohua nodded, the expression on his face softening slightly. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Since Sect Master Yun had an epiphany before his death and actually had the thought of repentance, and even urged his sect to do more good deeds, then this Xiao will let you all go. Many thanks for Senior's mercy." Yun Qinglian and Yun Qingfeng's anxious hearts finally relaxed. With their strength, they really didn't have any thoughts of resistance. It was inevitable that they still had doubts in their hearts, but would they say it out loud? "And you all?" Xiaohua turned to look at Fu Feng and Lu Yun. "Senior Xiao, if there's anything, please instruct us." Fu Feng and Lu Yun were scared witless. Even Su Hong, a Foundation Establishment senior, was sent flying by Xiaohua's kick. When he stood up, he didn't even dare to be angry and humiliated. He even wanted to thank Xiaohua for not killing him. How could they have the slightest intention to rebel? And this Xiao was originally a bit embarrassed. Xiaohua nodded. "The matter between you all is an old grudge of the Fu clan. It's not about who is right and who is wrong. Everyone has their own reasons. However, since Elder Fu has already vowed not to cause any more trouble, this Xiao will have an easier time. However, Elder Fu, please go back and report to Fu Yunbua that this matter will end here. This Xiao will also not pursue the matters in Jinhua Mountain. Consider it a kind of exchange. Yes, this junior understands. This junior will pass on Senior Zhao's words to the clan leader." Fu Feng hurriedly bowed and said, "Good." Xiaohua nodded. After Xiaohua finished speaking, Fu Feng hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "This junior thanks Senior Xiao for his kindness. Since this matter has already reached a satisfactory conclusion under Senior Zhao's guidance, this Fu is untalented. Please come to my Heavenly Talisman Sect's guest hall and let this junior play the role of a host." There's no hurry." Xiaohua waved his hand and looked at another mountain. He smiled and said, "Fellow Taoists, isn't it too late to leave now?" "Ah, there's someone else." Su Hong, Yun Qinglian, and the others were even more shocked. Fu Feng's eyes flashed with understanding. She looked at Xiaohua and then at the place Xiaohua was pointing at. "Ha ha ha, fellow Taoist Xiao is really amazing." A very abnormal voice sounded. Then, just like Xiaohua, two cultivators slowly appeared in a certain place. They were completely enthralled. The cultivator in front cupped his hands and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, we're just passing by. We definitely have no other intentions. We'll leave immediately and won't delay fellow Taoist's matter." "Fellow Taoist, are you just passing by?" Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and looked at that cultivator with confidence. He said coldly, "Fellow Taoist, if you don't take down the Milu and make a heart oath, how can I let you go?" "Fellow Taoist Xiao, don't push us too far." That cultivator also said angrily, "Don't think that just because you have a bit of cultivation, you can be arrogant. If this old man takes down the Milu, do you still want to live?" "Ha ha ha," Xiaohua clapped his hands. The soaring dragon shears flashed with a golden light and flew into the air. Like lightning, it slashed towards the cultivator. "This Xiao wants to see who will be able to kill who." "Humph." That cultivator clapped his hands and took out a fan-like magic treasure. Under the urging of his magic power, a hurricane was born from the fan-like magic treasure. As the cultivator waved his hand, that hurricane actually turned into dozens of sword-like wind blades and stabbed towards Xiaohua. Xiaohua felt the sharp fluctuation of spiritual power on the wind blades and the astonishing magic power contained in the wind blades. He couldn't help but be a bit stunned. He thought, Foundation Establishment Late-Stage Cultivation? Could it be that this young master guessed correctly? This guy really isn't Qiu Mingwei? If it's not him, then who is it? However, if a mere Foundation Establishment Late-Stage Cultivator wants to escape from this young master's hands, that's simply a dream. Break, Xiaohua sneered. He pointed his hand, and the soaring dragon shears flashed with a golden light. Like cutting silk, it easily cut the numerous wind blades in half. The golden light didn't even lose its momentum and slashed towards the fan-like magic treasure. Chapter 2097. I.O., such a tyrannical magic treasure, such a strong magic power. That cultivator clearly understood Su Hong's situation and knew that he had underestimated Xiaohua. He was slightly surprised, but he still did not panic. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of life essence, sprinkling it on the palm leaf fan. The palm leaf fan shone brilliantly, and with its suave sound, the brilliance collided with the soaring dragon scissors. The cultivator sucked in a breath of cold air, and with a wave of his hand, the palm leaf fan fell into his hand. However, there was already a faint crack on the palm leaf fan. It was actually a mark left by the soaring dragon scissors. Rise! Xiaohua simply didn't give the Mi Yao cultivators a chance to breathe. His hands continuously rubbed, and 2 Samadhi True Fire walls appeared from his hands. In the blink of an eye, the 2 Mi Yao cultivators were surrounded. Ah! Samadhi True Fire. The cultivator was stunned. His voice was concealed by the palm leaf fan, but it still revealed his panic. Fellow Taoist, do you really want me to kill you? Xiaohua's tone was cold, and it seemed to penetrate the cultivator's heart. Along with this voice, Xiaohua once again clapped his hands, and a rumbling sound like millions of bees was heard. It was also like a huge hill slowly rising. Xiaohua actually took out the second magic treasure, the cloud-suppressing seal. Above the cloud-suppressing seal, a bronze brilliance bloomed, and the surrounding spiritual energy quickly condensed, faintly forming a veil. Ah! Su Hong and the others were once again shocked in their hearts. Xiaohua really opened their eyes again and again. As long as it was a cultivator, even if it was a Jindan stage senior, being able to use one magic treasure and one magic tool at a time was already rare and commendable. Xiaohua actually took out 2 magic tools at once. It seemed that each magic treasure was more powerful than the previous one. Is this still the poor rogue cultivator from that year? Not only did the people who knew Xiaohua the earliest have such thoughts, but even Fu Feng, Lu Yun, and the others also had such thoughts. In just a few decades, Xiaohua was actually so powerful, so fierce. On the other hand, they themselves did not seem to have changed. In an instant, Fu Feng recalled in her heart. Fortunately, she didn't seem to have done anything to offend Xiaohua. Looking at the Miho cultivator again, seeing Xiaohua use the cloud-suppressing seal, the face of the Miho cultivator was a little pale, but at the same time, a kind of arrogance was aroused in his eyes. The cultivator stretched out his hand and patted on his own head. Woo! The roar of a beast was like an earthquake, and a faint shadow of a black bear about 5 feet tall flashed out from his back. It was actually the black bear Dharma body. As soon as the black bear Dharma body appeared, a fierce aura was released, as if the pressure of a Foundation Establishment late-stage cultivator directly rushed towards Xiaohua. Fellow Taoist, if you want to die, release this avatar. Xiaohua did not panic at all. He also did not release his pressure. Before the aura of the black bear celestial body could suppress him, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He seemed to be mumbling something. Ah! The Miho cultivator suddenly clutched his head and curled up as if someone had struck him hard in the head. He quickly withdrew the avatar he had just released, and his fierce aura was withdrawn as well. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please spare my life. I will get rid of this Miho. The Miho cultivator's voice was hoarse. He hurriedly waved his hand and begged for mercy, removing the Miho from his body. Ah! It's actually Qiu Mingwei? Xiaohua widened his eyes and looked at this fat cultivator. Qiu Mingwei's black and fat body was definitely comparable to Su Hong's. Xiaohua was more curious about the other Miho cultivator. However, when Liao Xianlan took the Miho cultivator, Xiaohua's eyes fell even more. It really is the Foundation Establishment early-stage Liao Xianlan. This is somewhat inconceivable. Xiaohua almost murmured. How did Liao Xianlan reach foundation establishment? Her previous cultivation. Qiu Mingwei, Liao Xianlan, Yunda Fu Feng, and the others almost moaned as if this was not White Bamboo Mountain but Golden Mount Hua. Several people of the Fu clan's grievances were actually gathered in the distant Meng country. Junior greets Senior Xiao. Liao Xuanlan's face was somewhat pale and somewhat unwilling. She hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward and bowed. Xiaohua flicked his sleeve. You and I are old acquaintances. Don't be too polite. Greetings, fellow Taoist Xiao. Qiu Mingwei put away all the magic treasures, and Xiaohua also put away the Samadhi True Fire. He stepped forward and greeted. I really didn't expect that an unknown Qi refinement disciple from back then would have a cultivation far surpassing me. Yes, Golden Mount Hua's Xiaohua was simply an ant in Qiu Mingwei's eyes. He even joined hands with Fu Yunbua to help the 3 cultivation sects surround Xiaohua. But now? Xiaohua killed him without any effort at all. Especially Xiaohua's soul stab at the end, without anyone noticing, it suddenly poked his weak spot. He no longer dared to have any thoughts of resistance in his heart. He believed that if he really released his Dharma body, Xiaohua would definitely use an unimaginable method to kill him. Humph, you're just a little cultivator who was chased by others until you pissed your pants. Xiaohua said coldly. That day I felt that the 3 cultivation sects were too much of a bully, actually sending 4 foundation establishment cultivators. Qiu Mingwei smiled apologetically. However, since fellow Taoist Xiao is so talented, even if they send 10 more, I'm afraid it still won't work. Although Qiu Mingwei had some flattery in his words, he was speaking from the bottom of his heart. He really couldn't believe that Xiaohua actually had a cultivation comparable to a golden core cultivator in just a few decades. How could he endure this? Especially when he used a special method to forcibly enter the late stage of foundation establishment. So it's Senior Liao who came. Songda didn't miss the opportunity to bow and say, presumably Senior Liao still has some misunderstandings towards me. Since Senior Xiao is here, this junior will clearly explain the cause of this matter. Let Senior Xiao uphold justice for us. Uphold justice for what? Liao Xuanlan's heart was bitter as she thought to herself. Xiaohua said it clearly just now that he supports the Heavenly Talisman sect. With the support of this golden core cultivator, how many cultivators on the Dawn Rain continent will disturb the Heavenly Talisman sect? Without waiting for Liao Xianlan to speak, Songda raised his hand and said, This isn't the place to talk. This junior invites seniors to sit in the guest hall. Senior Xiao, we won't stay any longer. Senior already knows why we came. Moreover, there's still a drought around you city. It's better for us to go back and help. Yun Qinglai and Yun Qingfeng bowed and said. Xiaohua thought for a moment and nodded. That's good. This Xiao will remember what you did. If anything happens to the Misty Clouds sect, this Xiao will definitely help. Yun Qinglai and Yun Qingfeng were overjoyed and bowed to express their thanks. Oh right, there's also some good seeds that this Xiao collected. Take them. If you see a place where the rice can't germinate, give these good seeds to them to cultivate. Remember, Xiaohua took out a small storage pouch from his bosom and handed it over. Chapter 2098. Yes, this junior understands. Senior Zhao's compassion truly makes this junior admire you. Yun Qingfeng took the storage pouch and left. As for how they would report to Misty Cloud's sect master when they return, that was not Xiaohua's concern. Junior and the others will not stay any longer. Su Hong and Zhong Yejing also bowed and said. Unexpectedly, Xiaohua waved his hand and said, Fellow Taoist Su, please wait a moment. I heard from fellow Taoist Zhong that you have a small piece of Qian Mo secret stone. Su Hong nodded and clapped his hand, taking out a fingernail-sized Qian Mo secret stone, and handed it over. He smiled apologetically and said, This junior only has this small piece. If senior needs it, please take it. Zhong Yejing at the side was speechless. She was careful, said endless good words, and even accompanied Su Hong to help out, just to exchange this Qian Mo secret stone with him. But Xiaohua's one sentence, and Su Hong immediately gave it to him. This made her feel very uncomfortable. Xiaohua took it and clapped his hand again, taking out many spirit stones and handing them to Su Hong. He smiled and said, How can I take fellow Taoist things for free? Are these spirit stones enough? Su Hong's divine sense swept over, his face already showing joy. Nowadays, spirit stones in Dawn Rain continent were gradually becoming scarce. Xiaohua's spirit stones were more than enough. Su Hong took the spirit stones, cupped his hands and flew up. At this time, Xiaohua spoke again. Fellow Taoist Zhong, please wait a moment. This Xiao has something to ask. Senior Xiao, please speak. Zhong Yejing was a bit surprised. She definitely had nothing to do with today's matter. She really could not think of what Xiaohua wanted to ask her. But after Xiaohua transmitted a few words, Zhong Yejing's face showed a serious expression, then a burst of ecstasy, nodding vigorously. And, since that's the case, fellow Taoist Zhong, please stay. This Xiao will discuss this matter with fellow Taoist Zhong later. Xiaohua said without any doubt. Yes, Junior understands. Zhong Yejing smiled and said to Su Hong, fellow Taoist Su, please go first. Okay, Su Hong nodded, not daring to ask anything, and flew away. Let's go. We will go to the guest hall to see the recent situation of Heavenly Talisman sect. Xiaohua smiled and said, please lead the way. Yes, Senior Xiao, Senior Qiu, this way please. His face was full of joy. The grudges between Qiu Mingwei and the Fu family of Jinhua had come to an end today. With the support of his old friend Xiaohua, it was impossible for his Heavenly Talisman school not to prosper. The Heavenly Talisman sect's guest hall was actually very simple and crude. It was a hall that was made after the cave was tidied up. However, Xiaohua didn't mind at all. He looked around with interest, then smiled again. Sect Master Fu, your welcoming hall isn't small, but there aren't enough chairs inside. You're not qualified to be a sect master. Senior Xiao is right. With a big smile on his face, Songing called out to Fu Zhu and Fu Puppet to prepare tea and other things. He said, Junior Heavenly Talisman sect is just a cover. Junior Heavenly Talisman sect is only a small success in qi refining. Everyone else is at the 11th layer of qi refining. The only disciples we have are either children or low-level cultivators with poor aptitudes. This junior had never thought that so many seniors would return at once. Today's grand occasion is something that this junior has dreamt of even in his dreams. This junior has prepared for 50 years before it can appear. Senior Zhao's arrival has made this junior's dream come true. This junior is truly grateful. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, you don't need to trouble yourself. We'll just sit on the floor. It's no trouble, no trouble. Songing said anxiously. Fu Feng looked at Lu Yun and also said anxiously, there's no need, Senior Xiao. We'll send the Fu clan's disciples out to have a good chat with the Heavenly Talisman sect's disciples. We'll just talk. And this junior will also go out. Lu Yun smiled and waved her hand. Fu Shan and the other disciples followed her out of the welcoming hall. Senior Xiao, please take a seat. Songing arranged the seats and respectfully invited Xiaohua to take a seat. Xiaohua looked around. Songing actually only placed one jade chair in the center. The other chairs were placed on both sides of the chair. The flattery in his eyes was self-evident. Xiaohua nodded and said to Qiu Mingwei with a smile, it would be impolite of me to refuse. Of course. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please. Qiu Mingwei's face was a bit embarrassed. He was at the late stage of foundation establishment, and his cultivation was the highest among them. Xiaohua was only at the early stage of foundation establishment. However, Qiu Mingwei still understood that Xiaohua's appearance was somewhat discounted. Xiaohua took a seat first. Qiu Mingwei, Liao Xianlan, Zhong Yejing, and Fu Feng took the guest seats. Song Ying, Fu Zhu, and Fu Ai sat on the left side of the main seat. Shui was very curious and kept staring at Fu Zhu and Fu Ai. Xiaohua drank a mouthful of spirit tea and said with a smile, I'm quite familiar with the grudges between the two generations of the Fu clan. I was also involved in it a few decades ago. Elder Fu has already made a heart oath and explained it on behalf of Fu Yunbua. I won't say anything more. I only want to say one thing. It's up to you whether you want to listen or not. Senior Xiao, please enlighten us. Song Ying and Fu Feng hurriedly stood up and bowed. Both sides are from the Fu clan. No matter if it's Shi or Meng, the bloodline is the same. Xiaohua said after pondering for a while, if both sides fight, both sides will suffer. Actually, it's not that you haven't thought about it, but because of the hatred in your heart, you feel that the other side won't forgive you. That's why you're in a stalemate. Just now, this Xiao clearly saw that Elder Fu is very fond of Fu Zhu and Fu Ma. In the future, the direct disciples of Talisman Gate will also be the children of these two people. Elder Fu may not necessarily not cherish them. Therefore, this Xiao hopes that your two families will take a few steps back and consider this matter carefully. Songing glanced at Fu Feng and didn't say anything. After all, he was the weaker side. Junior will definitely pass on your words to the clan head. Fu Feng said with a smile, Junior is only an elder after all. I can't promise Senior anything. This is just a small thought of mine. Xiaohua waved his hand. Then he looked at Liao Xianlan and said, Fellow Taoist Liao, I'm also clear about your grudges. It seems to be in the Fu clan of Jinhua Mountain, right? Yes. Liao Xianlan bit her lips and replied like a mosquito. Hee, I don't dare to talk about who is right and who is wrong. I'm sure fellow Taoist Chiu won't not talk about it with you. Xiaohua nodded and said, I just think that since you want to take revenge, you should clearly distinguish between gratitude and grudges. Don't drag unrelated people into this. Moreover, I won't hide it from you fellow Taoists. What I hate the most is using grudges as a cover to do things that harm others for their own benefit. It's against reason and nature. Liao Xuanlan's face flushed red. She lowered her head deeply and didn't dare to say a word. Fellow Taoist Liao, you and I can be considered old friends. On Jinhua Mountain, we also look after each other. I won't say anything more today, and I don't want to pursue this matter anymore. Fellow Taoist is also a foundation establishment cultivator. The road to heaven is in front of fellow Taoist. I hope fellow Taoist Liao can take care of yourself. Xiaohua said with a gloomy and cold tone. Yes, Junior understands. For some reason, Liao Xuanlan's face turned pale. She murmured, even if Junior wants to improve her cultivation in the future, it will be extremely difficult. That's why Junior has evil thoughts. I want to obtain Fu clan head's yellow talisman technique. Oh, Xiaohua stared blankly. He glanced at Liao Xianlan and then looked at Chiu Mingwei. Cough, cough. Chiu Mingwei's face showed a trace of embarrassment. He knew Xiaohua was going to ask, so he didn't hide it and told him the reason. It turned out that Chiu Mingwei had obtained a secret technique in his early years. It was the widely rumored human cauldron furnace technique of plucking yin to replenish yang. This human cauldron furnace technique was the same as dual cultivation. They both relied on the balance of yin and yang to achieve a breakthrough in cultivation. However, dual cultivation was based on the balance of yin and yang. It was beneficial for both men and women. However, the human cauldron furnace technique was different. The male cultivator was the main cultivator, and the female cultivator was the auxiliary cultivator. The female cultivator could certainly benefit, but there were more injuries. Liao Xianlan was in such a situation. That day, Chiu Mingwei met Liao Xianlan and saw that her constitution was different. It was actually compatible with his human cauldron furnace technique. He wanted to make Liao Xianlan his human cauldron. However, the human cauldron furnace technique was also voluntary. Therefore, Liao Xianlan set revenge as her condition. Of course, Chiu Mingwei would not blindly compromise. He only agreed to help her once. After all, he had to deal with a cultivator family. But that day, Liao Xuanlan's revenge was blocked by Xiaohua. Chiu Mingwei saw that Jinhua Mountain was involved in the grievances of the three sects, so he did not dare to force Fu Yunbo too much. He only brought Liao Xianlan out from Jinhua Mountain. When Chiu Mingwei failed to break through to Foundation Establishment late stage, he had no choice but to copulate with Liao Xianlan. Using Liao Xianlan as his human cauldron, he forcibly broke through to Foundation Establishment late stage. Liao Xianlan also benefited from this and directly entered Foundation Establishment early stage. However, the consequence of this kind of forcible advancement was that Liao Xuanlan's cultivation could only remain at Foundation Establishment early stage for the rest of her life. Oh, so that's how it is. Xiaohua suddenly understood. He secretly said, no wonder Liao Xianlan suddenly entered Foundation Establishment. This young master used this to guess these two people. It was impossible to guess correctly. Hee, fellow Xiao, this is my secret technique. I ask fellow Xiao to accept it. Consider it a small token of my appreciation. Chiu Mingwei said. He stretched out his hand and took out a jade slip and handed it to Xiaohua. Ah! Xiaohua stared blankly. He didn't have such thoughts. Knowing that Chiu Mingwei had misunderstood, he unconsciously turned his head to look at Xue Xue. Xue Xue was currently looking down and didn't even look at him. Hee, many thanks, fellow Taoist Chiu. Xiaohua's eyes turned slightly, and he reached out to receive it. Chiu Mingwei was delighted in his heart when he saw Xiao Hua receive the jade slip, and he stood up and said, "Since the enmity between my wife and sect master Fu has been exposed, then I won't stay here any longer. Farewell." "All right then." Xiao Hua stood up and returned the greeting. He casually said, "Actually, there's no harm in trying out Gung Mountain's Liao clan's pill refining technique." Even head Fu was able to establish the Heavenly Talisman sect. Since fellow Taoist Liao has fellow Taoist Chio's support, what's there to fear? Liao Xuanlan's face lit up with joy. She bowed towards Xiao Hua and said, Senior Zhao's shout was like being enlightened. This junior was blindly thinking of inheriting Gung Mountain's Liao family's talisman crafting technique and neglected my husband's help. In the future, this junior will try to refine pills. If I succeed, I still have to thank Senior for his kindness today. Chapter 2099. Haha, no problem, no problem. Xiao Hua laughed casually. He was just interested in the Liao family's alchemy technique, but he didn't know if it was complete or not. After Qiu Mingwei and Liao Xianlan left, only Zhong Yejing, an outsider, was left. The others were familiar with each other in Jinhua Mountain. Xiao Hua smiled and said, Fellow Taoist Zhong, please wait outside for a while. I have something to discuss with Master Fu and the others. I will go with you to the Zhong family immediately. Yes, I understand. Zhong Yejing replied with a smile before walking out of the room. Seeing that there were no outsiders in the guest hall, Xiao Hua asked his last doubt. Master Fu, I still have some doubts. Do I have to ask? Senior Xiao, what sect Master Fu? You can just call me Fu. Songda smiled and said, My Heavenly Talisman sect's talisman technique and cultivation method are all from Senior Xiao. Why are you so polite? Haha, Xiao Hua shook his head. Those are all Master Fu's own. They have nothing to do with me. I have some doubts. Didn't Fu Yunbui say that Master Fu, Fu Zhu, and Fu Ho? Oh, so that's it. With a sudden realization, he looked at his two twin wives with a very sweet look in his eyes. He then transmitted a few words to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua's face showed a look of realization. He nodded and said with a smile, Since you're not directly related by blood, that's the best. This Zhao's wives have been thinking about this all the way, and have often sighed for you. So the confused cultivator in the Black Forest is Senior Xiao? Fu Feng had been suspicious, and asked hurriedly. Haha, yes. Xiao Hua smiled and said, I met Songda in Shi country and heard that he came to Meng country. Since Elder Fu also came, I naturally came too. I know how bad it is to owe someone something. That's because Senior Xiao has a noble character. If it was someone else, he would have taken it himself. Songda smiled apologetically. Well, Elder Fu, since the grudge has been revealed, the disciples of Jinhua Mountain will stay in White Bamboo Mountain for a few more days. Xiao Hua smiled and said, Now, I have a few words to say to Master Fu. Yes, I'll go out now. Fu Feng said with a smile. I also hope that the Fu clan can flourish and prosper. After everyone had left, Xiao Hua's expression turned serious as he said, That's right. Listen carefully. The reason why I supported you earlier was to help you eliminate the enemies in front of you. It can be considered as giving your Heavenly Talisman sect a buffer. This Xiao has never thought of blocking your Heavenly Talisman sect. Although Tsong Chung was depressed in his heart, he didn't show it on his face. He cupped his hands and said, Junior understands Senior's painstaking efforts. For Senior to take care of Junior like this, Junior is already endlessly grateful. Yes, after all, you and I are fated to meet. Xiao Hua nodded. Sect Master Fu has used this Zhao's name to fend off strong enemies in the beginning. However, if Sect Master Fu does anything shameless, this Xiao will definitely not show mercy. Thank you, Senior. An overjoyed expression appeared on Songda's face as he said, Actually, if Senior Xiao is willing, this Junior's Heavenly Talisman sect can let Senior become the sect master. Haha, there's no need. Xiao Hua flicked his sleeves. Why would he care about a small sect like this? Then he waved his hand and took out a storage pouch. He handed it to Tsongda and said, This Xiao didn't know that Sect Master Fu had established a sect, so I don't have any gifts. Just take this as a token of my sincerity. Hee, there's no need. Tsongda politely declined, but he still took the pouch. However, when he opened the storage pouch, he couldn't help but be stunned. He muttered, Foundation establishment pills, spirit stones, spirit herbs, and some rice? Tsongda raised his head. His eyes were filled with sincerity as he said, "Senior Shao, this junior won't speak empty words. These things are too precious to Junior and the Heavenly Talisman sect. Moreover, they are too important. This junior didn't expect Senior to give Junior so many things. This junior really can't express the excitement in my heart right now. Forget it. Since you don't speak empty words, this Shao won't speak any empty words either." Xiaohua patted Songda's shoulder and said, "You and I are old acquaintances. In the past, you also took care of this Shao. Since this Shao can help you, why wouldn't I? This Shao also knows that you have great talent and great ambitions. You want to achieve great things on Xiaoyu continent. Today, I've said many times that everything you do must be worthy of your conscience." "Yes, this junior will definitely remember." Songda said, "This junior will personally take the seeds in this storage pouch with my wife. This junior will definitely complete Senior's task properly." "Good. This Shao will take his leave now." Xiaohua stared at Songda. He didn't know what to think. "I hope you can keep your words. Senior, you're leaving now?" Songda said anxiously. "You won't stay for a few more days?" This junior still wants to listen to Senior's teachings. Xiaohua understood Songda's thoughts. He muttered to himself for a moment and said, "Songda, it's not that this Shao doesn't want to help you build your foundation. You also saw that my wife is also at the peak of the 12th layer of qi refining. She also hasn't built her foundation. However, building one's foundation is a fated chance. Everyone is different, so there's nothing special to learn from. And this Zhao's foundation building is also different from others, so there's nothing I can teach you." Songda's face was filled with disappointment, but he still had a smile on his face. This junior is already happy that Senior Shao can think of this. As he said this, Songda clapped his hands and took out a worn-out silk cloth. He handed it over to Xiaohua and said, "Senior Shao has done so much for this junior. This junior really has nothing to repay." This junior also guessed that although Senior's cultivation base is already at the core formation realm, this junior and the others can still sense that Senior's cultivation base is at the foundation establishment realm. I'm afraid this is the reason for this junior's so-called crossing the sea of deception cultivation technique. This is a record of the cultivation technique. It belongs to the senior who raised this junior. Uncle Xiang. This is the senior's legacy. This junior treasures this item very much. However, if this junior doesn't give this item to senior, this junior will feel apologetic. Oh, is that so? Xiaohua knew that there were some flaws in this crossing the sea of deception, so he already had the idea to make up for it. After receiving the item, he carefully looked at it and nodded. "I know your intentions. I'll just make a copy of this cultivation technique. I'll leave this item to you. If it's the complete cultivation technique, Senior Shao can just make a copy. This junior will definitely keep this item." Songda waved his hand and said, "But this silk cloth is damaged. If there's something wrong with the copy, I'm afraid it'll be detrimental to Senior's cultivation. Senior should just keep it." Hearing this, Xiaohua looked at Songda's sincere expression and made a decision in his heart. He nodded and said, "Since it's like this Shao will accept it." Then, Xiaohua put away the silk cloth and walked out of the guest hall. He saw Xue Xue whispering to Fu Zhu and Fu Puppet. They seemed to be very close. Xue Xue heard Xiaohua coming out and hurriedly went over to greet him. "Let's go," Xiaohua said with a smile. Everything has been explained. The Heavenly Talisman sect and Jinhua Mountain's Fu clan can be considered to have a good start. In the future, everything will be under Fu clan's control. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for it. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.